Chapter 751 Kane Dominance Body. Clang. 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 The fully unleashed transcendent flying immortal was blocked by old Master Xia's hands. The divine physique given to him by the Guardian, together with the powerful essence energy he had accumulated, was truly terrifying. Zhou Wen had no intention of finishing old Master Xia off with this strike. As the two sabers slashed crazily, Torch Dragon's mirror, I also caused Zhou Wen's pupils to undergo a strange change. It was as though it had turned into a mirror, as it looked at old Master Xia. However, old Master Xia suddenly vanished into thin air. Almost at the same time, he appeared behind Zhou Wen and struck his head with his palm. Teleportation. Zhou Wen immediately realized that it was true teleportation. It had an extremely similar effect to Lost Country. Without any time to turn around or dodge, Zhou Wen raised bamboo blade above his head and blocked old Master Xia's palm. However, the palm strangely turned transparent as though it had transformed into a ghostly hand. It passed through the bamboo blade and continued striking at Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he twisted his head to the side. He gathered his strength with his other hand and struck towards old Master Xia's palm. When the two palms clashed, Zhou Wen immediately felt a powerful suction force suck his palm, sucking the essence energy in his body towards old Master Xia. Zhou Wen wanted to shake off old Master Xia's hand, but he couldn't. His other hand held bamboo blade and slashed at old Master Xia, but he was grabbed by his other hand. His essence energy was sucked even faster. Zhou Wen immediately realized the problem. Not only had old Master Xia absorbed the essence energy of those geniuses, but he had also robbed them of their bloodline talent, life providence, and life soul. Zhou Wen was certain that old Master Xia definitely had multiple life providences and life souls. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to use so many different essence energy skills. In that short moment, old Master Xia had used 3 powers of different attributes and categories. Furthermore, each of them was a rare ability. Zhou Wen's essence energy was drained as his expression turned livid. He suddenly activated his mirror eye and looked at old Master Xia. "Don't use the same trick twice in front of me," old Master Xia said coldly. He opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a devil roaring in his pupils. It was an I-type life soul. At the instant he saw the life soul in the eye, Zhou Wen's eyelids closed uncontrollably. He couldn't open them no matter what. How many terrifying life providences and life souls did this bastard plunder? How did he do it? Zhou Wen was alarmed, as the essence energy in his body surged towards old Master Xia like a river. "I'll fight it out with you." Zhou Wen struggled with all his might, hoping to escape old Master Xia's grasp, but it was to no avail. Just as old Master Xia was about to say something, a purple-black ancient sword suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed at old Master Xia's crotch. This strike was too strange and sinister. Before old Master Xia could react, the sword had already stabbed into his body. Bam! After being penetrated by the demonic sword, old Master Xia's body exploded like a ball of water, turning into a pool of water. As for his true body, it appeared behind Zhou Wen and twisted his arms. He even has an avatar life soul. This old sicko. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. "No matter how strong you are, you're just a..." Before old Master Xia could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted. Zhou Wen's right hand, which he had grabbed, suddenly vanished like a ghost. It passed through old Master Xia's guardian armor and body, and instantly flashed 3 times. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of having his essence energy sucked away. His slaughterer life soul allowed him to have unlimited essence energy. No matter how much old Master Xia absorbed, it wouldn't harm him. Zhou Wen had waited so long for this opportunity. When old Master Xia believed that he was at the end of his rope and his final trump card had failed, he used Dr. Darkness's Darkness right hand. Without giving old Master Xia any chance, Zhou Wen's Darkness right hand plucked out old Master Xia's heart, liver, and one of his kidneys. Even the guardian armor couldn't block the Darkness right hand. Zhou Wen held old Master Xia's bloody organs in his hand. The heart was still beating violently. Every time it beat, blood would spew out from the severed arteries. It looked extremely terrifying. Old Master Xia looked down at his body, and didn't find any injuries. However, blood seeped out from his mouth and nose. Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyu watched this scene with mixed feelings. "It's been a long time. It's been a long time since someone injured me. You are the first in nearly 20 years, old Master Xia said as he stared at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen immediately felt that something was amiss. Old Master Xia's vitality didn't weaken after his organs were removed. Instead, it became stronger. A white flame burned over old Master Xia's body. It wasn't a flame, but a condensation of immense life force. Zhou Wen used his penetrative vision to stare at old Master Xia, and saw that the organs that had been plucked out of his body had grown again. Kane Dominance Body. How is this possible? This is impossible. Xia Xianyu exclaimed. What is the Kane dominance body? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. The heavily injured Xiao Luchuan answered. The Kane dominance body is a life providence derived from the invincible Kane divine art. Only by cultivating the invincible Kane divine art can one condense a Kane dominance body. However, not everyone who cultivates the invincible Kane divine art can condense a Kane dominance body. It depends on one's physique and talent. Our Xia family abandoned the invincible Kane divine art long ago. The only person in the records who could condense a Kane dominance body was our Xia family's hero. However, he died many years ago. Zhou Wen had heard of the Xia family's hero. As Li Xian cultivated in the invincible Kane divine art, he had heard a lot about it from him. However, in Zhou Wen's impression, the Xia family's hero's life providence didn't seem to be called the Kane dominance body. Furthermore, in order to get married and have children, he had nullified the invincible Kane divine art. He had lost both his life providence and life soul. Even if he revived, it was impossible for him to have another Kane dominance body. It was also because of this that the Xia family's hero died in a dimensional zone. However, Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyu were real Xia family members. They naturally wouldn't make a mistake. Old Master Xia definitely had the Kane dominance body. From the looks of it, he has absorbed a Xia family member with a Kane dominance body life providence. Zhou Wen said. That's impossible. Apart from the Xia family's hero, even if one cultivates in the invincible Kane divine art, no one has condensed a Kane dominance body. Xia Xianyu said. Then you must be mistaken. What he is isn't the Kane dominance body, but another powerful self-healing ability. Zhou Wen saw that old Master Xia's body had already recovered. After his organs were regenerated, they were no different from his previous organs. Chapter 752 Dark Clouds. Old Master Xia clearly wasn't in the mood to continue listening to them. With a flash, he appeared in front of Zhou Wen like a devil and struck out at him. The flames on his palm were like a blazing sun that burned everything. When Zhou Wen saw that the flames could even burn through the void, he immediately knew that it wasn't an ordinary fire elemental power. He didn't dare take it head-on as he spread out his 6 wings and rapidly retreated. However, a pair of golden-winged rock life soul wings appeared behind old Master Xia, greatly increasing his speed. Zhou Wen wasn't able to open the distance between them, so the flames were about to strike his chest. Zhou Wen had no choice but to slash out his bamboo blade at old Master Xia's palm. When bamboo blade came into contact with the flames spread along bamboo blade and instantly enveloped his body. The flames spewed out before extinguishing. The 6 wings on Zhou Wen's back vanished as his face turned pale. If not for 6 Winged's life guardian, Zhou Wen would have died from this strike. However, 6 Winged was also killed because of this, making it impossible for it to be revived. To think you have a companion beast that can die in your place. Your luck sure is extraordinary. However, your luck ends here. Old Master Xia stared coldly at Zhou Wen, prepared to continue attacking. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky, shocking everyone. At some point in time, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed amidst the dark clouds. Zhang Chunqiu, who was peeping outside, felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Blood tears flowed out of his eyes, as he hurriedly retracted his heavenly eye. He didn't dare look inside again, as he looked at Forbidden City's general direction in horror. A storm was brewing above Forbidden City. The whole of Imperial Capital's sky was covered in dark clouds, but Forbidden City seemed to be the center of the storm. It was especially gloomy. Almost at the same time, Dugugu lost contact with his goo worm. The two of them looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Up to now, they had yet to figure out what had happened in Forbidden City. They had some ideas based on what they had seen, but they didn't know if they were right. However, just the mere speculation left them shocked. Do you know what's going on? Dugugu pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and asked. Zhang Chunqiu pinched his fingers to divine. The more he did so, the more he shook his head. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. Nothing can be divined. The outcome is different every time, so there's no point in divining. From the looks of it, something big is about to happen. Let's leave this place quickly to avoid being implicated. What about Loser? Dugugu asked. I've previously told his fortune. He's not destined to die. He should be able to survive this calamity. As Zhang Chunqiu spoke, he turned around and left, as though he was being chased by a dog. He was afraid that he would be bitten by a dog if he ran too slowly. Dugugu glanced in the direction of Forbidden City before leaving with Zhang Chunqiu. In Forbidden City, Zhou Wen summoned Torch Dragon and said to Xia Xianyu and company, "Leave now." He knew that he could only risk his life. Otherwise, he might really not be able to leave Forbidden City today. Zhou Wen suspected that the old Master Xia in front of him might be one of the 6 heroes, the invincible hero from the Xia family. However, the Xia family's hero had long lost his virginity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the Xia family now. Wait, what if the present Xia family doesn't have the true hero's bloodline? Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he suddenly felt that it was very possible. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. However, old Master Xia was as cold-blooded and heartless to the Xia family. If they went against him in any way, he would kill them immediately. Even geniuses like Xia Xianyu and Xia Luchuan could be ruthlessly killed. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. However, if old Master Xia was really the hero of the Xia family, and he hadn't really lost his virginity, then all of this could be explained. This was because the Xia family didn't have the bloodline of the hero, so he didn't need to have any familial concerns. Of course, all of this was just Zhou Wen's guess. Perhaps old Master Xia had nothing to do with the Xia family's hero. His nature was just that ruthless. "Ah Chung, take little Chuan and little you back," old Master Xia said, as he stared coldly at Zhou Wen. He wasn't killing Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyu out of goodwill. Instead, the array's destruction meant he couldn't prevent outsiders from spying on him. He wasn't willing to kill Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyu in front of others. "Yes!" Ah Chung ran toward Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyu. Zhou Wen didn't stop him. Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyu being taken away was better than them dying here. As long as they weren't dead, there was still hope. "Zhou Wen, live on!" Xia Xianyu shouted at Zhou Wen as she was taken away. "I'll live," Zhou Wen thought. Old Master Xia glanced at Torch Dragon and said, "This should be Torch Dragon from the Zhuolu Temple, right? At such a young age, you actually have so many mythical companion beasts, and have such attainments in martial arts. It's enough for you to dominate the Federation. In the history of the Federation, there's no one who had such achievements at your age. I'm still inferior to you," Zhou Wen said sincerely. He originally believed that he was sufficiently omnipotent and could handle all kinds of crises. Even if he was inferior to others in some aspects, Zhou Wen had always felt that he was one of the best in the Federation when it came to overall combat strength. However, old Master Xia was more comprehensive than him. Not only did he have multiple life providences and life souls, but he could also use them freely. He also had a guardian. What was even more terrifying was that he didn't plan on purely relying on the guardian's powers to stay at the mythical stage. Instead, he wanted to advance to the mythical stage with his own strength. He had divine skills and immense strength. Furthermore, he definitely had mythical companion beasts, which were definitely not ordinary ones. His strength could be described as unfathomable. Boom! The lightning in the sky constantly interweaved as thunder boomed one after another. Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyu no longer had the ability to fight. They were forcefully taken out by Ah Chung. Only Zhou Wen and old Master Xia were left in front of the huge hall of supreme harmony. "You are indeed inferior to me now, but if we were born in the same era, I might not be your match. With you as the last cornerstone of my advancement to the mythical stage, I'm very satisfied. Don't worry. After today, I'll take your talent, life providence, and life soul for myself and make it famous. You should be able to feel comforted in the afterlife," old Master Xia said, as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Wen as though he had tunneled through the void. Zhou Wen was already prepared as he put on the Jade Crystal Spirit armor. At the same time, Torch Dragon used World King transformation. Torch Dragon's eyes all across its body opened wide, as they turned into mirrors. It was the Bright Torch Vision world in the World King transformation state. Chapter 753 Invisibility Strike. The power of the Bright Torch Vision world enveloped the entire area. However, at the instant the Bright Torch Vision world activated, old Master Xia suddenly vanished. Truth Listener couldn't sense his location within its range, making Zhou Wen feel uneasy. When the power of the Bright Torch Vision world stopped, he saw old Master Xia's figure appear not far from him, as though he had never moved. Universe shifting, yin and yang interconnect. There aren't many abilities that can achieve this level. I only obtained the yin-yang universe ring life soul after searching for nearly 10 years. Using this life soul, I can temporarily reverse yin and yang, preventing any force from injuring or seeing me. Old Master Xia said calmly, as he stroked the ring with a Taiji symbol on his finger. How many people have you killed, and how many life souls have you plundered? Don't you think that those life souls are like the ghosts of those people, pestering you every day and night? Zhou Wen unsummoned Torch Dragon to prevent it from being killed by old Master Xia. After the World King transformation, Torch Dragon entered a weakened state, greatly reducing its strength. It could no longer play a decisive role in such a battle. Old Master Xia said calmly, "In this era, if I'm still afraid of the supernatural, how can I defy the heavens and change my fate? I'm not afraid of ghosts or gods. I'm afraid I won't be able to make all dimensional creatures prostrate before me. It's about time. As one of the 9 main life souls of the Kane Great Emperor Sutra, help me advance to the mythical stage." The black jade armor on Old Master Xiao's body emitted a terrifying black light. As Old Master Xiao threw a punch, space tore apart, forming a black sun. However, upon careful inspection, the black sun was a black hole. It produced a huge suction force that pulled Zhou Wen in. As Old Master Xiao blasted the black hole at Zhou Wen felt the suction force grow stronger, as though it was about to pull his soul in. Zhou Wen's figure flashed as he suddenly vanished. Old Master Xiao frowned slightly as he looked around, but he didn't find Zhou Wen. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Almost instantly, Old Master Xiao condensed a ball of sun-like radiance in his palm. The light illuminated all of Forbidden City. Wherever it shone, hot smoke would emit. No matter where one hid, they would be forced out by this indiscriminate attack. However, Old Master Xiao didn't sense anything amiss, as though Zhou Wen had really vanished into thin air. Does he have an ability similar to the Yin-Yang Universe Ring? Old Master Xiao frowned slightly. Zhou Wen naturally didn't have the Yin-Yang Universe Ring, but he had the Invisibility Cloak. With the Invisibility Cloak's Wheel of Destiny activated, he had 3 minutes of complete invisibility. Attacks were useless against him. After Zhou Wen used the Invisibility Cloak, he unsummoned Demonic Neonate, who was hiding behind the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and charged towards the entrance of Forbidden City. The invisible ability could only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he could only remain physically invisible. That way, he would be easily discovered. Therefore, Zhou Wen wanted to use this time to escape Forbidden City. However, when he rushed to the entrance of Forbidden City, he realized that the door had already closed. However, the invisibility force made him invisible and intangible during the 3 minutes. He could directly penetrate matter, as Zhou Wen charged straight for the door. Bam! Zhou Wen's body was repelled by a strange force, preventing him from rushing out. How did this happen? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he felt that something was amiss. The force that repelled him wasn't the door itself, but a force that resembled lightning. His body was still feeling numb. The black clouds and lightning that filled the sky had already made Zhou Wen feel that something was amiss. It felt even more so now. Zhou Wen looked up and carefully observed Forbidden City. He realized that the corner tower on the city wall was emitting a faint glow. Although the light wasn't strong, it was especially eye-catching with the dark clouds covering the sun. Zhou Wen flew into the air and looked at the other 3 corner towers in the city. Indeed, they were glowing. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to think about the reason. He didn't have much time left. It had been nearly 20 seconds since he rushed over. Since he couldn't leave now, Zhou Wen had to think of a way to kill Old Master Xiao. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. The Kane Dominance body is probably similar to Li Xian's Immortal God of Combat. Its self-healing ability is even stronger. It's probably very difficult to kill him by simply injuring his body. How can I kill him? Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss, but he couldn't sit idle. He quickly rushed towards Old Master Xiao, who was still standing in his spot. He used all sorts of methods to find Zhou Wen, but it wasn't of much use. The 8 life providences and life souls he already had, as well as all sorts of essence energy skills, failed to be of any use. He failed to find the invisible Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen came in front of Old Master Xiao and pointed at his mouth. Then, he summoned the primordial spore and allowed it to enter his body. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he had to give it a try. After the primordial spore entered Old Master Xiao's body, Zhou Wen pulled out the orchid blade and released it from invisibility. He stabbed it into Old Master Xiao's mouth. The orchid blade entered his mouth and penetrated Old Master Xiao's brain, but it couldn't penetrate his skull from the other end. Zhou Wen didn't care as he twisted the orchid blade. Old Master Xiao's strength erupted like a volcano, sending Zhou Wen flying. He didn't even manage to pull the orchid blade out from his mouth. Zhou Wen's body tumbled in the air as he finally managed to dissipate the terrifying force. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Wen wasn't concerned about his injuries. Such injuries couldn't kill him. All he wanted to know was if this strike was of any use. Old Master Xiao stood there with the orchid blade in his mouth. His brain had been severely damaged by Zhou Wen, but when Zhou Wen looked at him, he saw Old Master Xiao extend his palm, grab the orchid blade, and pull it out of his mouth. As for his injuries, they were rapidly recovering. How can he still self-heal like this? Zhou Wen's heart chilled. He still couldn't kill Old Master Xiao despite delivering such an attack. He couldn't think of any power that could kill him. Old Master Xiao held the orchid blade, but there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, there was some fanaticism. You really surprise me. Although I haven't advanced to the mythical stage, with the augmentation of a guardian, I'm already a mythical creature. Furthermore, I'm much stronger than ordinary mythical creatures. Under such circumstances, you can still injure me, and not just once. It's enough to prove that your life providence and life soul are very powerful. However, this also means that after absorbing your talent, life providence, and life soul, I will become stronger after advancing to the mythical stage. I should be thanking you. Old Master Xia walked towards Zhou Wen step by step, his killing intent burning to the extreme. Chapter 754 Kane Great Emperor Sutra. Zhou Wen stood up and stared at Old Master Xia. He silently switched his essence energy art to the most primitive slaughterer, and used Sai of the King's power. Immediately, an explosive force filled his body, almost blasting it apart. Furthermore, the force was rapidly becoming stronger. It had been a long time since Zhou Wen used the Sai of the King's power. This was because the force was just too powerful. Even with his present constitution, he couldn't last long. If time went on, he would explode from his own strength without the enemy doing a thing. But at this stage, he had to use it no matter what. Old Master Xia's figure flashed as he appeared in front of Zhou Wen as though he had teleported. The orchid blade in his hand stabbed at Zhou Wen's eyes. Even at the mythical stage, his speed was extremely terrifying. It was almost impossible for anyone to react. Clang. However, Zhou Wen reacted in time. His bamboo blade struck the orchid blade and forced Old Master Xia to take half a step back. It left Old Master Xia's eyes filled with surprise. With the augmentation of the Guardian, his speed and strength were at the mythical stage. Furthermore, he was a top existence among mythical creatures. Zhou Wen had actually blocked his saber and sent him retreating. This was enough to shock him. After all, Zhou Wen didn't have a guardian. Even if he had a mythical companion beast, that didn't make him a true mythical. However, Zhou Wen didn't have the time to think too much. His body was swelling uncomfortably, and it wouldn't be long before he exploded. He had to do something before his body failed to withstand the Sai of the King's power. He slashed at Old Master Xia with bamboo blade like a tsunami. Old Master Xia raised the orchid blade and absorbed the terrifying essence energy from the bamboo blade. However, he was surprised to discover that the essence energy from the bamboo blade seemed endless. No matter how he absorbed it, the essence energy from the bamboo blade showed no signs of weakening. Zhou Wen delivered a few consecutive strikes that sent Old Master Xia retreating. The strength multiplied with every strike. How is this possible? Old Master Xia was alarmed. He had the augmentation of a guardian. Together with the power of the Kane Great Emperor Sutra, there weren't many who could compete with him even at the mythical stage. Zhou Wen was at the epic stage, but the power he unleashed was able to suppress him. This left him shocked and delighted. The stronger Zhou Wen was, the stronger the Wheel of Destiny he would condense when he advanced to the mythical stage with the help of the 9 life souls. Show me your strength. This is your life's final moment of glory. Let me see how strong you are. Old Master Xia's figure flashed as he dodged Zhou Wen's saber attacks, the excitement in his eyes intensifying. Zhou Wen's expression didn't change. Now, he was completely focused on combat. He didn't have any other thoughts as he drove the violent forces in his body to the limits. The blade became faster and faster, and the force became more and more violent. As for Zhou Wen's saber techniques, they also became stronger. Transcendent Flying Immortal was actually a movement technique, not a saber technique. The present Zhou Wen was unable to injure Old Master Xia with Transcendent Flying Immortal alone, as the latter's path to snatching heaven wasn't inferior to Transcendent Flying Immortal. Therefore, Zhou Wen could only seek a breakthrough. Since his movement technique couldn't threaten Old Master Xia, he could only make the saber in his hand faster and stronger. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to use many fancy moves. He was only pursuing faster speeds. Quick! 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 Zhou Wen only aimed to increase his speed. Be it his movement technique or the blade in his hand, they had infinite possibilities due to the nearly infinite forces in his body. Bam! When Zhou Wen felt that his body was about to explode from the violent forces, he finally reached a point where even Old Master Xia couldn't dodge his attacks. He slashed at Old Master Xia's chest. However, Old Master Xia's body exploded like water. He had only slashed at a clone. Old Master Xia's body had appeared elsewhere. How interesting! Your epic body actually possesses such immense strength. However, your body shouldn't be able to withstand such immense strength, right? Old Master Xia sized up Zhou Wen with a fervent gaze. He wanted to know how strong he would be if his mythical body could possess such power. Old Master Xia carefully selected 7 talented youths and plundered their talent, life providences, and life souls. Together with his life providence and life soul, he was just short of 1 life providence and life soul to reach the extremity of 9 for the Kane Great Emperor Sutra, allowing him to change his fate and advance to the mythical stage. The Kane Great Emperor Sutra was created by combining the Xia family's Great Emperor Sutra and the invincible Kane divine art he obtained from the Kane Divine Temple. He believed that he could definitely use this essence energy art to advance to the mythical stage. However, it was difficult to gather 9 life providences and 9 life souls. Typical life providences and life souls, such as the 10,000 epic swordsmen, only existed as nutrients for the 9 life providences and life souls. They didn't truly become his life providences and life souls. It was very rare for someone to become one of the 9 main life providences and life souls. Up to now, Old Master Xia was still lacking one. In fact, Xiao Luchuan was originally the 9th person that Old Master Xia had deliberately nurtured. However, for some reason, Old Master Xia ultimately didn't absorb Xiao Luchuan. It was only when Zhou Wen appeared that Old Master Xia planned on using Zhou Wen as his 9th life providence and life soul. At the same time, he would use the life providences and life souls of more than 10,000 people as nutrients to push himself to the mythical stage and condense the Wheel of Destiny. However, Zhou Wen's performance left Old Master Xia alarmed. Zhou Wen was much stronger than the 8 he had absorbed previously. It was a rare sight. It was indeed as Old Master Xia had said. Zhou Wen's body couldn't withstand the power of the Sai of the King. His flesh ruptured as bloody marks appeared on his skin. His muscles were torn apart as blood dripped. Cracks also appeared on his bones. If this continued, he would probably self-destruct. However, Zhou Wen was still as calm as before. He carefully sensed the forces that were pushing his body towards destruction. Zhou Wen had seen many powerful creatures: Torch Dragon, Tyrant Behemoth, Primordial Sword Immortal, Truth Listener, and even stronger guardians. They were all very powerful, forces that others looked up to. However, no matter what kind of power it was, it couldn't compare to the power in Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen could sense that this power was a level higher than any power he had ever seen. It might even be on a higher level. If God opposes me, I will slay God. If an immortal opposes me, I will call the immortal. No exchanges with God. No acquaintances with immortals. I am me. Zhou Wen recalled the impudent and savage voice in his dream. It left him shuddering in fear, but it also made his blood boil. Chapter 755 The Might of One Saber Strike. His body ruptured as his flesh split open. Blood constantly flowed out, but Zhou Wen remained calm. He gripped the bamboo blade tightly with both hands as he focused his insights into it. He raised the bamboo blade high above his head. Old Master Xiao's heart palpitated as though he sensed danger. His expression turned solemn as he stared intently at Zhou Wen. The wounds on Zhou Wen's body kept cracking, but his expression was as calm as before. He exerted strength with both hands and slashed down, aiming for Old Master Xia. With this strike, the crazily erupting power in Zhou Wen's body was instantly drained. It gathered on the blade, causing Bamboo Blade's body to tremble. Old Master Xia couldn't see the trajectory of the saber when it landed. He was shocked and his body immediately phased away. Bam! Old Master Xiao's body was split into two, turning into clear water that splattered on the ground. Elsewhere, Old Master Xiao's true body appeared. However, the guardian armor on his body was shattering. From his helmet to his armor, a saber gash appeared. An invisible saber force continued to press down on the armor, causing it to crack from top to bottom. Old Master Xiao's blood was also gushing out. Crack! The guardian armor on Old Master Xiao's body had shattered due to the blow. It turned into pieces of black jade that scattered to the ground, revealing Old Master Xiao's true body. His body phased away again, and appeared again shortly after. He must have used the Yin-Yang Universe Ring's ability. However, when he appeared, the saber marks on his body were still spreading. It went from his head to his chest, and then to his abdomen. The bloody mark constantly expanding as more and more blood oozed out. Old Master Xiao's almost immortal Kane Dominance body couldn't stop the saber marks on his body from deepening, nor could it heal his wounds. Old Master Xiao watched as the saber marks on his body continued to tear, and his skull was about to split open. His expression turned somewhat crazy and in disbelief. Impossible. No power can take my life. My Kane Great Emperor Sutra is the strongest. Zhou Wen had converged the Sai of the King's power. His Slaughterer Life Soul had automatically turned still. During the slash, the Slaughterer Life Soul had automatically fused into Zhou Wen's strike. Slaughterer, which had only been passively augmenting Zhou Wen, had actively shown its effects for the first time. After shattering the Guardian armor, a strange force fused into the Slaughterer Life Soul, but it failed to advance as it did before. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange. The advancement of a Life Soul at higher levels was difficult to begin with. The last time he killed a Guardian, he had allowed Slaughterer to advance to an evolved body. It was obvious that killing one Guardian wasn't enough to advance to a perfect body. The strike had already drained Zhou Wen of all his combat strength. In particular, his body had been severely damaged by the Sai of the King. It was difficult for him to even stand. Zhou Wen stared at Slaughterer, as the power of the strike continued to work wonders. It was about to rip Old Master Xiao's bones into two. Without the Guardian's power, no matter how strong Old Master Xiao was, he was only at the epic stage. Zhou Wen believed that it was impossible for him to withstand the terrifying saber force. The saber force wasn't only limited to the Sai of the king, it also had slaughterer's strength embedded within. Zhou Wen felt that the strength of the strike wouldn't vanish unless it killed its opponent. Boom! At this moment, a sudden bolt of lightning struck the top of Old Master Xiao's head. The purple lightning bathed Old Master Xiao's body, and actually shattered the saber force in Old Master Xiao's body. The strange purple lightning also fused into his body at the same time, as if a purple shadow was flashing across his body. The moment the saber shattered, Old Master Xiao's injuries began to rapidly recover. What was even more terrifying was that his body was rapidly transforming. It looked like he was transforming from the epic stage to the mythical stage. Are you King kidding me? I carried you all the way here and suffered so much, but you actually helped that old sicko deal with me? Zhou Wen felt indignant. He could clearly see that the purple lightning didn't smite down from the void, but shot out from the log on the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Haha, I'm indeed a person blessed by the heavens. Even the heavens want to help me advance to the mythical stage. It used divine lightning to condense another soul for me, so that I can advance to the mythical stage. Who in the world can stop me? I, Xiaojia Wang, am the Emperor of Heaven. No one can stop me from becoming a god. Old Master Xia threw his head back and laughed. The 9 life souls on his body were faintly discernible, as terrifying power spewed out from his body. His body was rapidly transforming. As if responding to Old Master Xia, the thunder in the sky rumbled like a 21-gun salute. Zhou Wen sat weakly on the ground. He didn't have the strength to continue fighting. If Old Master Xia really managed to advance, Zhou Wen wouldn't have the strength to fight him. However, the name Xiaojia Wang finally made Zhou Wen know who Old Master Xia was. This name wasn't only known to the Xia family, but it was also famous in the entire Federation. He was one of the 6 heroes who founded the Federation, the founder of the Xia family, the supposedly deceased legendary hero, Xiaojia Wang. At that moment, Xiaojia Wang's aura had reached its peak. His body had almost turned crystalline jade, as his essence energy spewed out like a volcanic eruption. The 9 life providences and the power of the 9 life souls fused as one, and an ancient emperor word gradually surfaced on his forehead. The emperor word shimmered with purple lightning, as though it was a supreme existence. Zhou Wen could naturally guess that the purple word emperor was likely the Wheel of Destiny condensed by Xiaojia Wang. Once the Wheel of Destiny stabilized, he would have successfully advanced to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen summoned Demonic Neonate and Truth Listener. At this point, all he could do was risk his life and strike Xiaojia Wang down to the mortal world before he completed the transformation to the mythical stage. Just Demonic Neonate's strength was clearly insufficient. Zhou Wen could only consider letting Truth Listener shatter more earrings. He needed to shatter at least 3 of them, but Zhou Wen couldn't predict the outcome. Just as Zhou Wen was about to order Truth Listener to shatter the earrings, he realized that something was amiss with Xiaojia Wang's condition. There was a faint power throbbing in his body, like a rhythmic heartbeat. Although this power wasn't powerful, and seemed to be a part of Xiaojia Wang's body, it was sending Zhou Wen some kind of message. Primordial Spore. Zhou Wen immediately knew what it was. It was the primordial spore that Zhou Wen had previously sent into Xiaojia Wang's body. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. Typically, primordial spore would take a long time to parasitize a mythical creature, but the information sent by primordial spore seemed to be telling Zhou Wen that it was already sprouting. Chapter 756 Three-Sided Struggle. Zhou Wen immediately realized what the problem was. Previously, Xiaojia Wang had a guardian who had fused with him, taking his body to the mythical stage. However, Zhou Wen had just killed the guardian. Without a guardian, Xiaojia Wang, who hadn't advanced to the mythical stage, was only at the epic stage, and he had nearly been killed by Zhou Wen's saber strike. He was in a weakened state, so the primordial spore was able to succeed in such a short period of time. Once the parasitism succeeded, it could quickly sprout before Xiaojia Wang really advanced to the mythical stage, unlike when it parasitized mythical creatures. From the information transmitted by the primordial spore, it wouldn't take long to completely control Xiaojia Wang. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. He originally believed that there was only one way to fight to the death, but he never expected that after reaching a dead end, a tiny primordial spore would turn the situation around. Boom! At the most critical moment of Xiaojia Wang's evolution, bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck him continuously like a waterfall of lightning. Not only did the lightning not injure Xiaojia Wang, but he also used the power of lightning to help him evolve, allowing his body to become closer and closer to a mythical physique. According to what Zhou Wen knew, all mythical creatures' original stats were 11. As for humans, their original stats were estimated to be 1. It was even possible that they didn't reach 1. After all, human infants were too weak. They were far inferior to ordinary legendary creatures, much less mythical creatures. Even ordinary legendary creatures and epic creatures seldom advance to the mythical stage. Therefore, it was almost impossible for humans to advance to the mythical stage. Xia Jiuwang had condensed 9 supreme-grade life providences and life souls. He also needed a large amount of energy to advance to the mythical stage. The 10,000 epic humans from before were prepared by Xia Jiuwang for this very purpose. However, from the looks of it, it was still insufficient. With the help of the heavenly lightning, he was able to take the final step as his body rapidly transformed. Unlike the combination of a guardian, Xia Jiuwang's entire body emitted a mythical power. Every cell and strand of hair contained terrifying energy. The present Xia Jiuwang didn't show any signs of an old man. His body was filled with the vitality of youth and terrifying explosive power. It was as though he could shatter mountains and rivers with a casual flick of his finger. Xia Jiuwang, who had long black hair dancing in the wind, was bathed in lightning. He looked like a resurrected ancient demon god. On his forehead, the Emperor word grew brighter and brighter like a purple star. Boom! With the final bolt of lightning striking him, Xia Jiuwang completed the transformation from a human to a mythical. It wasn't a mythical advancement with the help of a guardian, but a true advancement with a human body. This was likely the first in human history. Finally! I've finally advanced to the mythical stage! Xia Jiuwang floated in midair and raised his palm. He admired his transformed body as his excited voice trembled. He had racked his brains and even faked his death to secretly scheme for so many years. Now, he had taken the final step. Zhou Wen didn't move because he could sense that the primordial spore was about to complete its soul parasitization. As long as the soul parasitization succeeded, it would be useless no matter how strong Xia Jiuwang was. Zhou Wen, you should feel honored to be the first person to die under the power of a human mythical. Xia Jiuwang wanted to use Zhou Wen to test how powerful his mythical powers were. The Emperor character on his forehead lit up as he prepared to attack Zhou Wen. However, Xia Jiuwang suddenly screamed. He hugged his head and yelled. His voice was extremely shrill, as though someone had drilled into his brain with an electric drill. Zhou Wen was first taken aback before he saw the purple Emperor character. He immediately understood what had happened. That crappy piece of wood isn't helping Xia Jiuwang at all. Instead, it wants to enslave or even occupy Xia Jiuwang's mythical body. Zhou Wen recalled the slave word on his forehead and connected it to the Emperor character on Xia Jiuwang's forehead. Although the words were different, the form was surprisingly similar. Looking at the screaming Xia Jiuwang, Zhou Wen also received a message from the primordial spore. It was as though a force was vying for control of Xia Jiuwang's soul from primordial spore. Xia Jiuwang kept screaming. Now, his body could be considered a power struggle between powers, Xia Jiuwang, primordial spore, and the Emperor on his forehead. The three parties wanted to control Xia Jiuwang's body, but his will was the weakest. Even the primordial spore failed to gain an absolute advantage. The strongest was the Emperor word. Why? Why is this happening? Jing Daoxian clearly said that as long as I can advance to the mythical stage with a 9-life body, I will have the destiny of a great emperor. Why is this happening? Xia Jiuwang roared with a tragic cry. He wanted to slam his head into the ground, but his body didn't listen to him. It left him alarmed and furious. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback when he heard Xia Jiuwang's roar. Jing Daoxian is actually involved in this matter? Zhou Wen felt that he had seen this scene somewhere before. After some thought, he recalled that Lord Alcohol had said something similar after eating the longevity fruit. Looking at Xia Jiuwang, who was in excruciating pain, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had a bad feeling. Lord Alcohol and Xia Jiuwang were people who wanted to break through to the mythical stage. Furthermore, they had listened to Jing Daoxian's words to reach this stage. As for the Lost Immortal Sutra that Zhou Wen cultivated, it was also from Jing Daoxian. Now that Zhou Wen wanted to advance to the mythical stage, he felt that he was somewhat similar to Xia Jiuwang and company. However, Zhou Wen didn't have the time to think too much about it. The primordial spore wasn't able to gain the upper hand. Its control over Xia Jiuwang's body was weakening, and Xia Jiuwang's will was about to vanish. Only the Emperor word's glow was getting stronger. It was only a matter of time before he gained control of Xia Jiuwang's body. Before Xia Jiuwang's body was completely controlled, Zhou Wen drew his saber and slashed forward. At the same time, Truth Listener and Demonic Neonate attacked under Zhou Wen's orders. With the primordial spore restraining him, Xia Jiuwang couldn't move at all. Demonic Neonate didn't need to find another opportunity, as she unsheathed her demonic sword and stabbed forward. Zhou Wen's injuries were too serious, preventing him from using Sai of the King. His strength was extremely limited, so when he slashed at Xia Jiuwang's body, not only did he fail to injure him, but he was sent flying by Xia Jiuwang's strength. Zhou Wen fell to the ground as his wounds tore open. He grimaced in pain. Thankfully, Truth Listener was more powerful. It shattered 2 earrings and brutally stabbed its claws into Xia Jiuwang's chest. The demonic sword stabbed into Xia Jiuwang's head, inch by inch. The Emperor Word shimmered as it attempted to blast the demonic sword out, but Truth Listener violently struck Xia Jiuwang's forehead, causing the Emperor Word to tremble violently. Chapter 757 Scram. Due to the restraint of the primordial spore, the Emperor character was unable to stop Xia Jiuwang's body from counter-attacking. The demonic sword stabbed into Xia Jiuwang's head inch by inch. At the same time, a black demonic aura invaded Xia Jiuwang's body, weakening his vitality. The Emperor Word was a wheel of destiny condensed by Xia Jiuwang. Its foundation was Xia Jiuwang. As Xia Jiuwang's vitality weakened, the light on the Emperor Word dimmed, no longer having the same aura as before. How dare you! Just as Zhou Wen was feeling delighted, he suddenly heard a cold woman's voice coming from above the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The source of the voice was none other than the log erected there. There's a woman inside the log? Zhou Wen was alarmed. As the woman's voice sounded from the log, the stars in the sky shimmered. Starlight cascaded down, passing through the dark clouds and illuminating Forbidden City. Zhou Wen took a careful look and saw that the lit stars were clearly the 28 lunar mansions. Apart from the 28 lunar mansions, no other starlight penetrated the dark clouds. The starlight shone down, causing Forbidden City to emit resplendent starlight. The 4 corner towers in particular emitted a divine glow. Be it the 28 lunar mansions in the sky or the 4 corner towers, they were all centered around the log. Starlight gathered on the log, causing the log to emit purple starlight as though there were countless stars swirling inside. Under the illumination of the starlight emitted by the purple log, Zhou Wen felt a pain in his forehead. Immediately, he felt that something was amiss. He took out a mirror, and saw purple light and lines appear on his forehead. From the parts that had condensed, it looked like he was about to condense the word slave again. The layout of Forbidden City is the purple forbidden enclosure. The purple star is also known as the Emperor Star. It's the life star of an emperor. Now that the 28 lunar mansions have appeared, and the 4 corner towers have submitted, could it be that Emperor Polestar is in the log? Zhou Wen guessed. If it was really the legendary Emperor Polestar, Zhou Wen felt that he was doomed today. Unlike ordinary mythical creatures, Emperor Polestar was an existence that controlled all immortals. He was an immortal's emperor, and not something ordinary mythical creatures could compare with. The slave word on his forehead became more and more obvious. Zhou Wen switched several life souls, but he was unable to stop the formation of the slave word. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt a force surge out of his body. It was the power of the Sai of the King. However, this time, it wasn't under Zhou Wen's control, but an autonomous act of the Sai of the King. It was somewhat similar to the time he knelt. In an instant, the incomplete slave word on Zhou Wen's forehead shattered and dissipated. The power of the Sai of the King enveloped his body, as though he had been placed in a warm embrace. Scram! Zhou Wen felt a voice coming from him. The voice was indiscernible, but it seemed to possess a supreme might. The dark clouds that enveloped Forbidden City instantly dissipated, revealing the clear sky and sun. There was no longer any cloud. The starlight of the 28 lunar mansions instantly dimmed and vanished without a trace. The starlight of Forbidden City also dissipated as the 4 corner towers collapsed. The log fell from the Hall of Supreme Harmony and slammed into the ground. The log trembled incessantly, as though it was about to collapse. It left Zhou Wen alarmed. Crack! Xia Jiuwang's body finally couldn't withstand the power of the demonic sword and was split into 2. Demonic auras surged through his corpse, as though it wanted to destroy his body. The mysterious phone suddenly vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone and saw that the game screen of the dead man tree had automatically switched on. When he snapped a picture of Xia Jiuwang's corpse, it was sucked in without leaving a drop of blood behind. Without having the time to take a careful look at the dead man tree, Zhou Wen unsummoned his companion beasts and put on the invisibility cloak before running. The log that had collapsed in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony trembled more and more violently, like a volcano that was about to erupt. As for Zhou Wen, the Sai of the King's power had already receded, making him feel uneasy. He wanted to escape from Forbidden City. Perhaps due to the absence of the dark clouds and starlight, Zhou Wen successfully rushed out of Forbidden City. However, just as he rushed out, he saw a purple beam shoot into the sky. Then, all of Forbidden City emitted a terrifying purple glow, like an immortal city condensed from starlight. Zhou Wen didn't dare look any further. He turned around and ran, hoping to get as far away from Forbidden City as possible. After running for a short distance, he saw Wan Lu looking at Forbidden City, with a chick and antelope not far away. The anomaly in Forbidden City worried Wan Lu. She closed her eyes and pressed her palms together in front of her chest as she muttered something. Goddess of Luck, please help Zhou Wen and let him return safely. Zhou Wen was greatly touched when he heard that. He thought to himself, Wang Lu is really kind-hearted. The antelope's eyes stared at Zhou Wen. Clearly, the invisibility cloak's ability wasn't effective against it. The chick was also staring in Zhou Wen's direction, but its eyes were somewhat puzzled. It seemed to have discovered Zhou Wen, but it didn't see him. Wang Lu, let's go! Zhou Wen appeared and ran out with Wang Lu. Now that there was an anomaly in Forbidden City, no one knew what would happen. The further away they were, the better. Wang Lu jumped in fright. Seeing that Zhou Wen was covered in injuries, and many of his wounds were still bleeding, his clothes still drenched in blood, she couldn't help but worry. Are you alright? It's fine. I won't die yet. Let's leave Forbidden City first. It's too dangerous here. Zhou Wen summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull, and jumped up with Wang Lu before running away. When he was far from Forbidden City, Zhou Wen made the Great Might Vajra Bull stop. Only then did he feel the excruciating pain in his body. He had been in a highly strung state, and hadn't paid any attention to his injuries. Now, he felt pain all over his body as though he was about to die. Every move he made hurt so much that he wanted to cry for mommy. Your injuries are serious. I'll take you back to treat them now. Wang Lu summoned a vine that crept onto Zhou Wen's body and wrapped around him. At the same time, the bud burrowed into his wounds and emitted a faint glow to treat his injuries. Then, she summoned a mount and brought Zhou Wen back like he was a vine mummy. Zhou Wen's injuries were too serious. He didn't know when he would recover, so he allowed Wang Lu to take him back. Now, Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. He didn't know how Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyu were doing, but he was injured. He didn't have the strength to save them. With Xia Zhouheng dead, there shouldn't be anyone in the Xia family who wants their lives, right? Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that they wouldn't be in any danger. He would get Wang Lu to help him gather information later. The anomaly in Forbidden City made the Xia family and the Special Inspector Bureau very concerned. They had set up a large number of people to monitor the situation inside, but no one could enter. They had no idea what was happening. All they could see was that Forbidden City was enveloped by clouds, like an immortal city, making it even more unfathomable. Chapter 758 Immortal Slaying. Zhou Wen was wrapped in gauze, like a mummy, as he lay in bed. A winged pixie danced around Zhou Wen as it tried its best to spew out green light to nourish his injured body. According to the information Wang Lu had obtained, although the changes in Forbidden City were intense, it was limited to the city's interior. No dimensional creatures broke out. What was different from before was that strange sounds could be heard coming from inside even though it wasn't a stormy day. This used to happen inside Forbidden City during thunderstorms. Unfortunately, no one could enter Forbidden City, so no one knew what was happening inside. Due to old Master Xia's disappearance, the Xia family was in a mess. Nothing had happened to Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyu. They had even appeared near Forbidden City in the past 2 days. Zhou Wen had roughly guessed the outcome. Apart from Xia Zhouheng, few people in the Xia family wanted them dead. After all, they were the Xia family's hope. The death of more than 10,000 epic experts was a huge blow to any of the 6 hero families. It would definitely affect the Xia family greatly. However, it wasn't as serious as Zhou Wen imagined. The 10,000 epic experts were mostly nurtured by Xia Zhouheng himself to be sacrificed for his advancement to the mythical stage. Therefore, these people were from the East Courtyard and didn't affect the Xia family's normal system. From this, it could be seen that Xia Zhouheng still had some feelings for the Xia family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have separated these people from the Xia family and set up a separate East Courtyard. There was also Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyu. Their talent, life providences, and life souls were top-notch. Xia Zhouheng could have used one of them as his 9th life soul, but he didn't do so in the end. Perhaps there were some emotional factors involved. No matter what, the destruction of Xia Zhouheng and the East Courtyard had dealt quite a blow to the Xia family, greatly reducing their influence in the Federation. The Xia family and the Bureau were searching for old Master Xia and Zhou Wen's whereabouts, but no one saw Zhou Wen come out of Forbidden City. They imagined that Zhou Wen was trapped in the mutated Forbidden City like old Master Xia, so they didn't search the Imperial capital. Zhou Wen had been recuperating in Grandma Wang's yard for the past 2 days. It was odd. In such a huge yard, other than Grandma Wang, there were only a few old ladies and a butler. He didn't see any younger members of the Wang family. Zhou Wen asked Wang Lu and learned that this was where Grandma Wang recuperated. The other members of the Wang family didn't live here, and the Wang family's real residence wasn't nearby. Zhou Wen held his phone with his stiff-wrapped hand, and saw a purple flower sprout grow on the dead man tree. It was likely the flower that had absorbed Xia Zhouheng. Zhou Wen was somewhat looking forward to seeing what fruit the flower would bear. Xia Zhouheng had advanced to the mythical stage with 9 supreme grade life providences and life souls. Furthermore, he had the power of the log condensed in his body, so the fruit produced from him definitely wouldn't be too bad. It's a shame about my six-winged. Zhou sighed softly. Six-winged had been with him for so long, so he wasn't used to suddenly losing it. Lying in bed with nothing to do, Zhou used his phone to grind dungeons. He originally imagined that he could happily farm the 9 black dragons, but to his surprise, they hadn't respawned. The other mythical creatures respawn every day. Don't tell me these 9 black dragons respawn after 9 days? Zhou guessed. Since he couldn't farm the black dragons, Zhou placed his sights on the Guardian again. During his battle with Xia Zhou, Zhou had gained some insight into the concept of power from the Sai of the King. He had also found a way to use Slaughterer Life's soul. The might of that move was immense, so it might pose a threat to the Guardian. Zhou called that move Immortal Slaying. It was basically a single-use attack. If he couldn't kill the enemy with one move, Zhou would be crippled. The main reason was that Immortal Slaying was based on the Sai of the King and the Slaughterer Life's soul. It wasn't that the Slaughterer Life's soul couldn't be powered, but the amount of power needed to drive it was too great. Without the massive power of the Sai of the King as a foundation, it was impossible to power the Slaughterer Life's soul. Unfortunately, using the Sai of the King would place a huge burden on Zhou body. Furthermore, Immortal Slaying would drain him of all his strength instantaneously, so Zhou basically didn't have any combat strength after a single strike. The might of this strike was something that even Xia Zhou, who was wearing Guardian armor, couldn't withstand. He had even killed the Black Jade Guardian with one strike. Such strength might be of some use against the Guardian in Ant City and the War Wagon. It was too dangerous to use Immortal Slaying in real life. Perhaps he would die before injuring the enemy. However, in-game, he didn't have so many qualms. He just had to do it. Zhou's 2 arms were held in place by a splint. He could only lie on the bed, as he raised his arms straight like a zombie. He held his phone and began gaming. Before the 9 black dragons respawned, the War Wagon remained at the bottom of the sea. Zhou went straight to the underground sea, hoping to see if Immortal Slaying could kill the Guardian inside. Before Zhou arrived at the underground sea, he heard a sound from the window. The windows here weren't glass windows, but windows that were made of ancient wood paper. They were opened by rolling them up and propped up with a wooden stick. Zhou turned his head to look at the window, and saw 2 ponytails sticking out. Then, he saw a little girl's head slowly extend out. She was sprawled on the windowsill, staring at Zhou with her big, limpid eyes, as she looked curiously at him. Zhou saw that the girl was only about 11 or 12 years old. She was very cute, and looked a little like Wang Lu. "Hey little one, what's your name?" Zhou asked her. "Wang Chan," the little girl answered. Just as Zhou was about to ask another question, his hand suddenly slipped and the phone smashed down on his face. Zhou's eyes bruised as his nose ached. Zhou wanted to pick up the phone, but he couldn't bend his arm. "Let me help you." Wang Chan pushed open the door and ran in. She reached out to pick up the phone on Zhou's face and handed it to him. "Thank you, little Chan." Zhou reached out to take the phone when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside the yard. "Miss Little Chan, where are you? Come out quickly." Little Chan jumped in fright as she looked back at the door and handed the phone to Zhou. However, Zhou's arm was too stiff. Before he could grab the phone, it fell with a thud and smashed into Zhou's face. He grimaced in pain. Chapter 759 Wang Chan. Zhou was about to cry when Wang Chan gestured for him to keep quiet before quickly hiding under the bed. Soon, an old woman walked in and looked into the room. She didn't see Wang Chan, so she said to Zhou that she was sorry for disturbing him before closing the door. Only then did Wang Chan crawl out from under the bed and swat away the dust on her body. She then picked up the phone beside the pillow and handed it to Zhou. "Sorry, who are you? Why are you lying here?" Zhou took the phone and said, "My name is Zhou. I'm Wang Lu's classmate." "Oh, you're that numbskull one. I heard my sister mention you before," Wang Chan said in enlightenment. "What numbskull one?" Zhou was slightly taken aback, but he knew that Wang Chan was Wang Lu's younger sister. He just didn't know if she was his biological sister or his cousin. Wang Chan didn't answer. She only sized him up curiously and said, "Why are you so heavily injured? Why don't I help you heal? Actually, it's just a superficial wound. With the Life Pixis treatment, I'll be fine in a few days," Zhou said. Wang Chan curled her lips and said, "Life Pixis healing effects are too poor. I have better companion beasts here that can quickly heal your injuries. Since you are my sister's friend, you are also my friend. It's only right that I help you. You don't have to stand on ceremony." With that said, Wang Chan summoned a companion beast. It looked very strange. No matter how Zhou looked at it, it looked like a syringe with wings. Although the syringe had cute little wings and was pink in color, similar to Cupid's arrow of love, it was a syringe. Zhou, who had been seriously ill when he was young, often had injections. He just couldn't bring himself to love something like a syringe. There's no need. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to reject Wang Chan's kindness, but he didn't wish to be injected. Don't stand on ceremony with me. You will recover quickly, Wang Chan said, as she ordered the syringe to fly down and stabbed Zhou Wen in the arm. The liquid in the syringe was injected. This syringe companion beast looked rather intelligent. It was actually able to accurately inject intravenously. Zhou Wen felt heat enter his blood vessels. It was warm and didn't hurt much. Furthermore, when the medicinal essence spread within his blood, Zhou Wen immediately felt energized and even felt his blood boil. Little Chan, where are you? We are going back. At that moment, a woman's voice sounded from outside the wall. When Little Chan heard the voice, her expression changed slightly. She turned her head and said to Zhou Wen, My mom is looking for me. I'll come and see you tomorrow. Goodbye, numbskull one. With that said, Wang Chan ran out without waiting for Zhou Wen's reply. She already has a companion beast at such a young age. Wang Lu's sister's talent isn't bad. She's quite kind. Zhou Wen felt his vitality surge as his injuries seemed to heal much faster. Just as Zhou Wen was about to continue gaming, he felt something amiss. He felt his body heat up, as though there was a furnace in his body. It's so hot. It's so hot. Not long after, Zhou Wen felt like he was about to die. He tore open the gauze on his body, allowing the heat in his body to emit. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable. It was as though there was a force pushing him, making him involuntarily move. He first ran, but he realized that running vented too little heat. Zhou Wen sprawled on the ground to do push-ups. It was as though he had installed an electric motor, as his body rapidly rose and fell while he emitted hot air. The heat was really helpful to Zhou Wen's injuries, accelerating the healing of his wounds. However, Zhou Wen's crazy exercise ruptured his wounds again. When Zhou Wen finally stopped, he realized that not only had his injuries not healed, but some areas that had already healed had ruptured. What companion beast is that? Why are its effects so domineering? Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. Although Wang Chan's companion beast had a healing effect and the effects were very good, he couldn't withstand the heat and had crazily exercised, resulting in the opposite effect. After lying in bed again, Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to get someone to wrap him in gauze. He got the live pixie to treat his injuries as he lay in bed gaming. The blood-colored avatar entered the underground sea and opened the door to the war wagon. He saw the white cocoon floating in the void. Zhou Wen held the golden overlord sword and activated the Sigh of the King. He waited for the Sigh of the King to reach a certain intensity before activating Slaughterer and striking with immortal slaying. The blood-colored avatar's body trembled because the Sigh of the King's strength was just too powerful. It caused the blood-colored avatar's body to crack as blood seeped out. This level of strength was still insufficient to activate Slaughterer. When the blood-colored avatar's body was about to collapse, Slaughterer was finally activated. Zhou Wen held the golden overlord sword and activated immortal slaying as he slashed at the white cocoon. The void was cleaved apart as spatial powers were unable to withstand the power of immortal slaying. The white cocoon was split open almost instantly, revealing the guardian inside. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen the guardian's full appearance. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The guardian inside the cocoon wasn't a dragon. It looked more like an ancient emperor. Dressed in an imperial robe with a crown on his head, a hand extended out. It had 6 fingers, and each finger wore a ring. Immediately, the 6 rings emitted intense spatial fluctuations as one hand reached towards the golden overlord sword. Crack! Wherever the golden overlord sword passed, the guardian's arm was severed. Blood splattered as the spatial power failed to change the trajectory of immortal slaying. At first, Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the guardian extend its other hand. It also had 6 fingers and wore 6 rings. With a smack of its hand, it destroyed the blood-colored avatar that had entered a weakened state after using immortal slaying. The game's screen went black. From the looks of it, immortal slaying is still useful against guardians. However, next time, I should directly sever the guardian's neck. Zhou Wen dripped his blood to revive and enter the game again. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that although the immortal slaying strike could tie with the guardian, he lacked the ability to fight after a miss since it drained him of all his combat strength. As for the guardian, it had very powerful spatial powers. It was clearly very difficult to kill him with one strike. Zhou Wen tried a few times, but he could only injure him, not kill him. The power of immortal slaying deals damage over time. If I can guarantee that the blood-colored avatar won't be killed by the counter-attack, the guardian might die if I wait a little longer. Zhou Wen continued his attempts. He realized that this was similarly difficult to do. This was because, after the immortal slaying strike, the blood-colored avatar's body would be almost at its limits. It had no combat ability at all. It was impossible for it to escape in front of a guardian who was proficient in spatial powers. My level is still too low. If I were also at the mythical stage, killing this guardian with one strike wouldn't be a problem. Zhou was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 760 An Essence Energy Art Story. After many attempts, Zhou realized that a better choice was to find a weaker guardian to kill. For example, the Black Jade Guardian he had killed or the previous Six-Winged Seraphim. I wonder where that Six-Winged Seraphim went. It'll be good if I can find him, Zhou thought to himself. The guardians in Ant City and the War Wagon were probably the strongest among the guardians. At the very least, none of the guardians that Zhou had seen had displayed strength stronger than theirs. The next morning, Wang Quan surprisingly came again. The wounds on Zhou's body had already been rebandaged. Wang Lu had rebandaged him yesterday afternoon. However, Zhou didn't mention Wang Quan. After all, Wang Quan was just being nice. There was no need for him to mention the matter and make the sisters unhappy. When Wang Quan saw Zhou's state, she asked in surprise. Are your injuries not healed yet? Didn't I already treat you yesterday? It's almost healed. I wish to recuperate further, Zhou said. Why don't I give you another injection? As Wang Quan spoke, she summoned the syringe-like companion beast again. There's no need at all. Zhou hurriedly waved his hand. Don't treat my injuries. I just want to be lazy and lie here for a few days. If you treat all my injuries, I'll have to continue working. So you are just trying to skive. Wang Quan was enlightened. She didn't insist on treating Zhou's injuries, and unsummoned the syringe companion beast. I heard from Sis that you are a genius. You can become very powerful just by casually learning a skill. Is that true? Wang Quan asked Zhou. Your sister is exaggerating. I also have to spend serious efforts practicing, Zhou said. I knew it. How can there be anyone so awesome in this world who can learn something so casually? I've already tried so hard, but I still can't figure things out. Wang Quan seemed to heave a sigh of relief as she pulled a chair and placed it in front of the bed. She leaned against the back of the chair and looked at Zhou. Do you have some secret trick to learning? Can you teach me? It's not a secret trick, but I still have some experience to share. What do you want to learn? Zhou thought that since Wang Lu had helped him so much, it was only right for him to help her sister. Essence energy arts, sword techniques, movement techniques, and so on are all difficult to learn. No matter how hard I try, I can't meet their standards. I keep getting scolded, Wang Quan said with a bitter expression. Why do you find it difficult? Zhou asked Wang Quan. Because it's very difficult to remember. My memory isn't too good. I keep memorizing the front and forgetting the back. After memorizing the back, I forget the front, Wang Quan said. Actually, it's very simple. Just tell me any essence energy skill you have learned. I'll tell you how to memorize it in an easier manner, Zhou said. This is an essence energy art that I've been memorizing recently. I'll recite it to you. Wang Quan began reciting. Zhou listened for a while before his expression gradually turned awkward. The essence energy arts that Wang Quan recited were all unfamiliar and obscure ancient texts. Furthermore, they were very long. She had recited a few thousand words in one go, but it sounded like there was still a long way to go. Even with Zhou's memory, it was difficult for him to memorize everything without understanding the meaning of the article. Little Quan, stop for a moment. How many words do you have left for this essence energy art? Zhou stopped Wang Quan and asked. There are a total of 134,467 words. I've memorized them for days, but I still forget the back after memorizing the front. I keep making mistakes, Wang Quan said in distress. Zhou thought to himself, it would be a miracle if you could memorize all of them. If you can't figure out the meaning of such an obscure ancient text, just relying on your memory to memorize the words correctly, you wouldn't be a genius, but a god. This ancient text was actually about the same as a foreign language. Thinking about it, it would be too harsh to require someone to memorize a work of more than 100,000 foreign words in a few days, and not make a single mistake. Has anyone explained the content of this essence energy art to you? Zhou asked. Yes, but it sounds very difficult to understand, and I don't really remember it, Wang Quan said. Zhou thought for a moment, and said to Wang Quan with a smile. Then do you like stories? I like them. I love hearing my sister tell me stories about the Federation's 6 heroes. They fight and explore in unknown dimensional zones. I also hope that I can be like them one day, going to unknown places to fight unknown powerful creatures and obtain magical companion beasts. Wang Quan wore a look of anticipation. Zhou said to Wang Quan with a smile. Actually, the essence energy art you recited was a story of a hero's adventure. TCH, can you not try to coax me like I'm a little girl? Wang Quan curled her lips and said. If you don't believe me, recite it, and I'll translate this heroic adventure story for you, Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan naturally didn't believe him as she began reciting the essence energy art. The great Tao has no form, yet it creates the heaven and earth. The great Tao is lawless, but it rules the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, but it nourishes all things. As Wang Chan recited, she looked at Zhou Wen. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't tell what relationship the essence energy art had with a hero story. Alright, let me translate this sentence for you. Zhou Wen gestured for Wang Chan to stop reciting. Wang Chan stopped reciting and blinked at Zhou Wen, not believing that it could be translated into a story. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before saying, There's a beautiful and adorable girl. She's extremely talented. She became a legendary at the age of 3, an epic at the age of 6, and she advanced to the mythical stage at the age of 9. At the age of 12, she's already invincible in the Federation. How can there be such a powerful girl? Are you spouting nonsense? Furthermore, this has nothing to do with essence energy arts, right? Wang Chan curled her lips and said, Listen to what I have to say. That young heroine was invincible when she was 12 years old. She was just too lonely and wanted to suffer defeat. But on this day, a youth about her age appeared and challenged her. In the end, he defeated her with one strike. Wang Chan interrupted again. Why is your story contradictory? You previously said that the girl was invincible. How could she be defeated in one strike? Do you still want to hear the story? Zhou Wen glared at her. Continue. Wang Chan smiled. After being defeated by the youth, the girl asked the youth, Why are you so powerful? The youth answered her, Because I obtained a treasure in a mysterious dimensional zone. That treasure can nurture the heaven and earth and control the movement of the sun and moon. From then on, the girl embarked on her journey to find the treasure. As Wang Chan recited, Zhou Wen translated the content she recited into a hero story. Wang Chan was gradually attracted by the content of the story and forgot to pick up on Zhou Wen's plot holes. Chapter 761 Invisibly downloaded a dungeon. In any piece of knowledge, the most difficult to remember were the unfamiliar professional terms and descriptions. As such words and descriptions were not usually used, there were not many ways to connect these terms to one's knowledge system. Just like a person from the West District, he didn't know what the Tao was even if you let him read the scriptures. He also didn't know what the 8 trigrams was if you let him read the I Ching. These words were very difficult for foreigners to form memories. When Zhou Wen told the story, he turned these esoteric words into treasures in the story. It made Wang Chan find these treasures novel and interesting, allowing her to remember them. The story you made up is rather interesting, but the treasures in the story are different from the true meaning of the essence energy art, right? After Wang Chan finished hearing Zhou Wen's story, she felt somewhat unsatisfied that it was over, but she also realized a problem. Although it's different, it made you remember those words that were originally difficult to remember, right? Zhou Wen said with a smile. Wang Chan thought about it, and realized that she had memorized it. When she thought of those words, she found them a lot more vivid. In the future, when you learn those obscure essence energy arts and essence energy skills, treat them as a story. Treat the things you don't understand as battles with various unknown dimensional creatures. After defeating them, the knowledge you obtain will be treasures. Zhou Wen said. I'm not as delusional as you, Wang Chan said. If you don't even dare think about it, and only learn to walk the path of others, what's the point of such a life? Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen in a daze. All the experts in her family that taught her would tell her how powerful so essence energy arts and essence energy skills were, as well as their origins. They would talk about what it would be like if she mastered them. No one had ever told her that no matter how powerful the essence energy arts and essence energy skills were, they were left behind by others. No matter how strong she became from cultivating them, she was ultimately inferior to others. Is it really okay to fantasize like this? Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen in a daze, as though she was asking him, but also muttering to herself. Of course. There's nothing in this world that you can't think of or do. As long as you dare think of it, you will eventually think of a solution. The most important thing is that you dare think of it, Zhou Wen said. I'll give it a try in the future. Wang Chan was about to say something when she heard her phone ring. It wasn't someone calling her, but an alarm she had set. I need to return, but I'll remember your story. I'll also remember your words. Wang Chan thought for a moment and said, You are indeed as my sister said. You are a very special person. After Wang Chan left, Zhou Wen finally got some peace and began grinding. However, when Zhou Wen lay on the bed, he suddenly heard a crack. The wooden bed then collapsed. This was an ancient hardwood bed with a flower engraved rack on it. The entire bed fell apart and immediately, Zhou Wen fell to the ground as the shattered wood hit him. Zhou Wen's injuries hadn't healed. The wood couldn't injure him, but when it hit him, The corners of his mouth twitched in pain. What's going on? My luck hasn't been good recently. I can even break a bed? Zhou Wen was depressed. Upon hearing the sound, the butler came over and was alarmed when he saw Zhou Wen. He hurriedly helped him up, and got someone to tidy up the bed before changing it to a new bed. In the next few days when Zhou Wen was recuperating, Wang Chan often secretly came to play with him. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen was very unlucky every time Wang Chan came. One time, Wang Chan ran over while Zhou Wen was eating. Just as Zhou Wen was about to finish the bowl of rice, he realized that there was half a worm in it. It nearly made him vomit all the rice he had eaten. Zhou Wen suspected that his bad luck had something to do with Wang Chan. This was because Wang Chan would be beside him every time he was unlucky. However, he thought for a moment, and found it unlikely. Wang Lu was Wang Chan's sister. It was impossible for the people around her to be unlucky when she was such a lucky person. However, there was something strange. Wang Chan always came to him when there was no one around. It was as if she didn't want anyone to see her. Zhou Wen only believed that the Wang family was strict, and that they placed a lot of emphasis on her studies, so they didn't give Wang Chan time to play. This resulted in her sneaking out, so he didn't tell Wang Lu and Grandma Wang about this. After a few days, Zhou Wen's injuries healed significantly. Although he couldn't engage in an intense battle, ordinary movements were no longer a problem. He left the Wang family and had a stroll. Zhou Wen didn't plan on returning to Luoyang. He had yet to settle the most important matter of his trip to the imperial capital. Zhou Wen put on the invisibility cloak and walked on the streets without anyone seeing him. He headed for the ancient sword tomb. The ancient sword tomb was one of the Xia family's important dimensional zones. Many sword-type companion beasts were obtained from the ancient sword tomb. Therefore, Zhou Wen planned on heading to the ancient sword tomb to take a look. If there was a tiny palm symbol, he could download an ancient sword tomb dungeon. Apart from the ancient sword tomb, there were many dimensional zones in the imperial capital. Zhou Wen planned on making a trip to all of them. The ancient sword tomb was guarded by the Xia family's guards, but they were useless against Zhou Wen. With the invisibility cloak, the guards couldn't see him. Zhou Wen used the power of the God Fiend era and floated over without making a sound. After searching outside the ancient sword tomb for a while, he easily found a tiny palm symbol and snapped it. My luck today is pretty good. Zhou Wen turned around and left the ancient sword tomb in delight as he headed for the next dimensional zone. On the way to his next destination, ancient sword tomb finished downloading. However, it was inconvenient to use the phone while wearing the invisibility cloak. If he were to leave the phone unexposed, passers-by would see a phone flying in the air. Timid ones would probably wet their pants in fright. Zhou Wen's second dimensional zone was the 13 Mausoleum. It was an ancient royal cemetery. After the dimensional storms, it had also become a dimensional zone. It was rather magical inside with many good things available. Furthermore, the 13 Mausoleum was a dimensional zone under the Bureau. It forbade outsiders from entering. Zhou Wen had had a bad impression of the Bureau. If it wasn't for his serious injuries, he would definitely have made a trip to the Bureau's headquarters. Now that he had yet to recover from his injuries, he couldn't go to the Bureau's headquarters for the time being. However, it wasn't a bad idea to take a picture of their dimensional zones. His luck today was unexpectedly good. After Zhou Wen arrived at the 13 Mausoleum, he found the tiny palm symbol and successfully downloaded another game dungeon. After leaving the 13 Mausoleum, Zhou Wen continued heading to the next dimensional zone. This time, the dimensional zone Zhou Wen went to was rather famous. It was the legendary Great Wall. Chapter 762 Goddess of Misfortune Life Providence. There were Great Wall dimensional zones in many places, not just in the imperial capital. Zhou Wen didn't have the chance to go anywhere else for the time being. He decided to head to the local one first, hoping to find the tiny palm symbol to download it as a game dungeon. The various Great Wall dimensional zones were mostly the same. The dimensional creatures in them were creatures called battle souls. However, the battle souls differed by district. The most common battle soul here was called the Undying Battle Soul. It was said that no matter what method was used, one could not kill the battle souls here. Therefore, as time passed, no one visited. Zhou Wen was most interested in these strange dimensional creatures, so he wanted to download the dungeon into his phone and study them. Just as Zhou Wen arrived in front of the Great Wall, and before he could begin searching for the tiny palm symbol, he saw two people walk over. One of them was Wang Chan. "Little Chan, where are you going?" A silver-haired youth walked beside Wang Chan as he asked. "It's my freedom to go wherever I want. It's none of your business," Wang Chan said without turning her head. "How are you not my business? Your father wants me to take care of you. I can't let anything happen to you. If anything happens to you, how am I to answer your father?" The silver-haired youth said with a smile. "You don't need to explain it to him. Xiao Si, I can tell you now that I definitely won't go to the South District with you. I want to be like my sister and enter Sunset College to study, Wang Chan said. Xiao Xi's expression remained unchanged as he continued following Wang Chan. He said casually, "Little Chan, don't joke around. Your sister has the life providence of the goddess of luck, so she can naturally go wherever she wants. However, your life providence is the goddess of misfortune. Apart from me, who has the traversing misfortune Buddha body, who else can turn your misfortune into a blessing? Only with me by your side can you reverse fate and enjoy fortune. The heavens have destined me to protect you for the rest of your life. I don't need any luck, much less your protection. Don't think I don't know that you want to use this to threaten my family to help your family," Wang Chan said. "I need your family's help, but you also need my help. Isn't that good?" Xiao Xi said. "No, not at all. I've said it before. I don't need your help, nor do I need any luck," Wang Chan said. "You can shrug it off, but have you considered your family? If I do not resolve your bad luck, your family will be affected by it. Don't tell me you don't know that. Your Wang family originally had a great opportunity to advance the Wang family further and even become an existence comparable to the Xia family. However, it was because of your birth that the Wang family failed. If not for your sister's strong luck, the Wang family might have rapidly declined. Would you wish for that to happen again?" Xiao Xi said slowly. Wang Chan curled her lips and said, "Don't try to scare me. With my sister around, my bad luck won't affect my family. Furthermore, I'll be studying at Sunset College soon, so it won't affect my family. Then what about the people from Sunset College? You will have classmates, friends, and people you like there, but the better your relationship with them and the closer you are to them, the more they will be affected by your bad luck. They will constantly be unlucky, and they might even lose their lives because of you. Have you really decided to study at Sunset College without my company?" Xiao Xi said calmly. When Wang Chan heard Xiao Xi's words, she seemed to hesitate. However, she still said, "Don't try to scare me. My life providence isn't that terrifying. Even if you and my sister aren't around, my life providence won't kill anyone. It will only bring a little misfortune." The invisible Zhou Wen listened for a long time before he finally understood two things. Wang Lu's luck wasn't some form of metaphysics, but because she had the goddess of luck life providence. Zhou Wen had long guessed that. To Zhou Wen's surprise, Wang Lu's sister, Wang Chan ended up having a completely opposite goddess of misfortune life providence. It was unbelievable that sisters born from the same parents would have such different life providences. However, on second thought, the bad luck he encountered every time he met Wang Chan convinced him of her having such a life providence. The smile on Xiao Xi's face vanished as he looked at Wang Chan and said, "The reason why you want to study at Sunset College isn't because of your sister, am I right? What has this got to do with you? Anyway, I definitely won't return to the Xiao family in the South District with you," Wang Chan said. Xiao Xi laughed. "It's fine. You can try to find that person and see what kind of effect your life providence will have on him. Then, it won't be too late to make a decision. I believe that other than me, no man in the world can withstand the bad luck you bring. I've already tried. There's no problem," Wang Chan said. "Then did you take him to a dimensional zone?" Xiao Xi asked. "Why must I go to a dimensional zone?" Wang Chan asked. "If you really go to Sunset College to study, it's inevitable that you will enter a dimensional zone to complete your homework missions. Isn't that normal? Or are you afraid that he will lose his life because of you?" Xiao Xi said with a smile. "So be it. It's no big deal." Wang Chan turned around in a huff and left. Xiao Xi stood there without moving. After watching Wang Chan leave, he took out his phone and made a call. An outsider approached Wang Chan and gained her trust. That person might be a student at Sunset College. Find out who that person is. I don't wish for him to affect our plans of having Wang Chan enter our Xiao family." After hanging up, Xiao Xi slowly left. Zhou Wen watched Xiao Xi leave and pondered for a moment before taking out his phone to call Wang Lu and ask her about Wang Chan and Xiao Xi. When Wang Lu heard that Zhou Wen had already met Wang Chan, she sighed and recounted the details regarding Wang Chan and Xiao Xi. When Wang Chan was young, her luck was a little bad, but she was still very talented and hardworking. The family had placed high hopes on her. However, a few months ago, Wang Chan condensed her life providence. Unexpectedly, her life providence was goddess of misfortune. It was the opposite of Wang Lu's life providence. Her life providence brought quite a bit of trouble to the people around her. Only when Wang Lu was by her side would the situation improve. However, it was impossible for Wang Lu to stay by her side forever. Therefore, the Wang family had always hoped to resolve the problem of Wang Chan's life providence. They came up with many solutions, but none of them worked well. The Xiao family in the South District had somehow heard of this matter. It made Xiao Xi, who had a traversing misfortune Buddha body, go to the Wang family. Under the influence of his traversing misfortune Buddha body, not only did Wang Chan's life providence not trigger any more misfortune, but she also became lucky. This made Wang Chan's parents, Wang Lu, and everyone else very happy. The Xiao family didn't make any excessive requests. They only hoped that Xiaoxi could stay in the Wang family and spend more time with Wang Chan. If the two of them could get along well, they might be able to become husband and wife when Wang Chan reached the legal age of marriage. Their life providences complemented each other. If they could really become husband and wife, it would be beneficial to both of them. Although the Wang family felt that the Xiao family was deliberately trying to curry favor with them and definitely needed their help, Xiaoxi's life providence was too important to Wang Chan. It was worth it even if the Wang family had to pay a price. Therefore, they allowed Xiaoxi to stay in the Wang family to accompany Wang Chan. Firstly, it could resolve the danger of the goddess of misfortune life providence, and secondly, they could let them spend some time together and see if anything blossomed. Perhaps what the Xiao family wants isn't the Wang family's help, but Wang Chan herself, Zhou Wen thought. However, as he didn't have any evidence, it wasn't his place to tell Wang Lu his thoughts. Chapter 763 Pulling Out Swords in Ancient Sword Tomb. Zhou Wen searched the Great Wall for a long time, but failed to find the tiny palm symbol. He wasted the afternoon just like that. The sky had already darkened by the time he returned to the courtyard. When Zhou Wen opened the door, he realized that Wang Chan was sitting on a stool in his room in a daze. Upon seeing Zhou Wen return, Wang Chan opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only said, "You're back? What's the matter?" Zhou Wen sat by the table and poured himself a cup of water. It's nothing. I wanted to chat with you, but it's already so late. I should be leaving. Let's chat another time." Wang Chan hesitated for a moment, and ultimately didn't say anything. She got up and prepared to leave. She had been engaging in an intense psychological battle today. Although Wang Chan wanted to prove that Zhou Wen wouldn't meet with misfortune because of her even if Xiaoxi and Wang Lu weren't by her side, Wang Chan still lacked confidence in herself after struggling internally for so long. She wasn't willing to let Zhou Wen take the risk. "Are you free tomorrow?" Zhou Wen suddenly asked Wang Chan. "I'm free," Wang Chan answered subconsciously. "I want to visit the nearby dimensional zones tomorrow, but I'm not familiar with the roads. Can you take me there?" Zhou Wen asked with a smile. "To a dimensional zone?" Wang Chan was first delighted before her expression dimmed. She shook her head and said, "It's best you get my sister to accompany you. Your sister isn't free. Aren't you free? Can't you accompany me?" Zhou Wen asked. "My luck isn't too good. I'm afraid that going to a dimensional zone with you will bring you bad luck," Wang Chan said with her head lowered. "What a coincidence. My luck isn't good either. Two negatives make a positive. Perhaps my luck will improve," Zhou Wen said. "My luck is really bad. If you were by my side, you would be very unlucky and might die. I'm serious. I'm not joking," Wang Chan said as she bit her lip. Zhou Wen laughed and raised the saber in his hand in front of Wang Chan. "Do you know the name of this blade?" Wang Chan sized up the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand in puzzlement. After a while, she said in surprise, "Could it be that this is the bamboo blade of the Four Gentlemen Blades? Is this a replica?" "Of course not. This is the authentic bamboo blade. Previously, its owner died. Perhaps it's because I'm so unlucky that it ended up being compatible with me. I've always been safe. Don't worry. I'm hardy, so I'm not afraid of these things. Go back and rest. We'll head to the Great Wall tomorrow morning to take a look," Zhou Wen said. "Then, all right." Wang Chan thought for a moment and felt that it was safer to go to the Great Wall. There were undying battle souls at Great Wall City, and they ranged from the mortal stage to the epic stage. However, dimensional creatures, like undying battle souls, were very strange. They only wandered the Great Wall. Humans couldn't harm them, and they didn't seem to have any consciousness either. They only wandered on the Great Wall, and wouldn't attack humans. In fact, even if they attacked humans, it was useless. Just like how humans couldn't touch them, they also couldn't touch humans. Wang Chan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that Zhou Wen wanted to go to the Great Wall. Even if something unfortunate happened there, it wouldn't be too bad. After Wang Chan returned, Zhou Wen lay in bed and launched his newly downloaded Ancient Sword Tomb dungeon. The Ancient Sword Tomb dungeon looked desolate. At a glance, it was a series of undulating hills. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that they weren't hills at all. Instead, they were graves of all sizes. Some graves were relatively small, like small mounds. Some of them were hundreds of feet tall, like continuous hills. However, it was different from ancient human graves. There were no tombstones in front of the graves. At the highest point of each grave was a sword. The swords on every grave were different. There were short swords, long swords, heavy swords, metal swords, jade swords, swords carved from bones, and porcelain swords made of mud. There were all sorts of swords that dazzled one's eyes. Every sword was embedded into a grave, a tombstone in some uncommon fashion. Although few outsiders had the chance to enter the ancient sword tomb other than Xia family members, it was a famous dimensional zone. Xia Jiuhuang's first mythical companion beast came from the ancient sword tomb. Back then, there were only a handful of mythical pets in the hands of humans. Xia Jiuhuang dominated the world with his sword and fought for the Federation citizens. The 6 heroes were like gods to humans. Of course, no one knew of the existence of mythical companion beasts back then. They only knew that Xia Jiuhuang's sword was very powerful, but they didn't know that it was a mythical companion beast. Later on, the Xia family became famous for using swords. Most sword-type companion beasts came from the ancient sword tomb. Some people even suspected that Primordial Sword Immortal came from the ancient sword tomb, but no one from the Xia family had admitted to it. There was something else that left Zhou Wen puzzled. For some reason, he hadn't seen Xia Jiuhuang use a mythical companion beast when he fought him. As he walked in the ancient sword tomb, Zhou Wen looked around. He had only heard Sheng mention that unless one reached out to pluck a sword in the ancient sword tomb, they would remain dead objects. The swords didn't emit any aura or power, making it impossible to gauge their levels. Only by pulling them out could one know their true level and strength. Drawing a sword was also a skill. This was because one didn't know the stats, abilities, and level of a sword. If one was lacking in strength, pulling out a high-level sword might very well result in death. However, if one was strong, killing a low-level dimensional creature as a result of their draw would be useless. Zhou Wen didn't know much about swords, nor did he plan on choosing one. He reached out and grabbed the vine sword stuck in the tiny grave beside him, hoping to pull it out. This was because the sword grave had a strange force field that protected the swords embedded in the grave. If he wanted to destroy the swords here, he had to pull them out first. However, after Zhou Wen exerted his strength twice, the vine sword seemed to have taken root and wasn't pulled out by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't help but carefully size up the vine sword. He saw that it looked like it was carved from a grayish-black ancient vine. The blade was slightly curved, and it didn't look sharp. It had a very odd shape. Could it be that I encountered a big guy for my first draw? Zhou Wen spread his legs apart and gripped the hilt with both hands. Then, he gathered all his strength and pulled it upwards. However, the vine sword remained motionless as though it had become one with a small grave. Zhou Wen was alarmed. His strength was already considered top-notch in the epic stage, but even he couldn't pull it out. This meant that the vine sword was definitely extraordinary. It might even be a mythical dimensional creature. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth and got it to pull out the vine sword. Chapter 764 Light Concealment Sword. Tyrant Behemoth's immense strength was boundless. As it held the vine sword in one hand, the vine sword appeared no different from a chopstick in its hand. Tyrant Behemoth exerted strength, but the vine sword remained motionless. It remained intact. After exerting its strength twice, Tyrant Behemoth failed to move the sword. It lost its temper and grabbed the vine sword with both hands. It was as though it was plucking a river sprout as it pushed its feet down and its hands to pull upwards. Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that Tyrant Behemoth, who had used all its strength, was still unable to pull out the vine sword. Even though the tiny grave shook from its pulling, the vine sword remained motionless. What's going on? Zhou Wen was alarmed. He knew that he had definitely been lucky to encounter an extraordinary sword. However, as he knew too little about the ancient sword tomb, he didn't know what this meant. After some thought, Zhou Wen got Tyrant Behemoth to activate absolute strength to forcefully pull out the vine sword with brute force. Boom! With absolute strength activated, Tyrant Behemoth's body became even heavier as its feet sank into the ground. Tyrant Behemoth exerted strength in its arms and pulled. Boom! Boom! Zhou Wen was dumbfounded to discover that the surrounding sword graves of all sizes were trembling violently, as though there was an earthquake. However, despite the veins on Tyrant Behemoth's body protruding as it pulled at the sword with all its might, the vine sword remained stuck in the tiny grave. It didn't come out as though it had been entrenched. Tyrant Behemoth constantly exerted strength. Under the infusion of absolute strength's terrifying and boundless strength, the surrounding sword graves shook more and more violently. The various embedded swords emitted sword hums. Instantly, 10,000 swords resonated as their humming reverberated everywhere. Only the vine sword remained silent and was still intact. Zhou Wen saw that Tyrant Behemoth had exerted its strength to its limits. The entire ancient sword tomb was almost on the brink of being overturned by an earthquake, yet the vine sword remained intact. He knew that the possibility of pulling it out was very low. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he ordered Tyrant Behemoth to give up on the vine sword. He ran to a sword tomb to the side and pulled out the claymore from it. The moment the claymore appeared, terrifying red flames spewed out from the sword. However, the flames were nothing in front of Tyrant Behemoth. They couldn't even burn its fur. Tyrant Behemoth stuffed it into its mouth and chewed it a few times before swallowing it. Killed epic creature, fiery claymore. Jowen saw the game notification, but the sword was swallowed by Tyrant Behemoth without leaving anything behind. After Tyrant Behemoth released the Vine Sword, the Ancient Sword Tomb's earthquake stopped and the Ancient Sword stopped buzzing. Tyrant Behemoth pulled out 2 Ancient Swords at the same time before smashing them together and snapping them. Tyrant Behemoth charged forward as it frantically drew swords and snapped them. There was no sword that could withstand a single strike from it. Soon, it had snapped almost 40 swords. Jowen kept looking at the game's notifications. Some dimensional crystals dropped, but the highest was at the epic stage. He didn't discover any mythical swords. There were tens of thousands of swords in the Ancient Sword Tomb. Tyrant Behemoth pulled them out one by one without encountering a situation with the Vine Sword again. They were all easily pulled out. Jowen was now certain that it wasn't a problem with the Ancient Sword Tomb in-game, but that he had struck the lottery. The first sword he encountered was actually an extraordinary sword. Unfortunately, Jowen didn't know much about swords. No matter how he looked at it, the Vine Sword wasn't outstanding. It looked similar to a withered vine. After snapping nearly 100 swords, Jowen got Tyrant Behemoth to turn around and pull the Vine Sword again, but the outcome was the same. Tyrant Behemoth used all its strength, causing an earthquake in the Ancient Sword Tomb, but the Vine Sword remained motionless. Jowen had no choice but to temporarily give up on the Vine Sword. He got Tyrant Behemoth to continue pulling the other swords to see if he could gain anything. As the swords were pulled out, one of the swords wasn't snapped by Tyrant Behemoth. The sword flashed a divine light as it scratched Tyrant Behemoth's palm and escaped. Jowen was alarmed. Tyrant Behemoth still had absolute strength active, yet the sword managed to injure Tyrant Behemoth. Although it had only scratched the surface, that was enough to prove its sharpness. After the sword struggled free, it quickly circled around Tyrant Behemoth and occasionally released sword beams to attack it. However, the sword beams were shattered by Tyrant Behemoth. They couldn't injure it at all. Jowen carefully looked at the sword. He could only see sword beams, but not the sword's body. This surprised him even more. When he used Truth Listener's power to observe it, he immediately realized that the sword was invisible. The sword seemed to be transparent. He could only see the sword beam, but he couldn't see the blade. However, Jowen was certain that the sword had a physical body. It wasn't a spirit body, nor was it a pure sword beam. A transparent sword? Interesting. As Jowen was sizing up the sword, he heard Tyrant Behemoth roar angrily. The transparent sword flew very quickly. Tyrant Behemoth failed to catch up to it no matter how many times it attacked. In its rage, it unleashed the full might of absolute strength. The suction force that resembled a black hole immediately reduced the sword's speed. Tyrant Behemoth charged over and grabbed the transparent sword. The transparent sword was extremely sharp as it sliced through Tyrant Behemoth's palm, causing blood to drip down from the gaps between its fingers. However, Tyrant Behemoth ignored it. It grabbed the transparent sword with both hands and used all its strength to snap it. Jowen couldn't see what the transparent sword looked like, but he could see Tyrant Behemoth's hand slowly descending. When the two claws were about to touch each other, there was a boom as though a tenacious steel plate had snapped. In the next second, Jowen saw a notification appear in-game. Killed mythical creature, light concealment sword. Discovered companion egg. Jowen was overjoyed. He had expected to encounter a mythical sword, but to have a companion egg drop surprised him. After all, his luck wasn't that good. He sized up the area where the light concealment sword snapped, but he didn't see any companion eggs. He immediately came to a realization that perhaps light concealment sword's companion beast was also transparent and invisible. He hurriedly swept the area with Truth Listener and immediately discovered the companion egg. It was beside Tyrant Behemoth's huge foot, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. I already have the invisibility cloak, and now I've obtained a light concealment sword. Could it be that I'm destined to become a peerless assassin? Jowen thought happily, as he picked up the light concealment sword companion egg. Chapter 765 3 Swords of Ancient Times. Light Concealment, Mythical. Life Providence, Invisible Sword. Life Soul, Invisible Sword Aura. Wheel of Destiny, Light Concealment. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 81. Talent Skill, Sword Light Slash, Sword Light Wheel, Sword Light Rain, Integration Strike. Companion Form, Sword. Although he didn't know how the skills or life providence were, he knew solely from the stats that the light concealment sword was a top-notch companion beast. Apart from the 1-point difference in constitution, all of its stats were top-notch at the mythical stage. They were stronger than the Golden Overlord sword stats. In game, he tried out the light concealment sword skill and slashed out a condensed sword beam. Its single target destructive power was extremely powerful. The sword light wheel was a multitudinous light attack. It was considered a small AoE attack. Sword light rain covered a large area, but its offensive strength was much weaker than a single sword light slash. However, if he used Slaughterer's infinite essence energy to complement sword light rain, it would be somewhat ludicrous. Typical sword light rain could only be used once before one was depleted of their essence energy. Even a mythical creature's essence energy stores were unable to withstand 2 or 3 rounds of expenditure. However, Slaughterer's infinite essence energy recovery allowed him to cast sword light rain constantly. It was like a submachine gun with infinite bullets. Zhou Wen studied the final integration strike for a while, but he failed to figure out what skill it was. It wasn't an active offensive skill, so Zhou Wen didn't understand its main effects. The invisible sword Life Providence was the invisibility ability of the light concealment sword. The invisible sword Aura Life Soul was rather interesting. Apart from a sword beam, the light concealment sword could also emit an invisible sword aura. Others could only see the sword beam, but not the invisible sword aura. If one only blocked the sword beam, they would succumb to the invisible sword aura. It was a very sinister life soul. The effects of the Wheel of Destiny, light concealment, were somewhat strange. Zhou Wen needed to continue studying it. After using it, the light concealment sword beams and sword aura would converge, causing its destructive power to decrease. He had yet to figure out its true use. In short, Zhou Wen was very satisfied with the light concealment sword. Coupled with the invisibility cloak, it was the best weapon to secretly defeat others. In the past, if Zhou Wen had used the Golden Overlord sword while wearing the invisibility cloak, he would be exposing a huge, golden sword. Even a blind person could see it. Now that he had the light concealment sword, the possibility of being seen was much lower. The light concealment sword is known as one of the 3 ancient swords. From top to bottom grade, it went light concealment sword, shadow containment, and night training. If one can gather all 3 ancient swords and attack with all 3 in a fight, how impressive would that be? Zhou Wen got Tyrant Behemoth to continue drawing the swords. With this ferocious beast around, there was no need for the blood-colored avatar to do a thing. Zhou Wen released his luxurious mythical pet lineup, and got them to draw swords on their own. The outcome wasn't that good. Apart from obtaining the light concealment sword in the beginning, the companion eggs that dropped had relatively low levels. He didn't encounter any mythical creatures. Apart from that, quite a number of sword essence energy skills dropped. Most of them were at the legendary stage, with 3 at the epic stage. Zhou Wen absorbed all the essence energy skills. It was better than nothing. The next morning, Wang Chan left the manor, and prepared to head to the old courtyard to visit Zhou Wen. However, just as she walked out of the Wang manor, she saw Xiao Si walking over. "Little Chan, where are you going?" Xiao Si asked politely. "As you wish. To a dimensional zone," Wang Chan said with a cold expression. "In that case, I'll accompany you to prevent any accidents," said Xiao Si. Wang Chan curled her lips and said, "There's no need. Don't you claim that it was thanks to your traversing misfortune Buddha body when nothing happens. Don't worry. My traversing misfortune Buddha body can be controlled freely. I've already temporarily sealed him today. It won't affect your goddess of misfortune Life Providence. Furthermore, by going with you, if there's really excessive bad luck, I can stop it in time to prevent unnecessary casualties, especially your friend," Xiao Si said. "Up to you." Wang Chan hesitated for a moment, and didn't stop Xiao Si from following. She was really afraid that something would happen to Zhou Wen because of her. Furthermore, with Xiao Si around, if she could really prove that her bad luck wouldn't affect Zhou Wen, she could also make Xiao Si see the truth and give up on the idea. As she was taking Xiao Si with her, Wang Chan didn't go to the old courtyard again. That was where Grandma Wang rested. Not to mention outsiders, even members of the Wang family weren't allowed to go there for no reason. Wang Chan naturally wouldn't take Xiao Si with her. After agreeing to meet Zhou Wen at the Great Wall, Wang Chan quickly headed to their meeting point. Xiao Si followed Wang Chan mainly because he wanted to know who was influencing her. He had already gotten the Xiao family to investigate, but they hadn't found out anything due to the short amount of time provided. Furthermore, no one from Sunset College had come to the Wang family recently. When he messaged Wang Chan, Zhou Wen knew that she would be bringing Xiao Si along. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. Even if Wang Chan refused to bring Xiao Si along, Xiao Si would probably still meet them by accident. "Brother-in-law, you're here." Zhou Wen arrived at the appointed spot. When Wang Chan saw him, she immediately ran over. However, her form of address left Zhou Wen slightly taken aback. However, Zhou Wen immediately understood why Wang Chan called him that without using his name. Now, the Xia family and the Bureau were still investigating the changes in the Forbidden City. If they knew that Zhou Wen had left the Forbidden City, it would naturally be very troublesome. Wang Chan deliberately didn't call Zhou Wen by his name, because she didn't want Xiao Si to know his true identity as a way to prevent him from causing trouble. It's quite impressive to be aware of such things at such a young age. Zhou Wen marveled inwardly. He wasn't so meticulous back when he was as old as Wang Chan. Little Chan, is he your brother-in-law? Wang Chan's address of Zhou Wen left Xiao Si slightly taken aback as he asked in puzzlement. My sister's boyfriend. If I don't call him brother-in-law, what else can I call him? Wang Chan curled her lips and said. Xiao Si sized up Zhou Wen and saw that his face was still covered in bandages, and he was wearing a hat. It was impossible to tell what he looked like. I'm Xiao Si from Chiang Rai. Xiao Si took the initiative to introduce himself. He mainly wanted to know who this man was. Wang Lu was different from Wang Chan. Wang Lu could be said to be the heir apparent of the Wang family. It was impossible for the Wang family to let her marry outsiders, much less allow her goddess of luck life providence to go to waste. The Wang family would definitely carefully filter the people who could become Wang Lu's partner. Now that Wang Chan had called Zhou Wen brother-in-law, Xiao Si was momentarily unsure of Zhou Wen's origins. Chapter 766 Undying Battle Soul. Wei Ge, most people call me brother. Zhou Wen extended his hand and shook Xiao Si's hand. Xiao Si secretly remembered this name, but he naturally wouldn't call him brother. He planned on investigating Wei Ji's background after he returned. In an office of the Imperial Capital Special Inspector Bureau's headquarters, Wei Ge, who was drinking tea, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. Who's thinking of me? Cut it out. Brother-in-law, didn't you want to go to the Great Wall? Let's go! Wang Chan pulled Zhou Wen towards the stairs at the entrance of the Great Wall. Zhou Wen had been searching outside the Great Wall for a long time, but he couldn't find the tiny palm symbol. However, he remained adamant about giving up. He wanted to search while on the Great Wall. After all, dimensional creatures, like undying battle souls, had very rare characteristics. Such dimensional creatures might be very useful. Wang Chan was still somewhat uneasy, afraid that her goddess of misfortune would endanger Zhou Wen. Xiao Si tailed them while constantly wearing a smile on his face. However, he was sneering inwardly. Do you think you'll really be safe after coming to a place like the Great Wall? How naive. Zhou Wen hadn't ascended the Great Wall yesterday, and had only searched its exterior. Therefore, he hadn't seen the undying battle souls. After ascending the Great Wall, he finally knew what kind of existence the battle souls were. On the ancient city wall, soldiers in armor wandered aimlessly, as though they had no mind or soul. Their attire looked ancient. Furthermore, these soldiers were like virtual projections. Their bodies were translucent. When Zhou Wen reached out to grab an undying battle soul's arm, his palm passed through the battle soul's body, as though it was only an illusion, and not a real creature. Zhou Wen condensed his essence energy, and attempted to attack the undying battle souls, but to no avail. All sorts of essence energy skills penetrated the undying battle souls' bodies, leaving them unaffected. An undying battle soul wandered over and passed through Zhou Wen and company as it continued wandering forward. These undying battle souls are quite interesting. They look similar to the ghost bride that has a spirit body, but they seem a little different. Zhou Wen sized up the undying battle souls with interest. This was clearly the first time Wang Chan had seen an undying battle soul. She was very curious and reached out to grab it, but it was naturally futile. I've only heard that undying battle souls were very magical in the past. I'm finally seeing it today. Wang Chan was very happy. This was because undying battle souls indeed couldn't harm anyone, so she didn't have to worry about Zhou Wen being affected by her bad luck. Xiao Si looked at the undying battle souls, his eyes flashing with a strange, indiscernible look. Zhou Wen searched for the tiny palm symbol along the way, but Wang Chan treated it as a vacation. However, the scenery of the Great Wall was too monotonous. All there was to see other than the city walls were undying battle souls. Such a scenery became a little boring after a long time. As they walked, they suddenly saw black smoke rising in front of them. Looking in the direction of the rising black smoke, they saw that it was coming out from a beacon tower. The so-called beacon towers were actually the place where signals were transmitted in ancient times. In ancient times, there were no modern signaling stations, nor were there any radio or satellites to transmit signals over distances. They could only rely on producing smoke to allow people in the distance to see the signal. Therefore, there would be a beacon tower built at certain distances on the Great Wall to deliver information quickly. This was also the main purpose of the Great Wall. Although the Great Wall was tall and majestic, its main purpose wasn't for war. Apart from the beacon tower's ability to transmit information, the Great Wall's main purpose was to block trade and information transmission. However, in modern times, the Great Wall was basically useless. After the dimensional storms, there were very few humans who could reach the Great Wall, much less ignite the flames of war. To suddenly have smoke rising from the beacon tower on the Great Wall made Wang Chan's heart skip a beat as she felt that something was amiss. Rising smoke from the nearby beacon tower looked like a black tornado rushing into the sky from afar. What was even stranger was that the soulless battle souls seemed to awaken all of a sudden. Their eyes glowed red as they swarmed towards the beacon tower. "Brother-in-law, something seems amiss. Let's leave quickly." Wang Chan pulled Zhou Wen and wanted to leave the Great Wall. She was really afraid that something would happen. However, when they retreated, they didn't see any stairs that led them away from the Great Wall. The Great Wall had already transformed into a dimensional zone. It was impossible to jump off the city wall. Although one could also jump out of the city wall, the dimensional zone's power would take effect. One would be bound by a mysterious force. The further one was from the Great Wall, the greater the force. It would be as if one had a powerful spring attached to them. In the end, they would be pulled back to the Great Wall. Only by taking the stairs could one truly leave the Great Wall. "No! How can it not be here? It was clearly here." Wang Chan looked left and right, almost crying from anxiety. "It's fine. Since we can't get out, I might as well see what's on the beacon tower," Zhou Wen said as he walked towards it. Although Wang Chan was very worried, she had no choice but to follow Zhou Wen to the beacon tower. Xiao Si said from the side, "I've already said that only my traversing misfortune Buddha body can give you peace of mind. No one else can." Wang Chan pretended not to hear him as she quickly walked to Zhou Wen's side. Soon, the trio came to a nearby beacon tower. They saw a strange container emitting copious amounts of black smoke. The nearby undying battle souls were throwing themselves into the container. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised to discover that the black smoke was produced by seemingly burning the undying battle souls. He turned around and looked at the other beacon towers nearby, but he didn't see any smoke from them. Only this one had smoke rising from it. He carefully sized up the container. It was a two-handled pot. It was completely black, but it wasn't made of gold or jade. It looked more like a lacquered container. There were some mysterious patterns engraved on the pot, but Zhou Wen couldn't understand them. As more and more undying battle souls threw themselves into the pot, the patterns on the pot gradually lit up as though there was some evil aura flowing through them. All the nearby undying battle souls had already thrown themselves into the pot. The black smoke stopped spewing out, and the pot shook violently. Suddenly, something shot out from the pot. When Wang Chan saw what it was, her expression changed. Chapter 767 Silver Wing Yiksha. "Silver Wing Yiksha! Why is there a silver wing Yiksha on the Great Wall?" Wang Chan cried out in horror. Zhou Wen frowned as he stared at the creature that came out of the pot. He saw that it was an evil ghost with wings on its back. Its entire body seemed to be forged from silver, but its blood-red eyes shimmered. It looked extremely sinister and bizarre. He was certain that it was a dimensional creature, and not a companion beast. Zhou Wen had actually heard of silver wing Yikshas. Not long after the dimensional storms, a few silver wing Yikshas had appeared in some coastal cities. As silver wing Yikshas were extremely bloodthirsty, they would bring a terrifying calamity to humanity every time they appeared. Some places suffered massacres. However, in the past 20 to 30 years, silver wing Yikshas rarely appeared. It was even more so at a place like the imperial capital. Zhou Wen had only heard that silver wing Yikshas were terrifying. It was possible that it was a mythical creature, but he had never seen one before. "Brother-in-law, run!" Wang Chan pulled Zhou Wen and ran. She knew very well how terrifying silver wing Yikshas were. This was because the Wang family had a video of the silver wing Yikshas massacre of a small city. Not only was the silver wing Yiksha a mythical creature, but it was also extremely fast. Its physique and strength were equally terrifying. Typically, humans wouldn't even be able to see it before they were beheaded. Now, Wang Chan regretted bringing Zhou Wen into the dimensional zone. If they had not come here, they wouldn't have encountered such trouble. "I've already said that you shouldn't have come out with others. Only I can stop you from being embroiled by bad luck," said Xiao Si. At that moment, Xiao Si was feeling very pleased with himself. The silver wing Yiksha naturally didn't appear here for no reason. Although it wasn't a companion beast but a genuine dimensional creature, this didn't mean that no one could control it. In fact, the person who released the silver wing Yiksha was Xiao Si himself. However, the silver wing Yiksha wasn't his pet. He couldn't command the silver wing Yiksha, so the reason for its appearance was the two-handled pot. The pot itself was a magical item. It had the title of Devil's Pot in the South District. It was a treasure that was obtained from a mysterious dimensional zone in the South District before it ended up in the Xiao family's hands. There were no true devils in the Devil's Pot, but they could seal certain types of dimensional creatures inside. The Xiao family had paid a considerable price to find a silver wing Yiksha and place it inside the Devil's Pot. Although they couldn't control the silver wing Yiksha, they could selectively release or seal it. In other words, After Xiaoxi controlled the Devil's Pot, he had the ability to release or retrieve the Silver Winged Yiksha. Silver Winged Yikshas were extremely bloodthirsty. They would engage in wanton slaughter the moment they were released. Their only weakness was that they didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Typically, they would only choose humans and souls as their targets. Although the Devil's Pot wasn't of much help in cracking dimensional zones, it was a great weapon when used against humans. Although Xiaoxi told Wang Chan that he could control his life providence, it was actually impossible. Therefore, as long as he was by her side, Wang Chan's goddess of misfortune life providence wouldn't have much effect. Xiaoxi had no intention of letting Wang Chan's life providence take effect. He didn't like uncertain factors, and wanted everything to be under his control. Roar! After the Silver Winged Yiksha came out of the Devil's Pot, it let out a shocking roar. Silver light erupted from its body, as a terrifying shockwave blasted out hundreds of meters away, causing Wang Chan and Xiaoxi to fall to the ground. In the next second, the Silver Winged Yiksha spread its wings and instantly traversed a distance of hundreds of meters. It appeared in front of Zhou Wen, who was still standing there. Its aura was extremely violent, like a devil from hell. No! Wang Chan was extremely regretful. She regretted bringing Zhou Wen out. She regretted having the extravagant hopes of making friends at school like an ordinary girl. Xiaoxi pretended to fall to the ground, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. No one knows that the Devil's Pot and the Silver Winged Yiksha belong to our Xiao family. No matter who this fellow is, no one will be able to pin the blame on me if he's killed by the Silver Winged Yiksha. Without him, everything will return to normal. Wang Chan will eventually join my Xiao family. As the two of them had different thoughts, they suddenly saw Zhou Wen draw the saber at his waist and slash at the Silver Winged Yiksha. Xiaoxi sneered inwardly. A terrifying existence, like the Silver Winged Yiksha, has devoured so many undying battle souls. How can a human saber match it? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry! Wang Chan shouted loudly. Her heart was filled with regret and frustration. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, as she thought sadly, I shouldn't have had such extravagant hopes. However, in the next second, Xiaoxi and Wang Chan widened their eyes in shock. The Silver Winged Yiksha was split into two by the bamboo blade as it slammed to the ground. No! Impossible! Xiaoxi's mouth gaped open, as he looked at Zhou Wen and the Silver Winged Yasha's corpse at his feet in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the mythical Silver Winged Yiksha had died just like that. Wang Chan was also stunned. Her face was still covered in tears, but her expression had turned extremely odd. She hadn't completely restrained her sorrowful expression, yet it was mixed with a flabbergasted look. What did you say? Zhou Wen picked up a silver egg-shaped object from the Silver Winged Yiksha's corpse, and turned to ask Wang Chan. And nothing. Brother-in-law. You're amazing. Is this the Silver Winged Yiksha's companion egg? Wang Chan's forlorn look turned into a smile, as she jumped up from the ground, and tugged at Zhou Wen with a look of joy. I guess so. However, such a weak dimensional creature is probably very weak as a companion beast. It's useless. If you like it, you can have it. Zhou Wen casually threw the Silver Winged Yiksha companion egg towards Wang Chan. The corners of Xiaoxi's eyes twitched. He wished he could slap Zhou Wen twice. That was the Silver Winged Yiksha. The Xiao family had sealed the Silver Winged Yiksha for so long, but they had failed to come up with a way to kill it. They never expected such good luck to have the Silver Winged Yiksha drop a companion egg after its death. Ignoring the fact that Zhou Wen had killed the Silver Winged Yiksha and had a companion egg drop, he even complained that the Silver Winged Yiksha was too weak. This left Xiaoxi gnashing his teeth in anger. However, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to care about Xiaoxi's expression. His figure phased away and vanished. Not good. Xiaoxi was alarmed. He had already guessed where Zhou Wen had gone. Although the Silver Winged Yiksha was difficult to seal, there was still a chance of sealing another in the future. It didn't matter if it died, but if Zhou Wen took away the Devil's Pot, everything would be over. Xiaoxi hurriedly ordered his life soul to retrieve the Devil's Pot. He was still very confident in his life soul. After all, he had used his life soul to silently place the Devil's Pot on the beacon tower. Chapter 768 Cometh on Life Soul. Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal was extremely fast, allowing him to instantly arrive at the beacon tower. The two-handled pot was still on the beacon tower, but it was swaying as though it had been moved by something before disappearing. Truth Listener could hear the sounds of motion and determine where an object was, but it couldn't outline an exact shape. Zhou Wen activated the Holy Hell King Life Soul and opened the eye of the Holy Hell King. Immediately, he saw a child running with the two-handled Devil's Pot. The child was much smaller than demonic neonate, but the Sith flames on his body were very rich. The child turned his head to look at Zhou Wen, leaving him slightly taken aback. The child's facial features were very blurry, as though he hadn't grown up. His body was also very strange. His stomach was huge, but his limbs were tiny. He was indescribably terrifying and bizarre. Activating the Eye of the Holy Hell King, a force swallowed the invisible child into the Eye of the Holy Hell King. The child seemed to be made of pure sin flames, so he was directly absorbed and refined to nothingness. Zhou could even sense that his Holy Hell King life soul had made significant progress. If he could have more of these life souls, he might be able to successfully evolve a perfect body. Clang. After the child was absorbed and refined, the devil's pot that had disappeared immediately dropped to the ground. At the same time, Zhou heard a tragic cry. He saw Xiaoxi spew out a mouthful of blood as the color in his face drained. It was as though he had suffered a fatal blow. The destruction of Xiaoxi's life soul was naturally a severe blow to him. He had dropped from the epic stage to the legendary stage, astounding and infuriating him. Zhou grabbed the devil's pot, and with a flash, he returned to Wang Chan's side. He stared at Xiaoxi, who was about to escape, and said, "This is yours, right? What are you talking about? How can that crappy pot be mine?" Xiaoxi immediately shook his head and said, "I originally wanted to give you a chance to live. Since you aren't appreciating it, there's no need to say anything else," Zhou said as he prepared to draw his bamboo blade. "Wait! What do you want?" Xiaoxi was terrified, but he still pretended to be calm. He had seen Zhou kill the silver Wingiksha with a single blow, and knew how terrifying Zhou's strength was. As for the life soul that Xiaoxi had relied on and others couldn't see, it had been killed by Zhou. He had lost his composure. "Answer a few of my questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can consider letting you live," Zhou said. "Ask whatever you want to know. However, that devil's pot has nothing to do with me," Xiaoxi said through gritted teeth. "Alright, so you were the one behind this. I thought it was me." Wang Chan also understood what had happened and glared at Xiaoxi angrily. Zhou pulled her behind him and looked at Xiaoxi. "I don't care if it has anything to do with you. Tell me the origins of this pot, and what use does it have? This pot is named Devil's Pot in the South District. You'll know once you ask around. It can seal certain special dimensional creatures." As Xiaoxi answered, his fingers moved in his sleeve. "How can I control this pot?" Zhou asked again. "It's very simple." Xiaoxi explained the usage of the Devil's Pot. "That child was your life soul, right? What's his name? What's his use?" Zhou asked again. He was very interested in Xiaoxi's life soul. For a life soul to have so many sin flames, even more than the sin flames on Xiaoxi's body, made no sense. "Common Thong. It's a relatively common life soul in Chiangrai. As long as one cultivates the Common Thong essence energy art, they will have a Common Thong life soul. However, their abilities will be slightly different," Xiaoxi said. Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Xiaoxi and asked, "Does that mean that many people in Chiangrai have Common Thong life souls?" "It's not just Chiangrai. Many epic experts in the nearby regions have Common Thong life souls," Xiaoxi answered readily. "One last question. Why do you want to take Wang Chan to the Xiao family?" Zhou stared at Xiaoxi and asked. "Of course, I wish to obtain the Wang family's help to make our Xiao family." Before Xiaoxi could finish his sentence, Zhou had already unsheathed his bamboo blade. A saber beam flashed. Before Xiaoxi and Wang Chan could see what was happening, the bamboo blade had already returned to its scabbard. You said you wouldn't kill me." Xiaoxi's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly covered his neck with his hand. However, the moment his hand touched his neck, a bloody mark appeared on his originally normal neck. Then, blood gushed out. He couldn't stop the blood no matter how hard he tried. "I said that I could let you live if I was satisfied with your answer. Now, I'm very unsatisfied with your answer, so I refuse to give you a way out," Zhou said matter-of-factly. "You?" Xiaoxi opened his mouth, but at that moment, his mouth was filled with blood. He couldn't say a word. He fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he died. Zhou used the sheathed bamboo blade to pry open his palm, and saw a strange plaque in his hand. It was black, but it looked like the bone of some creature. The plaque had a mysterious engraving, and the necklace connected to the plaque was made using many strange materials. He was unsure what it was. "This is a Buddha plaque." Wang Chan recognized what it was. "What's a Buddha plaque?" "One used to honor Buddha." Zhou really didn't know what a Buddha plaque was. "No, a Buddha plaque is a dimensional artifact created by some epic experts in the South District using dimensional materials. Typically, it's made from the bones of a dimensional creature before forcefully sealing a companion beast inside the Buddha plaque. This way, the Buddha plaque will have the power of a companion beast, but it doesn't have a master. As long as a special method is used, anyone can use the power of the companion beast inside the Buddha plaque. This will allow some mortal stage or even ordinary people who have never cultivated to borrow the power of a companion beast," Wang Chan said. "There's actually such a magical technique. Why hasn't the Federation promoted such a technique? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. It allowed ordinary people to use the power of high-level companion beasts. This technique was just extremely powerful. Companion beasts sealed in the Buddha plaque can only use a portion of their strength. Furthermore, when used by ordinary people, there will be many taboos. A single mistake will result in a backlash. The average person wouldn't choose such a method to control a companion beast. This is similar to the Kumanthon Life Soul. The Kumanthon Life Soul is also a life soul that allows quick formation. As long as the correct method is used, it's very easy to condense a Kumanthon Life Soul. However, the method of condensing the Kumanthon is very cruel. Furthermore, like the Buddha plaque, it's easy for it to negatively affect its owner. Therefore, other than a certain area in the South District, there are very few people who cultivate the Kumanthon Life Soul. I never expected that this **starred Xiao Si would cultivate the Kumanthon Life Soul. Furthermore, it's in the form of a child. Damn it! Wang Chan kicked Xiao Si's corpse hatefully. Chapter 769 cherished the opportunity. Zhou Wen picked up the Buddha plaque in Xiao Si's hand with his sword. For Xiao Si to use the Buddha plaque against Zhou Wen despite having seen his strength, it was likely that the Buddha plaque had extraordinary strength, so Zhou Wen was rather careful. After the dimensional storms, there were too many mysterious powers in the world. Zhou Wen wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he was invincible just because he had some achievements. If he was not careful, this tiny Buddha plaque might become his death warrant. Zhou Wen carefully sized up the Buddha plaque and couldn't see anything amiss. All he felt was that there was some invisible evil aura lingering on it. However, this evil aura didn't seem to have any effect. This was because the Buddha plaque needed a special method to be used. Zhou Wen didn't know how to use it, nor was he able to activate the companion beast in the Buddha plaque. After fiddling with it for a while, and seeing that it was useless, he put it away. He searched Xiao Si's body again. Apart from a few Buddha plaques, there was nothing else of value. Zhou Wen put away the Buddha plaques, and summoned the Fire Furnace Queen to burn Xiao Si's corpse to ashes. Let's return. Zhou Wen took Wang Chan back to the Wang family's courtyard, and went to see Grandma Wang. He recounted the entire process in detail, but he didn't explain much. Grandma Wang listened attentively without saying a word. After she finished listening, she asked Zhou Wen and Wang Chan a few questions. Little Zhou, you've done well. You've helped our Wang family greatly, and saved little Chan. I'll just keep it short. I need to gather the core members of the Wang family to discuss our response. Although the Xiao family's forces aren't comparable to our Wang family, and are far away in the South District, their companion beasts and various skills are somewhat special. We have to be wary of them. Also, don't tell anyone about this matter. Just treat it as though it never happened. Leave everything to our Wang family, Grandma Wang said to Zhou Wen after some thought. I killed him. If there's anything you need me for, just tell me, Zhou Wen said. Good child, since you call me Grandma, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll think of you when I need you. Go back with little Chan now. Do what you need to do and pretend nothing has happened, Grandma Wang said. Zhou Wen and Wang Chan left the hall. Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen in delight and said, Zhou Wen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been fooled by that detestable fellow. Now, I can finally be at ease. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, Your sister helped me a lot. In comparison, what I did was nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. With that said, Zhou Wen turned around and returned to his room. Since the Wang family already knew of the Xiao family's intentions towards Wang Chan, they would naturally be wary in the future. Zhou Wen didn't need to continue interfering. As Wang Chan watched Zhou Wen enter the room, she held the silver winged Yuksha companion egg in hand. She wanted to stop him, but when she opened her mouth, she closed it again. Humph, sister is right. This numbskull one is pretty nice, but he isn't good with words. Wang Chan put the silver winged Yuksha companion egg back into her pocket. She originally wanted to return it to Zhou Wen. After all, she had no way of incubating such a mythical companion egg. It was useless even if she took it. Furthermore, she wasn't someone who would take things from others. If she really wanted a mythical companion egg, it wouldn't be difficult for her with her having an elder sister like Wang Lu around. Despite that, Wang Chan changed her mind and didn't return the companion egg to Zhou Wen. Instead, she returned to the Wang family with it. Wang Lu already knew what had happened. After Wang Chan returned, she asked her in private. Little Chan, are you alright? I'm fine. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was there. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by that **starred Xiao Si. Now, I finally know that my misfortune life providence might not necessarily bring misfortune to everyone. At the very least, Zhou Wen isn't affected by my misfortune, Wang Chan said. Wang Lu smiled and said, It's good that you think that way. Your life providence is nothing much. By the way, sister, do you like that numbskull one? Wang Chan asked. How can that be? We are just classmates with a better relationship, Wang Lu hurriedly said. I see. Then, sister, you have to cherish this opportunity, Wang Chan said. What do you mean cherish the opportunity? No one wants such a boring man. It would be strange if he had a girlfriend, Wang Lu said with a twitch of her lips. That might be the case. I think Numbskull one isn't bad. If you don't want him, I'll be his girlfriend when I grow up. With that said, Wang Chan carried the companion egg back to her room. Wang Lu was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Chan to say that. After Zhou Wen returned to his room, he continued grinding the ancient sword tomb. He was still thinking about the shadow containment sword and night training sword. However, the ancient sword tomb was just too huge. Most ancient swords were at the mortal and legendary stage. It wasn't easy to find an epic, much less a mythical. After grinding for a few hours, none of the ancient swords destroyed were at the mythical stage. On the other hand, the vine sword was still there. Zhou Wen had tried all sorts of methods to pull out the sword, but the outcome was the same. He couldn't pull it out no matter what. Zhou Wen didn't take out the Buddha plaques to study them, because he was afraid that there were special settings on them. It wouldn't be good if the Shao family traced the clues to him. Placing them in the chaos space was equivalent to them being in another space. It severed all connections with the outside world. No matter how powerful the Shao family was, it was impossible for them to find those Buddha plaques. Zhou Wen planned on studying the Buddha plaques after leaving the imperial capital. His only regret in coming to the imperial capital was that he couldn't download the Great Wall Instance Dungeon. However, Zhou Wen already roughly knew that the Undying Battle Soul was a soul-type creature. It wasn't that he couldn't kill it, but he needed some special powers. The anomaly in Forbidden City continued as lightning continued to fall from the heavens, turning Forbidden City into a city of lightning. However, the lightning was limited to the city, so it didn't affect the imperial capital much. Some people had already attempted to enter Forbidden City to explore the situation inside, but the outcome was terrible. Be it companion beasts or humans, people immediately lost contact with them upon their entry into Forbidden City. Up to now, no one had survived. What exactly is the woman inside that log? What's her relationship with the antelope? Why would it let me carry her into Forbidden City? Zhou Wen thought for a long time, but failed to come up with an answer. He asked the antelope, but it kept looking at him with a strange expression. He couldn't tell what it meant. It looked a little like pity, regret, contempt, and a hint of gloating. In short, Zhou Wen's hair stood on end every time he looked at it, but the antelope didn't give him an answer. Chapter 770 in front of the Earth Temple. In the next few days, Zhou Wen went to some dimensional zones in the imperial capital, but he didn't gain anything. He didn't discover the tiny palm symbols. The Wang family had already settled the matter regarding the Shao family. Although they had temporarily appeased the Shao family, it was ultimately a hidden danger. The Shao family's interest in Wang Chan probably wouldn't stop because of Shao Xi's death. The Wang family also wanted to figure out the cause of this matter. If possible, they even wanted to directly eliminate the Shao family and eliminate this future trouble. However, the Shao family wasn't weak. Furthermore, they were far away in the South District. The Wang family's influence couldn't reach that far yet. Only the Dugu family, the ruler of the South District, could easily destroy a local wealthy family like the Shao family. The Wang family could only placate the Shao family before slowly plotting in secret to figure out why they wanted Wang Chan. The matters in the imperial capital had basically come to an end. Zhou Wen planned on returning to Luoyang. Before he left, Grandma Wang sent him off with Wang Lu and Wang Chan. She even urged him to visit her often in the future. Zhou Wen left the imperial capital and arrived at an abandoned village. He saw Ansheng sitting on a tree root waiting for him. Young Master One, how's old Master Xia? Ansheng had been here for so long. Although he hadn't entered the imperial capital himself, he knew the situation inside the imperial capital like the back of his hand. He had already contacted Zhou Wen, but for the sake of safety, he didn't ask for certain information. He won't appear again in the future. Zhou Wen recounted what had happened to Xia Jiuhuang, leaving Ansheng shocked. Old Master Xia is Xia Jiuhuang. Furthermore, his invincible Kane divine art remains intact. In that case, the Xia family isn't actually his bloodline? Ansheng immediately had the same thought as Zhou Wen. Who knows? In theory, if the invincible Kane divine art remains intact, it's unlikely that Xia Jiuhuang has any descendants. However, his invincible Kane divine art has already fused with the Great Emperor Sutra into the Kane Great Emperor Sutra. Perhaps he can have descendants. Now that he's dead, I'm afraid no one will ever know this secret, Zhou Wen said. How's Forbidden City now? Ansheng asked another important question. I don't know either. You have to ask it. Zhou Wen looked at the listless antelope. Ansheng clearly knew that it was impossible for him to obtain an answer from the antelope, so he changed the topic. Li Xian went to the South District. Why did he suddenly go to the South District? Zhou Wen was taken aback. Li Xian had not informed him about this. Did Li Mabai get him to go? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something as his expression changed drastically. No, he went with Worm Dugu. Worm Dugu wanted to take him in as a disciple, but Li Xian didn't agree. In order to move Li Xian, Worm Dugu told him some secrets, so Li Xian wanted to try his luck in the South District. He was afraid that you would be anxious, so he didn't let me tell you. And Sheng recounted the entire matter. Zhou Wen was really worried. Li Xian might look carefree on the surface, but in fact, he was someone who was easily swayed by emotions. This was Li Xian's weakness and his strength. Zhou Wen was really afraid that something would happen to him in the South District. There were many strange things in the South District. Goo worms, common thing, black magic, etc. Even if Li Xian had an indestructible body, it wasn't absolutely safe in such a place. Furthermore, Li Xian hadn't reached the indestructible realm. It was too late to say anything now. Zhou Wen only hoped that Li Xian would return safely. There's a rather famous Earth Temple ahead. Do you want to take a look? And Sheng asked Zhou Wen when they arrived at a small town. Earth Temple? No harm visiting. Zhou Wen still remembered that he had obtained a treasure map when he went to the Earth Temple. However, he didn't manage to dig up any treasure. A baby-like dimensional creature had given him a metal walnut, and inside the metal walnut was Tai Sui. All the Earth Temples in the East District had similar functions. If a native were to pay respects to the Earth Lord, they might obtain a treasure map. However, if one wasn't native, Earth Lord would, unfortunately, ignore them even if they cracked their head kowtowing. And Sheng took Zhou Wen to the nearby Earth Temple. The Earth Temple here was indeed much bigger than the one Zhou Wen had previously visited. Furthermore, the main god of this temple was land. It didn't share temples and incense offerings with other gods. Treasure maps for sale. They are treasure maps obtained by authentic locals. Just one legendary companion egg. Newly produced treasure maps for only 2 legendary strength crystals. They just need to be above a 6. An ancestral treasure map. It was very lively in front of the Earth Temple, as though it was a market. Many stalls were selling treasure maps, and some were selling crystals and companion eggs. Why aren't these locals digging for treasures themselves? Zhou Wen found it odd. And Sheng said with a smile, do you really believe that these people are selling treasure maps? It's been decades since the dimensional storms. The locals have long finished kowtowing. Only newborn infants have the right to pray to Earth Lord to get a treasure map. How many babies are born every year? Zhou Wen immediately understood that these people who sold treasure maps were similar to those who sold antiques and Buddha statues at a temple's entrance. Most people knew that they were fake, but they still held on to the hope that they could be lucky. Unfortunately, we aren't locals. It's useless even if we kowtow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad to get a treasure map to try our luck. And Sheng said, that might not be the case. Although we aren't locals, it's very likely that Earth Lord will give us a treasure map if he appreciates our good character. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Lad, you sure are optimistic. Instead of having such unrealistic dreams, why don't you buy 2 treasure maps from me to try your luck? An old man selling treasure maps said with a smile. Buying a treasure map from you? We might as well kowtow to Earth Lord. Zhou Wen shook his head and walked towards the Earth Temple. Lad, take a look again. Perhaps my treasure map is really more useful than Earth Lord's? The elder didn't give up as he held Zhou Wen back. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the elder. His reaction was extremely fast. Even a mythical creature wouldn't be able to touch Zhou Wen, much less an elder. The elder's seemingly casual tug had grabbed his arm, preventing Zhou Wen from reacting. This was definitely abnormal. However, Zhou Wen didn't sense anything special about the elder. His ability to sense danger, which he had honed over time, didn't work. The more Zhou Wen looked at the elder, the more he felt as though he had seen him somewhere before. Although his looks were different, his eyes were very familiar. These eyes. Jing Daoxian. There's no mistake. These are Jing Daoxian's eyes. Zhou Wen nearly cried out. Chapter 771 Meeting Jing Daoxian again. Zhou Wen seemed to have his hair stand on end as he tried to gather his strength to escape the old man's grasp. And Sheng also realized that something was amiss as he stared intently at the old man, prepared to attack at any moment. To Zhou Wen's surprise, the elder released his hand and picked up a treasure map in the shape of a wooden plaque. He handed it to Zhou Wen and said with a smile, Lad, this treasure map is on the house. Dig it up and take a look. If you can dig up a treasure, it won't be too late to buy treasure maps from me. Zhou Wen stared at the old man and sized him up, but apart from his eyes, there was nothing about the old man that resembled Jing Daoxian. He couldn't even sense the essence energy fluctuations and exuberant vitality that a cultivator should have. If the old man hadn't grabbed him, Zhou Wen would have imagined that he was an ordinary person.
There's no need to stand on ceremony with an old man like me. Dig it up. Who knows, you might be able to dig up an immortal's treasure. However, not everyone can take this immortal's treasure. Without the lost immortal art, I'm afraid you won't be able to return.
The old man stuffed the treasure map into Zhou Wen's hand. When Zhou Wen heard that, he felt that the old man in front of him was highly likely Jing Daoxian. Otherwise, why would he say the word?
Lost immortal? Young Master One?
And Sheng walked to Zhou Wen's side, but his eyes were still warily staring at the old man squatting behind the stall. Zhou Wen originally didn't want to take the treasure map, but he failed to avoid it. The treasure map was stuffed into his hand as he clenched it. Zhou Wen's essence energy was ready to erupt at any moment. The old man slowly packed his things and put everything on the stall into a bag. Then, he got up and left. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed.
It's getting harder and harder to survive in this world. Young Master One, do you know that old man?
And Sheng couldn't help but ask when he saw that Zhou Wen was still staring at the old man's back despite him having walked half a street.
I suspect that he's Jing Daoxian,
Zhou Wen whispered. And Sheng's body trembled when he heard that. He said in disbelief.
You know Jing Daoxian? I've met him once. Although he looked different back then, I think it should be him.
Zhou Wen was somewhat hesitant, unsure if he should chase after him. Zhou Wen really wanted to figure out the lost Immortal Sutra, but the person in front of him was the most legendary devil in the Federation's history. Many devils had appeared in the early stages of the Federation, and all sorts of devils had appeared later, such as Jack and company. Although they might have killed more people than Jing Daoxian, none of them were as legendary as Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen knew very well how terrifying Jing Daoxian was. Lord Alcohol and Xia Jiawang were shrewd old men, but they had been toyed by Jing Daoxian. Even though Zhou Wen had impressive achievements, he didn't dare underestimate such a person. Previously, Zhou Wen had secretly investigated Jing Daoxian, but the information he obtained was very limited. All he knew was that Jing Daoxian had been severely injured in a dimensional zone and was nearly crippled. Therefore, the Bureau had taken the opportunity to pursue him. Even so, the Special Inspector Bureau's pursuit failed. They failed to capture the crippled Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen had encountered Jing Daoxian during that period of time and obtained the lost Immortal Sutra. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen got up and chased after him. Although Jing Daoxian was terrifying, avoiding him wasn't an option. Some things could only be answered by Jing Daoxian. And Sheng chased after Zhou Wen, but when they took the turn which the old man had taken, they realized that there was no sign of the old man. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Zhou Wen kept using Truth Listener to monitor the old man, but he failed to discover how he had vanished. It was as though he had teleported. After searching his surroundings, and not finding any traces of the old man, Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he looked at the treasure map in his hand. He saw that the treasure map was a wooden plaque. In front of the wooden plaque was a simple map, and behind it was a time. It was obvious that it had just been written.
From the looks of it, it might really be Jing Daoxian. Young Master One, are you going?
And Sheng asked as he looked at the time on the treasure map.
I have some questions that only Jing Daoxian can answer.
Zhou Wen handed the treasure map to Sheng.
Help me take a look. Where is the location marked on this map? It's in front of the Earth Temple. Converting the time to local common time, it should be 3:30 in the morning.
And Sheng said after looking at it for a while.
Alright, let's wait until night.
Zhou Wen said.
Young Master One, find a place to rest first. I'll make some preparations.
And Sheng said. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to visit the Earth Temple to pay his respects to Earth Lord. He found an inn in town and stayed there, waiting for night to arrive. And Sheng didn't return until 3 in the morning. When he returned, he said to Zhou Wen,
there was too little time. I tried my best to make some preparations. However, if the other party really is Jing Daoxian, my preparations might not be of much use. Young Master, you have to be careful.
Zhou Wen nodded and didn't say a word. Seeing that it was about time, Zhou Wen headed to the Earth Temple with Sheng. The front of the Earth Temple was naturally not as lively as in the day. There was no one around, but at the same spot, the elder had his stall set up.
The surveillance companion beasts I set up didn't work. I didn't even notice when he entered the Earth Temple.
And Sheng whispered to Zhou Wen.
It's fine.
Zhou Wen shook his head slightly before walking towards the elder. As he walked towards the elder, Zhou Wen also activated the Slaughterer Life Soul. At the same time, he prepared to summon his companion beasts. As long as there was anything amiss, he would immediately attack with all his might.
You came after all,
the elder said with a smile.
Since you came looking for me, what's the point of hiding?
Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the elder. The elder didn't comment as though he was admiring a treasure. He sized up Zhou Wen and said,
I originally thought that you would be dead. Even if you didn't die, you should be a lunatic now. However, Not only are you not dead or crazy, you seem to be living very well. Because of the Lost Immortal Sutra?
Zhou asked. This was the problem he wanted to figure out. He didn't know the origins of the Lost Immortal Sutra. Now, he was basically certain that the elder in front of him was Jing Daoxian.
That's right.
Jing Daoxian nodded and said,
I found you pleasing to the eye back then. I originally wanted to give you the Skyfiend treatise that I had researched for fun, but to my surprise, you actually dared reject me. No one in this world can reject me. Even if they do, they will have to pay a price. Therefore, I gave you the Lost Immortal Sutra. In fact, the Lost Immortal Sutra had already changed owners several times before you. Every owner either died or went mad. Even I was tortured by it. If not for this sutra, I wouldn't have suffered heavy losses in the dimensional zone.
Chapter 772 Your Life Belongs to Me. Zhou had no intention of interrupting Jing Daoxian as he continued listening.
Back then, I was heavily injured and most of my companion beasts had died. I was also affected by the Lost Immortal Sutra's powers. If this continued, I might have really been driven mad by the Lost Immortal Sutra. I happened to encounter you back then, and you left me in a bad mood. Therefore, I used a method to transfer the Lost Immortal Sutra to you. It could eliminate you and reduce my burden. It was killing two birds with one stone.
With that said, Jing Daoxian stared at Zhou and asked,
I never expected you to master the Lost Immortal Sutra. There have been many owners of the Lost Immortal Sutra, and although they aren't all peerless elites, they are all outstanding people with their own amazing traits. However, you managed to master the Lost Immortal Sutra despite so many people not being able to. I really want to know how you are better than them, and how you are better than me.
If an ordinary 17-year-old student heard Jing Daoxian's words, they would definitely be delighted. Even a devil like Jing Daoxian admitted that he was inferior to him. How glorious was that? Unfortunately, Zhou didn't think so. He had witnessed Lord Alcohol's death, and knew that the reason Xia Jiuhuang was so crazy was because of Jing Daoxian. Zhou suspected that Jing Daoxian had given him the Lost Immortal Sutra for the same reason.
I don't think there's anything special about the Lost Immortal Sutra. I mastered it from simply cultivating it.
Zhou answered ambiguously. This answer clearly wasn't enough to satisfy Jing Daoxian. He wasn't in a rush as he said slowly.
Why don't we make a deal? Answer one question and I'll answer one. What do you think? I have no questions for you.
Zhou said.
Don't you want to know why the world has become like this? What kind of place is another dimension? How's your teacher, Wang Mingyuan? Where did the Lost Immortal Sutra come from?
Jing Daoxian offered a few questions that Zhou wanted to know.
I'll naturally know the answer to these questions after defeating you.
Zhou suddenly thought of something. Regardless of whether the Lost Immortal Sutra had been deliberately given to him by Jing Daoxian, he could at least confirm one thing. Jing Daoxian wanted to know the process or results of his cultivation. Just like Lord Alcohol and Xia Jiuhuang, Jing Daoxian might have treated him as an experimental subject. Since he was an experimental subject, regardless of whether the experiment succeeded or failed, Jing Daoxian probably wouldn't want him dead before the experiment ended. Since Jing Daoxian didn't wish for him to die, why should he have so many qualms? Zhou also wanted to know how much strength the legendary devil still had. Jing Daoxian seemed to see through Zhou's thoughts as he said indifferently.
Do you think you can be presumptuous in front of me just because I don't want to kill you? That's what I think.
Zhou didn't hide his thoughts.
Haha, you are right. I really don't wish to kill you now, because you have shown me some interesting possibilities. Compared to killing you, I'm more willing to see the answer.
Unexpectedly, Jing Daoxian had admitted that he wouldn't kill Zhou. However, Jing Daoxian changed the topic and said coldly,
although I won't kill you, I can lock you up and slowly study you. It's best you consider carefully before taking action. I thought it through. Before that, I'll slice you up.
Zhou said as he drew his saber and slashed. Transcendent Flying Immortal was unbelievably fast, but this wasn't Zhou's trump card. At the same time he attacked, the Great Might Vidra Bull and Behemoth appeared beside him. One used the Soul Suppression Bell, while the other used Absolute Strength. And this was still Zhou's form of restrainment. The true trump card was in his pupils. The Torch Dragon's eye mirror lit up as it prepared to activate the Bright Torch Vision World.
We will meet again. Remember, your life belongs to me.
Jing Daoxian looked at Zhou with a strange look in his eyes, as his figure suddenly burrowed underground. Even the things on the ground burrowed underground with him, and instantly vanished. Earth escape. Zhou frowned slightly as his saber beam slashed the ground, leaving a deep ravine. However, he didn't see any signs of Jing Daoxian. Pushing Truth Listener to its limits, he found no sign of Jing Daoxian.
Young Master One, perhaps I can track him. During the day, I've already scattered some water mixed with a special scent on the ground. The water has evaporated, but the scent remains in the ground. Jing Daoxian has already been stained with this scent. I can try and see if I can track him, Ensheng said. Then quickly give it a try.
Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He suspected that Jing Daoxian's injuries hadn't fully healed. Perhaps now was a chance. Ensheng summoned a strange little beast. It looked like a rat, but it was much fatter than a rat. It was as fat as a ball and had no eyes. However, there were many fleshy antennae on its nose.
Ordinary creatures can't smell the scent. Only companion beasts with an extremely developed sense of smell can detect it.
As Ensheng spoke, he got the companion beast to leave the Earth Temple and search the nearby area, hoping to find the scent Jing Daoxian had left behind. However, after searching the entire town and its vicinity, he failed to find anything. It was unknown if Jing Daoxian's Earth escape was too powerful, allowing him to escape more than 50 kilometers away, or if he hadn't touched the lingering scent in the ground.
As expected of the #1 devil in the Federation. It's no wonder he can still be carefree despite being pursued by the Federation for so long. I've made so many preparations ahead of time, but none of them worked. Young Master One, you have to be especially careful now that you are targeted by such a person,
Ensheng said with a heavy expression. Zhou Wen nodded.
I'll be careful.
Not daring to stay in the town any longer, Zhou Wen and Ensheng headed straight for Luoyang. They didn't stop at all. However, after that incident, Jing Daoxian didn't appear again. The journey went very smoothly. After returning to Luoyang, Ensheng's tense nerves relaxed a little.
Young Master One, it's best you don't return to school. I'll arrange a residence for you. It can block any entry via Earth escape.
Zhou Wen shook his head and said,
It's impossible for me to hide forever. Besides, Jing Daoxian might not be able to touch me.
After rejecting Ensheng's kind intentions, Zhou Wen returned to school. The antelope and chick returned to the building they were used to living in, appearing very comfortable. With the antelope and chick watching over him, it wouldn't be easy for Jing Daoxian to secretly take action. There were no traces of Jing Daoxian 3 days after his return to campus. Instead, Li Maobai came looking for him again, hoping that Zhou Wen could make a trip to the South District with him to attempt contracting a guardian.
Are you sure that the guardian is still there?
Zhou Wen asked Li Maobai. This was because he had always suspected that the guardian Li Maobai mentioned was Xiao Liuchuan's Black Jade guardian. Chapter 773 Flower River.
Why do you ask?
Li Maobai was an intelligent person. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's question, he immediately had some ominous thoughts.
I heard that Dugugu, Zhang Chuanqiu, and company discovered a guardian cocoon somewhere in the South District. Furthermore, they have successfully contracted it,
Zhou Wen said half-truthfully. Li Maobai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that.
I'm aware of what you just mentioned. The two aren't in the same place. Up to now, no one has entered the place I discovered. It's surrounded by extremely dangerous dimensional zones. The most famous dimensional zone is called the Valley of No Return. Even the Dugu family doesn't dare enter it. Back then, I only managed to see the cocoon of the Guardian by chance. The chances of others seeing it are extremely low.
To be honest, Zhou Wen was somewhat tempted. There were too few Guardians, and the 2 Guardians he could come into contact with were just too powerful. There was not much he could do to them. If there was time for Zhou Wen to slowly develop, it was only a matter of time before he killed them. However, now that Jing Daoxian had come knocking on his door, Zhou Wen felt the pressure. Just as Xia Jiawang had said, if one didn't enter the mythical stage, they were ultimately mortal. As their foundation was too weak, they could easily be considered a weakness when facing a mythical opponent. It was useless even if they had mythical companion beasts.
According to the agreement, if you can't contract a guardian, the guardian will belong to me, right?
Zhou Wen said to Li Maobai.
Of course. Happy cooperation.
Li Maobai smiled and extended his hand. Zhou Wen extended his hand and shook Li Maobai's hand, having reached an agreement. It was useless to write such an agreement in black and white, so there was no need to sign a contract.
When can you set off?
Li Maobai asked Zhou Wen.
Anytime,
Zhou Wen answered.
Pack up your things. We'll set off tonight. After we reach the South District, we need to make a trip to Mong Sat and find a friend surnamed Gu for help. With him leading the way, we can safely reach the Valley of No Return,
Li Maobai said.
Is there any trouble we can't resolve on the way?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown. Li Maobai said.
The South District is very different from the other districts. The other districts mostly respect the big and strong. However, in the South District, there are many miniature and evil dimensional creatures. There are even some places where the small are king. The smaller a dimensional creature is, the greater the destructive power it can cause. Just like the fairy Undying Gu on the rankings. It's only the size of an ant, but its destructive power isn't weaker than any dimensional creature on the rankings. In the South District, there are many evil and microscopic dimensional creatures. If one isn't familiar with the local situation, they might not even know how they died. Although I know a little about it, I'm ultimately not a local. It's much safer having a local guide. Alright.
Zhou Wen nodded and asked.
Do you know that Li Xian went to the South District? It doesn't matter where he goes.
Li Maobai left after saying that. Zhou Wen went back to make preparations and informed his friends that he was heading to the South District. In the evening, Zhou Wen set off with Li Maobai for Mongsat. Li Maobai brought 2 others with him. One of them was Butterfly, whom Zhou Wen had seen before. The other was a mute. His name was Mute. The 2 of them were responsible for Li Maobai's food and lodging along the way, as though they were servants. Zhou Wen was still wary of Li Maobai. He had his guard up along the way, but nothing happened. As flights were no longer possible to Mongsat, it wasn't easy to proceed. After the dimensional storms, the journey had become even more difficult. Thankfully, Mute, who was very familiar with the jungle path, led the way. Along the way, they climbed mountains and crossed ridges. It was all thanks to him scouting ahead that they were able to avoid most dangers. Occasionally, they would encounter breakout creatures which were easily dispatched. Mongsat was similar to a lone island on land these days. Too few people could reach this place. Only the nearby natives and people like the Gu family who wanted to develop themselves in Mongsat would continue staying here. On the streets, there were many men and women wearing monk robes. The men's robes were purple-red, while the women's were pink. The locals originally believed in Buddhism. After the dimensional storms, faith became even more important. Be it the indigenous or foreign families, as long as they were people who had settled down in Mongsat, they would believe in Buddhism. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to integrate into the local society. The friendly Maobai was looking for was called Gu Shanshui. Although he wasn't a monk, he was a Buddhist. However, Zhou Wen saw that he was wearing many chains. They didn't look like something from Mongsat. Instead, they looked like the Buddha plaques he had obtained from Shaoxi. Apart from the Buddha plaques, there were many tattoos on Gu Shanshui's body. The tattoos were clearly not formed by companion beasts, but man-made.
Li, my friend, I'm afraid there's no other way to go to the Valley of No Return,
said Gu Shanshui.
Master Gu, what happened?
Li Maobai knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, with Gu Shanshui's personality, as long as he agreed, no matter how dangerous the journey to the Valley of No Return was, he would still make the trip.
There's only one way to go to the Valley of No Return, Flower River. However, there's a large-scale breakout there. There have already been many people who wish to travel between Mongsat and Chiang Rai using the Flower River. After entering the Flower River, they were not seen again. There's no lack of epic experts among them.
Gu Shanshui explained the situation in detail. The Flower River wasn't actually a real river. Instead, after the dimensional storms, a type of flower appeared in a large area between Chiang Rai and Mongsat. The flower grew in large numbers, forming an endless river, so it was called Flower River by the locals. Due to the dimensional zones, the transportation between Mongsat and Chiang Rai was basically cut off. Only by walking through the Flower River could one avoid all the dimensional zones. However, in the past half a month, there had been an anomaly in Flower River. Many people who entered the Flower River vanished. No one dared to enter Flower River again. Previously, an epic expert from the Gu family had brought people into the Flower River, but there was no news of him. The people said by the Gu family to investigate had gone missing, but they failed to find anything.
Do we have to take the Flower River to go to the Valley of No Return?
Li Maobai asked after some thought.
There's a stretch that requires us to use the Flower River. We have to travel at least 25 kilometers in the Flower River,
said Gu Shanshui. Chapter 774 Jellyfish Fungus. Zhou Wen and Li Maobai looked at each other. If they wanted to go to the Valley of No Return, they had to traverse the Flower River. However, before figuring out the Flower River situation, the chances of dying if they entered rashly were too high.
Master Gu, can you take us to the Flower River's banks to take a look?
Li Maobai asked.
No problem, but please forgive me. I can't take you into the Flower River.
Gu Shanshui made himself clear. Even if they reached the Flower River, he definitely wouldn't enter. Li Maobai agreed to only get him to take them to the Flower River's banks. He wanted to have a look at the Flower River first. Zhou Wen also wanted to take a look at the Flower River situation. It hadn't been easy for him to make this trip, so he wasn't willing to return empty-handed. Gu Shanshui led them to the Flower River. Along the way, they walked through forest trails. There were no roads at all. Gu Shanshui led 2 young adults from the Gu family ahead to open up a path, while Zhou Wen and Li Maobai followed behind. Zhou Wen had been using Truth Listener's ability to monitor everything nearby. Furthermore, he made Tai Sui use its mimicking ability to transform into the chick. After Tai Sui transformed, it looked identical to the chick, but it was white. It stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder just like the chick. Zhou Wen was afraid that the antelope would cause trouble again if it came out. Therefore, he didn't bring it out this time. He had already contacted Ensheng to get someone to deliver food to it to prevent it from causing trouble in school. According to Worm Dugu, the chick should have the phoenix bloodline. It had a very good restraining effect on goo worms. Tai Sui also had a strong restraining effect on microscopic dimensional creatures. This was why Zhou Wen had dared to come to the South District.
Put on your gas masks.
Gu Shanshui stopped and handed them gas masks. Zhou Wen and company put on the gas masks. Gu Shanshui looked at the two birds on Zhou Wen's shoulder and said,
"Put away your companion beasts."
Zhou Wen placed them in his backpack instead of unsummoning them. Firstly, the chick wasn't a companion beast which he could unsummon. Secondly, Tai Sui needed to be outside to ensure that Zhou Wen wouldn't be attacked by microscopic companion beasts, so it naturally couldn't be unsummoned. Gu Shanshui naturally saw the scene, but he didn't say a word. Instead, the two youths from the Gu family curled their lips as though they viewed Zhou Wen's actions in contempt, but they didn't say a word either. Everyone continued walking forward. Zhou Wen soon realized why Gu Shanshui wanted them to wear gas masks. There were many fungi here, and there were so many floating spores everywhere that it appeared like fog. These bacteria were originally creatures from Earth. They had mutated due to the dimensional storms. Although they hadn't reached the level of dimensional creatures, the spores they emitted would cause great damage to the human body if they entered the respiratory tract. The main problem was that it was difficult to treat them when they were inside the body. Tai Sui naturally wasn't afraid of these spores. It didn't have much appetite for them either. Perhaps the energy of these spores was so low that they didn't catch Tai Sui's eye. The chick wasn't afraid of these spores either. Any foreign microscopic organism that entered its body would be refined by the phoenix flames in its body. Otherwise, the phoenix wouldn't be the nemesis of Gu. Zhou Wen got the two of them to stay in his backpack and not come out. As the group walked through the forest, their bodies were quickly covered in a layer of dust. They were actually a large number of spores. Various fungi could be seen everywhere on the ground and withered trees. Many of the trees here had already withered and turned into a paradise for fungi growth. Thankfully, the spores here were somewhat different from the parasitic spores in Dragon Gate Grotto. The parasitic spores were independent dimensional creatures, and these spores were only a part of a parent body. Even so, if an unprepared person entered this area and inhaled large amounts of spores, their lungs and respiratory system would be doomed. Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that there was a corpse on the ground in front of him. From the looks of it, it wasn't a local. His corpse had already rotted, and there was a strange fungi creature growing on it. Growing on the corpse was something that looked like an egg-sized jellyfish. It was translucent and colorless. Although the mushroom looked beautiful, it made one's hair stand on end.
"Don't move. Gu Lu, go take a look,"
Gu Shanshui said to one of the young men. The young man responded and summoned a palm-sized black scorpion companion beast. He made it slowly approach the corpse and crawl to the jellyfish-like mushroom. Gu Lu got Gu Shanshui's affirmative node before ordering the black scorpion to stab the jellyfish-like mushroom with its tail. Bam! After the mushroom was pricked, it exploded like a ball filled with water. However, what exploded wasn't water, but countless transparent spores.
"Retreat!"
Gu Shanshui grabbed Gu Lu and another young man named Gu He and threw them behind him. He took a step forward and spat out flames at the spores. When the flames encountered the spores, they expanded as though they had encountered gasoline. Most of the spores were immediately destroyed, but a few spores still spread out. Gu Lu and Gu He also used fire elemental companion beasts to burn the spores that escaped their net. However, the black scorpion companion beast had already been invaded by spores. It ignored Gu Lu's orders and crawled crazily towards the other jellyfish mushrooms, hoping to prick them. Gu Shanshui spewed out flames, incinerating the corpse along with the scorpion companion beast. The jellyfish mushrooms exploded in the flames, along with the spores. After confirming that none had escaped, Gu Shanshui said to Li Maobai with a heavy expression,
"Li, there's something amiss. That person clearly died from being infected with the spores of fungi dimensional creatures. There must be a parent of the fungi dimensional creatures nearby. Furthermore, its level isn't low. It's at least at the epic stage. This has never been discovered in the past. Are you still going to the Flower River?"
Li Maobai looked at Zhou Wen and asked,
"What do you think? Let's continue."
Zhou Wen had been observing the jellyfish mushrooms and spores on the corpse. These things weren't much of a threat to him. Even if Tai Sui didn't take action, he could deal with them himself. There was naturally no need for him to retreat.
"Master Gu, please continue leading the way. If you feel that you can't continue, please tell me ahead of time,"
Li Maobai said to Gu Shanshui.
"All right."
Master Gu didn't say anything else and continued leading Gu Lu and Gu He. Their most commonly used means available to them was a fire elemental companion beast, But this fire elemental companion beast was very strange. The flames it spewed out were a bluish-white color that had a strong restraining effect on fungi and poisonous insects. After walking for a distance, Joe suddenly said,
"Wait!"
This was because he had already discovered with Truth Listener that there were many corpses ahead. Each corpse was covered in jellyfish mushrooms. Chapter 775 The Chick Spews Fire.
Zhou, what did you discover?
The people in front stopped and Li Maobai looked at Zhou.
There's something amiss up ahead,
Zhou said, as he pointed ahead. Gu Shanshui looked ahead, but he didn't seem to notice anything. However, he quickly summoned a companion beast. The companion beast transformed into a mirror eye that appeared in his left eye, making it look like his left eye was completely occupied by the iris. Gu Shanshui used his left eye to look ahead for a while before saying,
"There's indeed a problem ahead. Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look."
As Gu Shanshui spoke, he dived forward. Before long, he returned and said to Li Maobai,
"Zhou is right. There's indeed something wrong ahead. There are many corpses with jellyfish fungi growing on them. There are too many of them. We can't deal with them,"
Butterfly said.
"We also have fire elemental companion beasts. We can help you clean them up."
Gu Shanshui shook his head and said,
"You must not use fire elemental companion beasts here. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Although the fire elemental companion beasts we use aren't of a high level, their fire elemental attributes are very special. It's called corpse fire. It's a type of Yin fire that is most effective against parasitic fungi on rotting corpses. Master Gu, is there any other way?"
Li Maobai asked.
"We can only take a detour. If we take a detour, it will take us an additional 30 to 40 kilometers. Furthermore, we might have to pass through a dimensional zone known as the Spirit Absorption Valley. Our speed won't be fast. We will have to walk for at least 10 hours more than we expected. Furthermore, the Spirit Absorption Valley is somewhat dangerous. If we are unlucky, we might have to retreat again,"
said Gu Shanshui after some calculations.
"Is there no other way? Spirit Absorption Valley is too dangerous. Furthermore, we might not be able to reach it."
Li Maobai had heard of the famous Spirit Absorption Valley, and didn't wish to go there.
"If we don't take a detour, we must get rid of the jellyfish fungi. However, we can only slowly deal with them from the periphery. It will probably take 2 days to clean up all the jellyfish fungi along the way. Furthermore, we don't know if there are any more,"
Gu Shanshui said. Li Maobai thought for a moment and said,
"Then let's clean up the jellyfish fungi. It's better not to go to the Spirit Absorption Valley. I have a fire elemental pet here. Master Gu, can you help me see if it can be of any help?"
Zhou released the chick from his backpack. After Tai Sui advanced to the mythical stage, it didn't seem to have much appetite for ordinary microbes. As for these jellyfish fungi, they were only grown from the spores emitted from the parent fungus body, and not dimensional creatures' bodies. Tai Sui was even less interested. Tai Sui, mythical, evolvable. Life Providence, clashing Tai Sui. Life Soul, 12 Tai Sui gods. Wheel of Destiny, longevity seed. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Constitution, 81. Essence energy, 81. Talent skill, Earth Escape. Companion form, Mimicry. Zhou had tried Tai Sui's Wheel of Destiny, but he hadn't discovered any special effects as though it was useless. Tai Sui's body didn't undergo any changes, leaving Zhou depressed.
"Didn't Master Gu say that ordinary fire elemental creatures can't be used here? Didn't you hear him just now?"
Gu Lu said unhappily. Zhou hadn't listened to Gu Shanshui's words to store the chick and Tai Sui away. From the looks of it, he didn't trust them. This made Gu Lu have a bad impression of Zhou. Now that Zhou had taken out a fire elemental pet, Gu Lu felt even more irked. However, Gu Shanshui didn't share the same thoughts. Zhou had discovered the jellyfish fungi ahead of time, making him feel that this young man wasn't simple. Furthermore, people like Li Maobai seemed to respect Zhou, making Gu Shanshui even more afraid of underestimating him. Gu Shanshui stopped Gu Lu and looked at the chick.
"Does your pet's flame belong to the Yin fire type? I'm not too sure about that, but its flames can be released and retracted freely. It should be of some use,"
Zhou said.
"What's the point of releasing and retracting freely? Whose companion beast's ability can't do that? Don't you have any common sense? There are a lot of spores here. When gathered together, they are like powder. Using ordinary flames can easily trigger a dust explosion. Even without the dust explosion, igniting a large area of spores will trigger a forest fire. It's very easy to alarm the dimensional creatures in the forest," said Gu Lu. "Gu Lu, don't be rude to guests."
Gu Shanshui frowned. Upon hearing Gu Shanshui's words, Gu Lu could only shut up and not say another word. However, from his expression, it was obvious that he wasn't convinced. Gu Shanshui bowed at Zhou and said,
Zhou Gulu is young and insensible. Please don't take his rude words to heart. However, what he said is right. Typical flames will indeed cause many problems. If you are confident, you can get your pet to give it a try. If you aren't confident, let us be in charge of cleaning up. It doesn't matter if we spend more time. Master Gu, I know a little about the taboos of using flames. Didn't I just say that my pet can control its flames without triggering an explosion or fire?
Zhou had seen the chick's flames before, so he naturally knew that it had such an ability.
Then let's give it a try. Let it spew out some flames,
said Gu Shanxue. Zhou gestured for the chick to spew out its flames, but the chick's temper wasn't as good as Zhou. Its intelligence wasn't inferior to humans. Although it didn't speak the human language, it could understand them. Gu Lu's words displeased it. Just as Zhou gestured, the chick flapped its wings and didn't spew out any flames for Gu Shanxue to verify. It flew straight to the corpses and spat out a swath of golden flames.
Not good!
Gu Shanxue, Gu Lu, and Gu He were all shocked. There were nearly 100 corpses there. Countless jellyfish fungi of various sizes grew on them. Once they were burned by the flames, large numbers of jellyfish fungi would explode. Even if they didn't produce dust explosions, large numbers of spores would spread out. However, what happened next left them stunned. The chick's golden flames landed on the corpses, igniting the corpses along with the jellyfish fungi. Strangely, the jellyfish fungi didn't explode when they were burned. They quickly turned to ashes amidst the golden flames. Nearly 100 corpses, along with the jellyfish fungi on them, were instantly reduced to ashes. Nothing was left behind. Furthermore, the golden flames only burned the corpses and jellyfish fungi. They didn't affect the nearby creatures at all. Even the other spores in the air weren't ignited. Gu Lu and Gu He were stunned. Even the corpse fire they used didn't have such a good effect, much less be capable of removing all the jellyfish fungi and corpses so quickly. Gu Shanxue stared at the chick as his expression turned odd. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly turned to Zhou and bowed.
Mr. Zhou, if I'm willing to send you through the Flower River to enter the Valley of No Return, can you do me a favor?
Gu Lu and Gu He were alarmed. The foreigners didn't know the bow that Gu Shanxue was giving, but they knew very well that it was a very high-level etiquette. Typically, such a bow would only be used for accomplished monks with great merit. Chapter 776 Flower of Life. Li Mobai and company looked at Gu Shanxue in a puzzled manner. They didn't know why he had suddenly changed his mind, and was willing to take the huge risk to help them cross the Flower River.
I wonder how I can help you, Master Gu.
Zhou didn't agree easily. Gu Shanxue had clearly noticed something from the chick. Gu Shanxue said,
To be honest, our Gu family is also good at nurturing Gu and taming them. I discovered a mythical dimensional creature somewhere, and wanted to tame it into a Gu, but I failed because it was too powerful. If you are willing to help me, Mr. Zhou, you will definitely be able to subdue it.
As Gu Shanxue spoke, he glanced at the chick. Clearly, his real goal was to seek the help of the chick.
If it's within our abilities, it's only right for us to help each other. However, we are in a rush to head to the Valley of No Return. I'm afraid.
Before Zhou could finish his sentence, Gu Shanxue said,
Mr. Zhou, don't worry. I'll help you head to the Valley of No Return first. It won't be too late for you to help me after we return. Master Gu, I still have to ask what kind of mythical creature you want to tame. What kind of abilities does it have? What do you want me to do?
Zhou asked seriously. Zhou wasn't willing to go back on an agreement, so he had to ask first.
Mr. Zhou, may I have a word with you in private?
Gu Shanxue clearly didn't want others to know about the dimensional creature. Zhou and Gu Shanxue went to the side before Gu Shanxue said,
The dimensional creature I want to tame is a corpse silkworm. It's in an extreme dimensional zone. It's extremely dangerous for ordinary people, but Mr. Zhou, you have a phoenix divine bird. It won't be difficult for it to subdue the corpse silkworm. I can agree to help, but I am only able to do my best when the time comes. I can't guarantee that it will succeed.
After all, Zhou had never seen the corpse silkworm before. He didn't know how powerful it was, so he was being very conservative.
That's good enough.
Gu Shanxue was very open-minded. After the two of them finished their discussion, they walked back. The few of them set off again. Gu Shanxue led Gu Lu and Gu He to open up the path ahead. Along the way, they discovered some corpses with jellyfish fungi. Gu Shanxue's expression turned solemn. On the way, Gu Lu and Gu He secretly sized up the chick from time to time. Even Li Mobai and company took a few more glances at it. Clearly, they knew that the actions Gu Shanxue had taken had something to do with the chick. The chick stood on Zhou shoulder and looked around smugly. Zhou kept using Truth Listener to observe his surroundings, hoping to find the parent body of the jellyfish fungi. However, he didn't find the mother. All he saw were the parasitized corpses. Suddenly, Tai Sui emerged from his backpack. It flapped its wings and flew towards the foliage nearby.
What happened?
Li Maobai and company looked at Zhou Wen.
It's fine. My companion beast has been in my backpack for too long. It wants to take a walk,
Zhou Wen said casually. He didn't wish to be perfunctory, but even he didn't know what Tai Sui wanted to do. There was no way to explain it clearly. Zhou Wen kept using Truth Listener to observe the direction Tai Sui had flown in, but there was nothing there. Tai Sui flew nearly a kilometer before diving into the ground and disappearing. Tai Sui knew Earth escape, so Zhou Wen couldn't hear where it went. After a while, he saw Tai Sui burrow out of the ground and quickly fly back. However, its stomach was clearly bulging. Zhou Wen did not know what it had eaten. Everyone set off again when they saw Zhou Wen's companion beast return. On the way, although they encountered some corpses, they didn't find any jellyfish fungi on them. When Zhou Wen saw this, he guessed that Tai Sui had burrowed into the ground and eaten the jellyfish fungi's parent body. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful. He didn't even get to see what the parent body looked like before it was eaten by Tai Sui. Without the interference of the jellyfish fungi, everyone moved much faster. Zhou Wen had gained some knowledge. Many of the strange creatures here were things he had never seen or heard of before. Thankfully, with Gu Shanshui and company leading the way, they avoided the dimensional zones. Otherwise, if they were to enter a dimensional zone, there was no knowing how many terrifying unknown creatures they would encounter. Zhou Wen saw a sea of flowers in the distance. The white petals and red stamens looked like a white river speckled by blood from afar.
That's the Flower River,
said Gu Shanshui as he pointed at the winding river like flowers in the distance. Everyone's eyes were already focused on the Flower River. Zhou Wen was also using Truth Listener to search the Flower River, but apart from the flowers, there were no living creatures. The locals called these flowers the Flower of Life. Wherever the Flower of Life appeared, there was no space for other creatures to live. Even weeds wouldn't grow there. In the past, it was very safe for humans to enter the Flower River. As there were no other creatures in there, much less dimensional creatures, the Flower River became an important route that connected nearby cities. However, since a couple of weeks ago, none of the people who entered the Flower River had come out alive. They had all gone missing, and this route had been severed. Zhou Wen carefully sized up the Flowers of Life. The flowers weren't big, and looked somewhat similar to the peach blossoms. They were beautiful.
These Flowers of Life don't look like dimensional creatures,
Li Maobai said, as he sized up the distant Flowers of Life. Gu Shanshui nodded and said,
The Flowers of Life existed before the dimensional storms. It's a type of poisonous flower. After the dimensional storms, the poisonous flower mutated. Furthermore, the numbers increased, forming Flower River. However, for some reason, the mutated Flowers of Life don't have any poison. Many people have experimented with the Flower of Life. It no longer contains any poison. Even if it's eaten, it won't cause any harm to humans. However, it might be different now. Everyone, please wait a moment. I need to do some experiments.
Zhou Wen and company stopped and waited for Gu Shanshui to carry out the experiments. As no one knew what the danger in Flower River was, they could only start by analyzing the Flowers of Life. Unlike what Zhou Wen had imagined, Gu Shanshui opened a bamboo tube and released a worm that looked like a silkworm. It was fair and plump. The worm crawled towards the Flower River and first nibbled at the Flower of Life's leaves and roots before chewing on the flower. It didn't seem to have any problems.
This is white silkworm. It's very sensitive to poison. If it absorbs poison, its body will show different colors,
Gu Shanshui explained.
Now that white silkworm hasn't changed color, does that mean that the Flower of Life remains non-poisonous?
Butterfly asked curiously. Just as she said that, she suddenly saw the white silkworm straighten its body and fall from the flower. It died, but its body remained white without any changes. Chapter 777 Entering the Flower River.
Master Gu, what's the situation now?
Li Maobai asked Gu Shanshui. Gu Shanshui didn't answer. All he did was summon a butterfly companion beast and bring back White Silkworm's corpse. Then, Gu Shanshui cut off a portion of White Silkworm's corpse and fed it to another spider. The spider was fine after eating the silkworm's corpse. Gu Shanshui picked out a strange Buddha plaque from his various Buddha plaques. It looked like a transparent glass bottle with yellow liquid inside. Inside the liquid was a baby-like figurine. Gu Shanshui opened the glass bottle and poured some yellow liquid on the remaining White Silkworm corpse. When the liquid touched White Silkworm's corpse, it immediately seeped in. Gu Shanshui held the Buddha plaque and muttered something as he injected his essence energy into it. However, after a while, there was nothing from White Silkworm's corpse. Gu Shanshui put away his Buddha plaque and looked at the spider that had eaten a portion of the White Silkworm's corpse. He said with a heavy expression,
There's no poison in White Silkworm's corpse. It didn't die from poison. I tried using spirit control to condense the remnant spiritual consciousness left in the white silkworm, but I failed.
When Li Maobai heard this, he understood what Gu Shanshui meant.
In other words, the flower of life isn't poisonous. Did white silkworm die because it lost its soul? That's probably the case. However, spiritual consciousness isn't completely equivalent to a soul,
said Gu Shanshui.
Can you find out what sucked white silkworm's spiritual consciousness?
Li Maobai asked.
No other creatures have been discovered. The greatest possibility is that the flowers of life have sucked away its spiritual consciousness. However, this is only a guess,
Gu Shanshui said. This made Li Maobai and Zhou Wen's hearts sink. If the flowers of life were really up to no good, it would be very dangerous for them to cross the flower river. If they weren't careful, their spiritual consciousness might be sucked away.
This seems to be similar to the spirit-absorbing valley's spirit-absorbing worms. Could they be related?
Li Maobai asked.
I'm not sure yet. I need to further study it.
Gu Shanshui summoned many avian companion beasts, and made them fly across the flower river and into the distance. The companion beasts flew over the flower river a few times without any problems. This made Zhou Wen and company feel better. If they could cross the flower river by flying, it could save them a lot of trouble. After unsummoning his companion beasts, Gu Shanshui got Gu Lu and Gu He to open the bamboo cages on their backs. Inside the bamboo cages was a hive with countless wasps entering and exiting. Zhou Wen sized up the hive curiously. He hadn't noticed it before, but he never expected Gu Lu and Gu He to be carrying such an item. The wasps inside were clearly not companion beasts, nor could they be considered dimensional creatures. They were likely mutated wasps from Earth. Driven by Gu Lu and Gu He, the wasps flew out of the hive and into the sky above the flower river. However, not long after they flew, they fell from the sky as though they were drunk and fell into the flowers. None of the wasps survived. All of them fell into the flower field. Everyone's hearts were covered in a shadow. The companion beasts were fine, but the wasps died. It was likely that people would end up like the wasps if they entered. Gu Shanshui did some more experiments. He had many strange things on him that dazzled the eyes. After Gu Shanshui stopped, Li Maobai asked,
Master Gu, is there a way to cross the flower river? There's a way, but we can only prevent our spiritual consciousness from being sucked away. We don't know if there are other dangers inside,
Gu Shanshui said after some thought.
We've already come this far. There's no reason to return,
Li Maobai said. Gu Shanshui nodded and took out a few Buddha plaques from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Wen.
Hang these Buddha plaques around your necks. They will naturally protect you from having your spiritual consciousness sucked away. However, there are a few taboos that you need to abide by. Firstly, don't take them off casually after wearing them. I'll help you take them off when we are in the clear. Secondly, you need to drip a drop of blood on the Buddha plaque every day. Thirdly, you can't eat meat. You have to abide by these 3 rules or you will be in trouble.
After Li Maobai received the Buddha plaque, he put it around his neck. Then, he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto it. Strangely enough, the drop of blood instantly seeped into the Buddha plaque.
What companion beast is sealed in this Buddha plaque?
Zhou Wen held the Buddha plaque and asked curiously. This Buddha plaque was very similar to the one used by Gu Shanshui. It was split into 3 levels. One layer was transparent crystal, while the second layer was yellow liquid. Right in the middle was a black baby figurine.
The Buddha plaques that seals companion beasts are now called orthodox Buddha plaques. I made this myself. What's sealed inside isn't a companion beast, but a Gu. Although it's a little odd, as long as you abide by the rules, there won't be any problems. Remember, you have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble,
Gu Shanshui warned them repeatedly. Li Maobai said.
Master Gu's family used to rear Gu. Later, the Gu family moved to the vicinity of Chiang Rai and learned the local techniques. They have a deep understanding of Buddha plaques and Kuman Thong. Now that they have formed their own style, there aren't many people in Chiang Rai who can compare to Master Gu.
Zhou Wen followed Gu Shanshui's instructions and fed a drop of blood to the Buddha plaque before hanging it around his neck. Everyone hung the Buddha plaques around their necks and entered the flower river under the guidance of Gu Shanshui. As Gu Shanshui had said, with the Buddha plaques, they didn't suffer the problem of having their spiritual consciousness absorbed. The group traversed the flower river and saw nothing but a sea of flowers. Although they looked beautiful, they also exuded a sense of loneliness. Zhou Wen originally wanted to get Gu Shanshui to help him see what used the Buddha plaques he had obtained from Xiao Siwer, but after some thought, he decided against it. This place wasn't far from Chiang Rai. If the Xiao family knew that Xiao Si's Buddha plaques had landed in his hands, it would inevitably cause trouble. The sky gradually darkened as the moon rose into the sky. Under the moonlight, The flower river seemed to be covered in a mysterious veil. It looked beautiful and terrifying.
Ah!
Gulu suddenly let out a tragic cry as he fell into the bushes. His eyes turned white as his body convulsed violently. White foam seeped out of his mouth as though he had epilepsy. Everyone was alarmed. Gu Shanshui reacted the fastest. He grabbed Gulu's mouth and forced it open. Then, he took out a small bottle and poured its contents into Gulu's mouth. Zhou had originally imagined that there was medicine in the bottle, but to his surprise, he saw a centipede-like bug crawl out of the bottle and into Gulu's mouth. Chapter 778 Nether Butterfly. Gulu's abdomen swelled up as he rolled over and vomited. Zhou saw that Gulu had vomited quite a number of white objects. A careful look made him almost vomit as well. Gulu had vomited out maggots that squirmed on the ground. Gulu kept vomiting more and more maggots. The few of them felt their scalps tingle, worried that they would end up like Gulu. After vomiting for a while, Gulu spat out the centipede-like worm as well. His swollen abdomen shrank, and he looked much better. His face remained ghastly pale.
Master Gu, what's wrong with Gulu?
Lima Bai asked. They had paid attention to their surroundings just now, and hadn't discovered any problems. The sudden incident with Gulu made them equally uneasy.
Don't worry. It's not a problem with the flowers of life. He was poisoned by a Gu, and I killed it.
Gu Shanshui extended his hand, and the centipede-like bug flew into his hand. Something dropped from its claws. It was a worm the size of a rice grain. Ordinary people couldn't tell that it was a worm.
This is a relatively common rice Gu. Although it's only at the legendary stage, it's easy to mistakenly eat it when mixed with rice grains. After entering the body, it can quickly reproduce and destroy the body from the inside. It's very difficult for outsiders to understand.
Gu Shanshui paused for a moment before continuing.
The rice Gu isn't fast, and its offensive strength isn't very strong. It's very difficult for it to enter the body directly. It would have been mixed into the bamboo rice that Gulu brought. It was only after he ate that the rice Gu invaded his body.
With that said, Gu Shanshui got Gulu and Gu He to check the things they had brought. Indeed, in their bamboo rice, they found some rice Gu. They also found a Gu that was thinner than a strand of hair in the kettle. Gu Shanshui told them that it was also a legendary Gu named Bone Drilling Worm. It could easily take a person's life when it invaded their bodies. It burrowed into bone cavities and reproduced in large numbers. It would gnaw on the bones until all the bones were eaten. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. The few of them hadn't eaten the bamboo rice or drank any water. Now, they had even less desire for eating or drinking. The few of them handed their things to Gu Shanshui for inspection. Thankfully, their food and water were fine.
From the looks of it, someone did this before we set off. Master Gu, do you know who did it?
Lima Bai asked. Gu Shanshui shook his head and said,
Members of our Gu family probably wouldn't do such a thing because they know that these Gu won't succeed against me.
Lima Bai fell into deep thought. If it wasn't someone from the Gu family, it was possible that it wasn't targeted at Gu Shanshui and company. There were a myriad of possibilities, making it difficult to guess.
Master Gu, is there any way to guard against these Gu?
Butterfly asked. After all, she was a woman. She was extremely disgusted when she saw Gulu vomiting maggots. She would rather die than vomit.
There are countless Gu in the South District. It's easy to defend against one or a few, but to defend against all of them, one can only rely on one's experience and judgment. However, if you have a legendary divine item that can restrain all Gu, then no Gu will dare approach you.
As Gu Shanshui spoke, he glanced at the chick on Zhou Wen's shoulder.
What kind of divine item is that?
Butterfly asked.
The most famous one is the mythical Eye Silkworm Gu. If you have an Eye Silkworm Gu with you, basically no Gu will dare approach you. Even if they dare approach you, they will be discovered by the Eye Silkworm Gu and be directly killed. Most mythical Gu have similar effects, but that's provided that you can tame them.
Gu Shanshui said.
Can't we just kill it and have it drop a companion beast?
Butterfly said.
It works for some, but not all.
Gu Shanshui said ambiguously.
Why?
Butterfly was puzzled.
This is because living Gu have experienced many battles. They have very strong instincts, experience, and a certain level of intelligence. They also have territorial awareness. However, when it comes to companion beasts, their intelligence might not necessarily be up to standard. They also don't have combat experience or territorial awareness. Most of them need their owners to control them in order to unleash their might. They are much weaker when it comes to taking precautions. Furthermore, mythical Gu might not drop companion beasts. The chances of taming them are higher,
said Gu Shanshui.
Master Gu, do you have a mythical Gu on you? Let it out for us to broaden our horizons,
Butterfly said.
If I had one, I wouldn't need to request Mr. Zhou to help me capture the corpse bug. There are many people in the South District who rear goo, but there are very few who have mythical goo. Furthermore, most of them should be in the Dugu family.
Gu Shanshui seemed to be in a good mood as he continued.
If Mr. Zhou can help me catch the corpse bug this time, I will have a mythical goo. In the future, the Gu family will be considered a top faction in the South District.
They continued after Gu Shanshui checked everyone's belongings and didn't find any more goo. The flower river under the moon was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. A breeze blew, and the flowers swayed like ripples in a river. Gu Shanshui sniffed hard and suddenly stopped. He made a gesture for everyone to stop before looking at the distant flower river. Zhou Wen and company stopped and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a huge sea of flowers ahead, but they didn't discover anything. However, the wind became stronger. Not long after, they saw some lights dancing above the distant flower river. Zhou Wen's truth listener was extremely powerful, so he quickly saw what it was. It wasn't a light at all, but a crystal-like butterfly. The butterfly's body was transparent, and there were many patterns on its wings. The patterns emitted an icy blue cold glow, making it look even more dazzling. When the icy blue butterfly flapped its wings, it triggered a strong wind that caused ripples through the flower river.
That's Nether Butterfly.
When Gu Lu saw that it was a butterfly, his originally pale face drained of whatever color it had. He wasn't any better. His expression was ugly.
No wonder none of the people who entered the flower river survived. There's actually a nether butterfly here,
Gu Shanshui said with a heavy expression. Although Zhou Wen didn't know what the nether butterfly was, he could tell from its essence energy fluctuations that it was definitely a mythical dimensional creature.
The legendary netherworld envoy, the nether butterfly that guides souls into the underworld.
Li Maobai had clearly heard of the nether butterfly as he stared at the butterfly and frowned. Gu Shanshui whispered,
In the past, I've only heard of people encountering the nether butterfly. However, it's in a mysterious dimensional zone that humans are almost unable to reach. I never expected Flower River to have a nether butterfly. We sure are down on our luck.
Chapter 779 Evolution Again. The nether butterfly flew over. Large numbers of flowers of life produced specks of light that gathered on the nether butterfly's body. Soon, the entire flower river seemed to become a fluorescent river. Fluorescence was rising from every corner. Zhou Wen and company were already retreating, but their bodies underwent the same process as the flowers of life. They emitted specks of light, and every bit of light emitted from their bodies weakened their minds. They felt exhausted and wanted to fall to the ground to sleep. They tried stopping the radiance from flowing from their bodies, but to no avail.
Quick, let's go! We can't stop. If we stop, death awaits us.
Gu Shanshui led the way as he ran through the flower river. Some of the Buddha plaques on his body shimmered with a strange light, causing him to emit radiance at a much slower pace. However, it only slowed down. He didn't stop the radiance from emitting. Bam! Bam! The Buddha plaques on Zhou Wen and company exploded as yellow liquid splattered out. The baby figurine shattered as it transformed into specks of light that scattered out. Many of the Buddha plaques on Gu Shanshui's body exploded as well. Zhou Wen summoned the Golden Overlord sword and slashed at the nether butterfly. The nether butterfly's flying speed was extremely fast. Even if Zhou Wen could escape, the others definitely couldn't. However, when the golden sword aura slashed at the nether butterfly, it penetrated its transparent body without causing any damage.
The nether butterfly is a netherworld creature. It can travel between reality and the netherworld. Typical essence energy attacks are useless against it.
As Li Maobai spoke, he summoned a companion beast. The companion beast was a white-dressed girl holding up a black paper umbrella, but the white-dressed girl had no facial features. She looked extremely strange. However, the moment the girl came out, the black paper umbrella opened and blocked Li Maobai's head. Li Maobai immediately stopped emitting light. Unfortunately, the black paper umbrella was too small. It only allowed shelter for two, and was unable to envelop everyone.
Zhou Wen, try killing the nether butterfly,
Li Maobai said, as he ordered the white-dressed girl to float towards Zhou Wen with the black umbrella. The white-dressed girl floated to Zhou Wen's side, like a ghost, and used the black paper umbrella to shelter him, preventing him from emitting any more radiance. Zhou Wen immediately felt much better, and no longer felt exhausted. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen held the Golden Overlord sword and turned to charge at the nether butterfly.
Wait!
Gu Shanshui stopped Zhou Wen and extended his hand. A golden child appeared in front of him. The golden child was somewhat similar to Xiao Xi's Kumen Thong, but it didn't have such a terrifying evil aura.
Take my life soul, and your sword will be capable of touching the nether butterfly. You don't have much time. My life soul can only last 10 minutes at most.
As Gu Shanshui spoke, the golden child transformed into a golden beam of light that fused into the Golden Overlord sword. It added a golden image that resembled a baby or Buddha on the Golden Overlord sword. The golden aura from on the sword also became stronger. Zhou Wen took a step forward and activated Transcendent Flying Immortal. The Golden Overlord sword in his hand slashed out a golden sword beam that instantly appeared in front of the Nether Butterfly. Strangely enough, the white dress girl with the black umbrella seemed to stick to Zhou Wen. No matter how fast Zhou Wen was, she stuck close to him and used the black paper umbrella to cover his head. The Nether Butterfly seemed to sense that something was amiss with this strike. With a flap of its wings, its figure seemed to penetrate the netherworld and vanished. When it reappeared, it was already on the other side of the Flower River. The Golden Overlord sword in Zhou Wen's hand slashed out sword beams one after another, crisscrossing in the air like golden lightning. However, the Nether Butterfly's figure flickered as it vanished and appeared elsewhere. Zhou Wen's sword ultimately failed to hit its body. Zhou Wen had the black paper umbrella protecting him, so he was fine. However, Li Maobai and company were already exhausted and had no strength to escape. All of them fell to the ground. Gu Lu and Gu He, who were weaker, were about to fall asleep. Even so, Li Maobai didn't unsummon his companion beast, nor did Gu Shanshui dispel his life soul. He continued augmenting Zhou Wen. Since Zhou Wen couldn't hit it after repeated attempts, he knew that he probably couldn't kill the Nether Butterfly with his speed alone. He immediately switched his Essence Energy Art, and the Holy Hell King Life Soul appeared. The Eye of the Holy Hell King at his glabella opened as well. Zhou Wen originally wanted to see if the Eye of the Holy Hell King could allow him to see the Netherworld Butterfly pass through the underworld, but to his surprise, the moment it opened, the light emitted from the flowers of life changed directions. It no longer flew towards the Nether Butterfly, and instead surged towards the Eye of the Holy Hell King. What was even more terrifying was that the light on the Nether Butterfly's body also scattered and flew towards the Eye of the Holy Hell King. In just an instant, the Nether Butterfly's body glowed brightly as ice blue incantations appeared. The incantations prevented the light from scattering from its body. Boom! As the wings flapped, a terrifying icy blue light wave spread out from Zhou Wen like spatial ripples. Zhou Wen's eyes focused as he slashed out with the Golden Overlord sword in his hand without any hesitation. It transformed into a golden sword beam that slashed apart the ice blue beam. The Nether Butterfly escaped into the Netherworld again, but under the Eye of the Holy Hell King, Zhou Wen could see the Nether Butterfly. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch it. The moment it left the Netherworld, the Golden Overlord sword slashed at its body. The indomitable sword beam killed the Nether Butterfly and tore its body into two. Ding! A dimensional crystal dropped. It resembled a sapphire, with the shadow of the Nether Butterfly within. It was an Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Once the Nether Butterfly died, its body immediately transformed into countless beams of light that surged towards the Eye of the Holy Hell King. At the same time, the light from the flowers of life was sucked away by the Eye of the Holy Hell King. Li Maobai and company only saw the light that filled the sky surge towards Zhou Wen's glabella from all directions, but they couldn't see the Eye of the Holy Hell King. Even the white dress girl and the golden child were no exception. Their bodies emitted a glow that surged towards Zhou Wen's glabella. However, Li Maobai and company no longer emitted any radiance. Li Maobai and Gu Shanshui hurriedly dispelled the white dress girl and the golden child. Only then did they prevent their bodies from leaking radiance. As a large amount of light was sucked into the Eye of the Holy Hell King, Zhou Wen vaguely felt that the Holy Hell King life soul was about to evolve again. He couldn't help but be delighted. When Holy Hell King evolved again, it would reach the perfect body. It would be Zhou Wen's second life soul to reach the perfect body. The originally beautiful flowers of life lost their luster as a large area withered. The originally beautiful flower river instantly turned into a withered land of death. When all the light was absorbed by Zhou Wen, the Holy Hell King life soul evolved almost simultaneously. Chapter 780 Supreme Hell King. The Sith flames in the Eye of the Holy Hell King bloomed like a lotus flower. Invisible Sith flames surged out like layers of petals that enveloped Zhou Wen's body. Others could only see Zhou Wen levitating in mid-air, and not the invisible Sith flames on his body, but they could sense that his aura was constantly rising. When his aura reached its peak, Zhou Wen's body underwent a tremendous change. The Holy Hell King life soul completed its final evolution amidst the Sith flames. Instantly, Zhou Wen felt his entire body enter a higher dimension, separating himself from reality. Reality became extremely filthy in his eyes, like a junkyard. And despite being in such an environment, his body remained untainted. As the Sith flames in the Eye of the Holy Hell King were consumed, the Eye of the Holy Hell King gradually closed and vanished.
When Buddha closes his eyes, every inch of the world will be separated from purity. All life in the tainted world will be abandoned by Buddha, and the final purification will descend.
Looking at the filthy world, Zhou Wen seemed to gain some insight. Although the Eye of the Holy Hell King was closed, His eyes remained open. He did not completely separate himself from reality. Instead, he allowed himself to return to the world. The condensation of a life soul not only had to do with talent, bloodline, and essence energy art, but it also had to do with a person's concepts and insights. No two people's life souls were identical. That was because everyone's thoughts were different. It was impossible to be completely the same. If Zhou Wen had been bent on leaving this filthy world, the Holy Hell King life soul would have evolved in the direction of a saint, eventually becoming a Buddha or a god. However, Zhou Wen didn't have any thoughts of transcending. He stayed in the filthy world. Therefore, the Holy Hell King life soul evolved in another direction. Li Maobai and company looked at Zhou Wen in the air. They originally felt that Zhou Wen's body emitted a holy pressure, as though he was the reincarnation of a Buddha. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen's entire body turned dim. It was as though a true immortal had been struck down to the mortal world, reducing to a mortal. They could no longer sense the otherworldly aura from him, as though he was an extremely ordinary youth. Zhou Wen landed on the ground and stretched his back. He picked up the essence energy skill crystal that the nether butterfly had dropped and looked at Li Maobai and company.
There's only one crystal. How do we split it? I'm only here for the Guardian's cocoon. I don't want anything else,
Li Maobai said. Gu Shanxue shook his head and said,
I only hope that you can help me catch the corpse bug after this matter is resolved. These things are useless to me. In that case, I'll take it.
Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony as he took the crystal. Everyone set off again. The Flower River's flowers of life had already withered. The originally beautiful Flower River had turned into a barren land. There were no creatures left, allowing them to advance much faster. While on the way, Zhou Wen took out his phone to take a look. Indeed, he discovered that the Holy Hell King life soul had evolved again, becoming a perfect body. However, to Zhou Wen's disappointment, the constitution that corresponded to the Holy Hell King life soul remained at 40 points. It didn't increase to 41 points. This was the same as the advancement of the heaven opening scripture of the highest elder. The essence energy attribute it corresponded to didn't increase to 41 points and remained at 40. My life soul has advanced to a perfect body, but my stats haven't reached 41. How can I advance my stats? Zhou Wen was somewhat vexed. He had been looking forward to it for so long. His life soul had advanced to a perfect body, but his stats hadn't increased. This meant that his chances of advancing to the mythical stage were still very slim. However, on second thought, Xia Jiuhuang had used the power of 9 life providences and life souls, as well as absorbing the life essence of more than 10,000 epic experts. With the help of the lightning, he advanced to the mythical stage as a human. It didn't seem reasonable for him to advance to the mythical stage with just 4 perfect life souls. With this in mind, Zhou Wen's heart suddenly stirred. Xia Jiuhuang used 9 life providences and life souls to advance to the mythical stage. Doesn't that mean that life souls and life providences are helpful in advancing to the mythical stage? I didn't take the wrong path. Is it simply because a single life soul isn't enough to break through the limitations of the attributes? Zhou Wen thought of his Tao Sutra and the First Order of Chaos. They were very similar and had strengthened his essence energy. If I were to advance the Chaos Egg life soul, which also augments essence energy, to a perfect body, would the 2 life souls augment my essence energy stat to 41 points? With this in mind, Zhou Wen felt a glimmer of hope. His mood improved significantly as he carefully looked at his newly advanced perfect body life soul. Supreme Hell King, perfect body, the supreme existence in hell, the final faith of the source of sin. Zhou Wen could sense the stark differences between the Supreme Hell King and Holy Hell King. He no longer had the eye of the Holy Hell King, and he didn't have the lofty authority like the Holy Hell King. Now, the Supreme Hell King life soul made Zhou Wen feel like he truly belonged to hell. He could enter it with his body, not only establish a connection using the eye of the Holy Hell King. However, Zhou Wen hadn't tried it to see what would happen if he really used the Supreme Hell King life soul to enter hell. Zhou Wen planned on finding an opportunity to give it a try in game. It was best not to give it a try in reality. Even if he didn't enter hell, the Supreme Hell King's augmentation of his senses wasn't something that the Holy Hell King could match. When the Supreme Hell King life soul augmented him, Zhou Wen's senses became terrifyingly powerful. However, there was something wrong with this. Under such sharp senses, no matter what he looked at, he found everything filthy. It was as though he was in a garbage dump. It was unbearable. If it wasn't necessary, Zhou Wen wasn't willing to activate the Supreme Hell King life soul. Before long, the group passed through the Flower River and arrived near the legendary Valley of No Return. The Guardian Cocoon that Li Maobai mentioned wasn't in the Valley of No Return, but they had to pass through it. In order to master the evil King Gu life soul, Li Maobai had accidentally fallen into a stone cave in the Valley of No Return while he was chasing after a Gu King. He passed through the stone cave and arrived at an underground cave behind the Valley of No Return. That was where he discovered the Guardian Cocoon. Now, Li Maobai led Zhou Wen and company through the underground tunnel again. They circled around the Valley of No Return, which everyone in the South District would turn pale at the mention of, and arrived at an underground cave. They saw the Guardian Cocoon. It was gray in color and emitted an evil aura. It was different from any Guardian Zhou Wen had seen before.
We can't go any further. There's a terrifying mythical creature guarding it.
Li Maobai pointed to the side of the gray cocoon. Zhou Wen and company looked over and saw a calabash vine growing there. Chapter 781 Goo Pool. The calabash vine was very strange. Its roots and leaves were the color of limestone, the color of rocks. It didn't look like a living creature, and more like something carved from stone. Above the calabash vine, that was 20 to 30 meters long, there was a total of 1 calabash. It was also grayish-green in color.
Is that a plant-type dimensional creature?
Zhou Wen asked. Li Maobai shook his head and said,
I'm not sure yet. It looks like a plant, but it might be able to spew out a Goo King from inside the calabash. I can't be sure if it's a plant or an animal.
Li Maobai explained his understanding of the calabash vine in detail, so that everyone could be prepared. Back when Li Maobai accidentally entered this cave, when chasing a Goo King, the Goo King had been sucked into the calabash just as he was about to catch up to it. Li Maobai felt that something was amiss with the calabash vine, so he didn't rush over. Instead, he used a companion beast to make probes. However, just as the companion beast rushed over, the Goo King that had entered the calabash crawled out again. The Goo King was the king of blood-sucking goo. It was at the epic stage. If Li Maobai wanted to advance to the evil King Goo Life Soul, he needed to hunt such a Goo King. Back then, Li Maobai had the evil King Goo Life Soul. It could be said that other than mythical goo, he was invulnerable to all goo. It wasn't difficult to deal with a blood-sucking Goo King. However, to his surprise, after the blood-sucking Goo King came out of the calabash, it became extremely ferocious. Its strength underwent a drastic change, as though it had advanced to the mythical stage, and killed Li Maobai's companion beast easily. If Li Maobai hadn't fled quickly when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he would have died. Later, Li Maobai came a few more times, but he returned empty-handed. He was no match for the blood-sucking Goo King. Li Maobai suspected that the calabash vine was odd. He wanted to remove it, and think of a way to lure the blood-sucking Goo King away before getting a fire elemental companion beast to burn the calabash vine. However, to his surprise, before the fire elemental companion beast could approach the calabash vine, a Goo King crawled out of the calabash again, and killed Li Maobai's fire elemental companion beast. Later, Li Maobai tried many methods, but they were all useless. Even when his evil King Goo Life Soul reached the perfect body, he still failed to deal with the calabash vine. After John used the 6-winged seraphim to fight Zhou Wen, Li Maobai carried out a lot of investigations and learned about guardians. Only then did he realize that the truly precious thing wasn't the calabash vine, but the gray cocoon it protected. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to deal with the calabash vine. Even though he knew that there was a guardian there, he couldn't contract it. All he could do was cooperate with Zhou Wen. After hearing Li Maobai's explanation, Gu Shanshui was alarmed.
You mean that there's a mythical goo in that calabash, and it's not just one? That's what I think.
Li Maobai looked at Zhou Wen and said,
Do you want me to use my companion beast to lure out the Goo King inside? Alright.
Zhou Wen nodded and summoned Dr. Darkness to fuse with him in his soul form. Be it ancient wars or modern battles, intelligence was one of the most important factors. Therefore, when Li Maobai summoned his companion beast and charged at the calabash vine, Zhou Wen used Dr. Darkness's eyes of penetration to look at the limestone calabash. Thankfully, the calabash wasn't a real stone. Through his eyes of penetration, he saw through it and was immediately alarmed. Inside the calabash, there were more than 10 different-looking goo. Their appearances were strange, and they looked creepy. What was even stranger was that the goo and the gourd were actually fighting each other. When the companion beast Li Maobai summoned approached the calabash, a force controlled one of the goo and spat it out. The goo looked like a scorpion, but it had dragonfly-like wings on its back. It had fine teeth in its mouth, making it look terrifying. The companion beast Li Maobai released was an epic black tiger, but when it flew close to the goo's tail stabbed into its body, and it died instantly. After killing the target, the goo was sucked back into the calabash.
I've seen 3 different Goo Kings from all my experiments. This is one of them,
Li Maobai said.
Strange.
Gu Shanshui frowned and said,
That goo looks like a snake-scorpion goo, but it has many characteristics that the snake-scorpion goo doesn't have. Furthermore, its strength is much stronger than a snake-scorpion goo. It has indeed reached the mythical stage. This is also what I'm puzzled about. If the goo only entered the calabash at a later time, there must be some benefits inside that can improve their strength greatly. After the blood-sucking Goo King entered, its strength increased greatly, and its body underwent a huge change.
Li Mobai said.
I suspect that the calabash is likely a natural goo pool,
Gu Shanxue said with a solemn expression. A so-called goo pool was to place many goo inside and let them fight each other. Finally, the last surviving one would be the strongest goo. And not only was that goo the strongest, but it would also absorb the abilities and strengths of other goo in battle. Its strength far exceeded ordinary goo. Although it was only a guess, Zhou Wen could see it clearly. The goo inside were indeed fighting each other. Furthermore, it looked like several of them had mythical strength. Although the other goo hadn't reached the mythical stage, they were considered extremely powerful existences at the epic stage. This is practically a super goo pool. If the goo inside fight to the end and produce a Goo King, I wonder how powerful it will be. It will probably be comparable to a top mythical creature, right? Zhou Wen couldn't help but be tempted. If he could obtain this calabash, it would be excellent for raising goo. The only pity was that Zhou Wen didn't know how to raise goo. Even if a powerful Goo King really appeared, Zhou Wen could only kill it to see if a companion egg dropped.
Zhou Wen, what do you think?
Li Maobai asked Zhou Wen.
I think Master Goo is right. That calabash is likely a natural goo pool. There might be more than one mythical goo inside, but where did these goo come from?
Zhou Wen said.
There are goo everywhere in the Valley of No Return. There are many at the mythical stage. I reckon the goo from the Valley of No Return crawled here and were sucked in by the calabash,
said Gu Shanxue.
What's your plan?
Zhou Wen asked Li Maobai.
There's no particular solution. We can only lure out the Goo Kings inside and kill them one by one. We'll have to rely on your strength,
Li Maobai said. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that it would be a waste to lure out all the Goo Kings inside and kill them. Chapter 782. One thing subdues another.
From the looks of it, that's the only way.
Although he found it a pity, Zhou Wen didn't know how to rear goo. It was useless even if he kept them. Li Maobai had a plan. Mute and Butterfly each summoned a companion beast. Together with Li Maobai's own companion beast, the three companion beasts looked identical. They were three bronze men. The three bronze men were epic companion beasts. Although they moved slowly, their defenses were extremely strong. Furthermore, they weren't afraid of the poison that goo were good at, nor were they afraid of them invading their bodies. It was impossible to use them to kill mythical goo, but using them as bait was an ideal choice.
Could these be the bronze men in the founding emperor tomb?
Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Li Maobai nodded and said,
Yes, they are the bronze men in the founding emperor tomb. In order to obtain these three companion eggs, I spent a lot of money to buy them from the Zhang family.
Zhou Wen wasn't unfamiliar with the founding emperor tomb because it was very famous. He had long wanted to see if there was a tiny palm symbol there, but he hadn't had the chance to go. As there were many evil powers in the founding emperor tomb, ordinary people couldn't enter. Only the Zhang family, who were experts in this area, could enter to hunt dimensional creatures. Therefore, very few companion beasts from the founding emperor tomb were produced. Furthermore, they were much more expensive than companion eggs at the same level. However, the companion beasts in the founding emperor tomb were indeed unique. For example, a bronze man was very resistant against essence energy and had a strong body. He wasn't afraid of various toxins and microorganisms. He was an ideal scout. However, due to the low production, it wasn't easy to obtain three bronze men. It was obvious that Li Maobai was determined to obtain them. After the three bronze men approached the calabash vine, the goo inside was indeed spat out. However, the one that came out this time was not the previous one, but a mosquito-like goo with a carapace protecting its body. Li Maobai told Zhou Wen that this was the blood-sucking Goo King he had previously chased. However, the prior blood-sucking Goo King wasn't that powerful. Now, with the blood-sucking Goo King around, it was imperative not to have any injuries. As long as there was a wound, even if it was a very small wound, the blood-sucking Goo King would be able to expand the wound, causing blood to spray out until the person died. Unfortunately, the bronze men didn't have blood, so the blood-sucking ability of the blood-sucking Goo King was useless against them. However, the blood-sucking Goo King didn't only have blood-sucking abilities. The blood-sucking Goo King flapped its wings and flew quickly. The bronze men couldn't keep up with it, and one of them was stabbed in the head by its proboscis. If it were an ordinary companion beast, it would definitely have been severely injured from this strike. However, the bronze man wasn't afraid. It was just a hole on his head that didn't affect him at all. The blood-sucking Goo King even burrowed into the bronze man's head and came out from the other side. However, it only injured the bronze man and wasn't fatal. Just as Zhou Wen was about to take action, the chick on his shoulder suddenly flapped its wings and flew over. The mighty blood-sucking Goo King was like a mouse seeing a cat when it saw the chick. Its body went limp as though it didn't even have the strength to resist. Although the chick was powerful, it was still growing. As for the blood-sucking Goo King, it was already mythical. If it fought the chick with all its might, the chick might not be able to gain much of an advantage. However, in this world, everything had a weakness. The chick's resistance against Goo was just too strong. The blood-sucking Goo King's legs went soft. It didn't even dare to escape, much less fight. The chick flew over and pecked at the blood-sucking Goo King. The blood-sucking Goo King's carapace was hard, so the chick needed to peck at it a few times before tearing it open and eating it. From beginning to end, the mythical blood-sucking Goo King didn't resist too intensely. A mythical Goo was eaten just like that. Li Mabai and company were dumbfounded. Apart from Gu Shanshui, who knew about the chick, everyone else watched in surprise as the chick unleashed its might. Although they knew that it was very powerful when it spewed out the flames to kill the jellyfish fungi, they never expected it to be this powerful. The mythical blood-sucking Goo King didn't even have the courage to resist. This wasn't something that could be described as powerful. It was practically a strike on a whole different plane. After the chick finished eating the blood-sucking Goo King, it seemed unsatisfied as it flew towards the calabash, wanting to peck open the calabash and eat the goo inside. However, after pecking a few times, the calabash remained unharmed. Even the golden flames it spewed out failed to burn the calabash. The calabash seemed to know how powerful the chick was. No matter how the chick tortured it from the outside, it didn't dare spit out the goo inside. Zhou Wen got the chick to return and got Li Mabai and company to release the bronze men to entice it, but it was useless. The calabash refused to spit out the goo inside no matter what. Zhou Wen held the Golden Overlord sword and slashed out a golden sword aura at the calabash. The golden sword aura's ever victorious and unstoppable worked, causing a crack to appear on the calabash. However, the golden sword aura vanished the moment it entered the calabash. The crack automatically healed and quickly disappeared.
If I had known that inviting you would save me so much trouble, I would have invited you over long ago, even if I had gone bankrupt.
Li Mabai and company walked over. Although he wasn't able to chop down the calabash or kill all the goo inside, the calabash didn't dare take any abnormal action. Li Mabai had achieved his goal. Ignoring the calabash that had turtled up, he walked towards the gray cocoon of the Guardian. Seeing how magical the calabash was, Zhou Wen wanted to remove it, but after slashing a few times, all his strikes were absorbed. He failed to slice off the calabash. With the chick standing by the side like a tiger eyeing its prey, ready to eat the goo that could come out at any time, the calabash didn't dare do anything out of the ordinary. It didn't make any abnormal movements and stood still. Li Mabai had already walked in front of the Guardian cocoon. Without any hesitation, he cut his finger and let his blood drip onto the cocoon. Everyone looked at the blood that dripped onto the Guardian cocoon. Even Zhou Wen temporarily stopped attacking the calabash and looked over. Zhou Wen naturally didn't wish for Li Mabai to succeed. If Li Mabai succeeded, there would be nothing for him. Blood slowly flowed down the Guardian's cocoon, but it left Li Mabai very disappointed. The drop of blood flowed down the Guardian's cocoon and dripped to the ground, unable to penetrate it.
Master!
Butterfly wore a look of disappointment. She wanted to console Li Mabai, but she didn't know what to say.
A single failure isn't a big deal. If it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time. Since this path doesn't work, let's switch paths. As long as we continue walking, there will always be a path that leads to our destination.
Li Mabai didn't look too disappointed. He sorted out his emotions and said to Zhou Wen,
Zhou Wen, according to our previous agreement, it's your turn now. If you don't succeed, I hope you can give them a chance.
Chapter 783 Phoenix Might.
Sure.
Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. If he couldn't kill the Guardian, there was no harm in letting others give it a try. However, Zhou Wen didn't immediately take action. He had a nagging feeling that the calabash was a hidden danger. Now that the chick was suppressing it, the calabash didn't dare act rashly. However, if he were to fight the Guardian, it would be troublesome if the calabash released the goo inside.
Wait a moment. I'll think of a way to pluck this calabash,
Zhou Wen said to Li Mabai and company. Butterfly joked.
Just drip some blood on the cocoon. The calabash won't hinder you. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? Are you afraid of not obtaining the Guardian's recognition?
Zhou Wen didn't answer her, as he continued studying the calabash in front of him. This calabash was indeed something good. It could even control mythical goo. Furthermore, it could make them fight each other and evolve through devouring the others. This was actually very similar to the phone's companion beast fusion function. However, it was a more primitive and crude version. It wasn't as modern as the phone's fusion function. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if I can obtain this calabash, I'll have an explanation if I take out some strange fusion pets in the future. But how can I obtain it? Does this thing count as a dimensional creature? If I slice off the calabash, will it drop a companion egg? The chick pecked and scratched at the calabash, but it wasn't effective. Even its golden flames didn't have much effect on the calabash. Zhou Wen slashed out a few times with the Golden Overlord sword. Although he could split the calabash, the space in the calabash seemed to have the characteristic of spatial extension. The sword beam would rush in and gradually dissipate, dealing very little damage. Furthermore, the calabash could rapidly recover. Since I can't slice apart the calabash, I'll eliminate it at its roots. Zhou Wen glanced at the roots of the calabash vine and planned on attacking from there. The Golden Overlord sword slashed down with an indestructible sword beam. Before the sword beam could strike the roots of the calabash vine, the calabash suddenly spewed out more than 10 goo. One strange goo after another charged at Zhou Wen. Some were as tiny as sesame seeds, while others were as large as ferocious beasts. Furthermore, their abilities were different. Everyone was given a fright. They never expected the calabash to have so many goo inside. Gu Shanxue and Li Mabai were reflexively prepared to do battle. A bird's cry sounded. It was the chick. The goo that were charging at Zhou Wen immediately turned limp from fright as they fell from the sky. Only a few mythical goo continued charging at Zhou Wen. However, from their trembling bodies, it was obvious that they were extremely afraid. They had no choice but to rush over because of the calabash's control. Seeing that they still dared to charge over, the chick immediately flew into a rage. It flapped its wings and leaped up, rushing over to peck at the goo. The chick's strength wasn't as strong as the mythical goo, but for some reason, the mythical goo didn't dare resist. They were pecked by the chick until bloody, and a small mythical goo was swallowed by the chick. The chick wasn't afraid of the goo parasitizing its body. Instantly, it looked mighty, resembling an emperor that was dealing with a group of eunuchs. The eunuchs didn't dare fight back. It's no wonder Worm Dugu said that phoenixes are the nemesis of goo. After seeing the chick, Gu Shanxue also treated it with reverence. This phoenix's ability to restrain goo is just too strong. Zhou would originally imagined that there would be a fierce battle, but from the looks of it, the chick could finish off all the goo without him needing to do anything. Li Maobai looked at the awe-inspiring chick and seemed to be in thought. It looked like he had guessed the chick's origins. It's no wonder Zhou Wen dared to take the risk to come to the South District. So he has such a divine item on him. The chick unleashed its might, and in a short while, it swallowed more than 10 goo. Its body clearly swelled up, and its stomach became round. Zhou Wen suddenly recalled that the antelope had taken the chick to Mount Laojuan's Golden Peak. The chick had suddenly lost weight after returning. Back then, Zhou Wen was puzzled as to why the chick had suddenly lost weight. Now that he thought about it, the chick must have benefited from Mount Laojuan's Golden Peak and digested the accumulated energy in its body. It's no wonder I felt that the chick had grown significantly after that time. It's not because of time, but because it received some benefit. Zhou Wen now understood why the phoenix had given the chick to him. This thing had eaten several mythical goo and nearly 10 epic goo, but it was only as fat as a ball and did not immediately grow up. If he wanted to raise it to adulthood, he didn't know how many resources he would have to expend. He guessed that the phoenix couldn't afford to rear so many baby phoenixes, so it wanted to help the chick choose a good family to live with, a place it could eat and sleep for free. However, for some reason, it had chosen him. After losing all the goo, the calabash trembled. However, it was only a calabash after all. It couldn't escape like an animal-type dimensional creature. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony as he drew his sword and slashed. With a few strikes, he severed the roots of the calabash vine. When the roots of the calabash snapped, the calabash vine immediately withered. The grayish-blue leaves also shrank and fell. The color of the calabash also gradually became lighter. The original grayish-blue color gradually turned grayish-white. Zhou Wen slashed at the grayish-white calabash vine, reducing it to ashes. Only the calabash remained intact. Zhou Wen extended his hand and sucked the calabash into his hand. He pinched it and realized that the calabash was still as hard as before. It didn't turn to powder like the vines or leaves. Although the calabash remained, it didn't have any vitality left in it. Zhou Wen didn't know if it could still be used. He decided to put it away. The chick was so stuffed that it was staggering as it walked. It looked like it would fall to the ground and roll away at any moment.
Stay away for now. I'm going to attack,
Zhou Wen said to Li Mabai and company. Guardians were generally very strong. Even if Zhou Wen could kill the guardian inside, it would definitely result in a huge battle. In order not to implicate them, he made them walk far away to give them a chance of escaping if things went south.
It's just a drop of blood. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right?
Butterfly said.
Let's go!
Li Maobai seemed to notice something as he instructed Butterfly and Mute to retreat far away with him. Although Gu Shanxue didn't know why Zhou Wen wanted them to retreat, he retreated with Gu Lu and Gu He. Chapter 784 Assassinating the Guardian. Chapter 784 Assassinating the Guardian.
Don't tell me Zhou Wen is thin-skinned and is afraid of being mocked by us if he fails?
Butterfly said as she walked.
I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Li Mobai had his speculations, but he didn't know what Zhou Wen was up to. From his point of view, Zhou Wen wasn't going to do something as simple as dripping a drop of blood for a contract. It was very likely that he would use some method to increase the success rate of the contract. In fact, Li Mobai had previously thought of a similar method, but because he had transferred the evil King Gu Life's soul to Li Xian, his physique was much weaker now. He didn't dare use any of the methods he could have used in the past. Li Mobai was very interested in what method Zhou Wen wanted to use. He hoped that Zhou Wen would succeed. This way, he could use Zhou Wen's method as a reference, and still have a chance in the future. Zhou Wen waited until they were far enough away before he moved. However, he didn't walk towards the guardian cocoon. He also distanced himself from it. However, while keeping a distance, he summoned Tyrant Behemoth. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth was more than 3 meters tall, but its body was heavier than steel. When it landed in the cave, the entire cave trembled. That's Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth that's ranked 4th. That's actually Zhou Wen's companion beast. Butterfly cried out in surprise when she saw Tyrant Behemoth. Gu Lu and company were also alarmed as their eyes nearly popped out. Tyrant Behemoth's name was probably known to everyone. Many experts in the Federation had been asking about Tyrant Behemoth's owner, but they never expected it to be Zhou Wen's companion beast. Previously, Gu Lu had thought that Zhou Wen was young and frivolous, but now, with his terrifying pets, he was probably not weaker than the top experts of the Dugu family. He indeed had the right to be frivolous. What's he trying to do by summoning Tyrant Behemoth? Li Maobai looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. He felt that something was amiss. Zhou Wen didn't seem to be using a trick to contract the Guardian. Indeed, under everyone's horrified gazes, Tyrant Behemoth roared and threw a punch at the Guardian cocoon. He wants to kill the Guardian, not contract it. Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. This was beyond her imagination. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth shattered the great cocoon with a punch, revealing the Guardian inside. As for Zhou Wen, he had already used the invisibility cloak to hide himself. At the same time, he summoned demonic Neonate and hugged her in his arms, using the invisibility cloak to cover her. After all, reality wasn't a game. Everything would be over if he died. Therefore, Zhou Wen was much more careful than usual. If he could find a Guardian he could kill in game, he wouldn't have taken the risk in reality. Even in his invisible state, Zhou Wen had no intention of approaching the Guardian. He wanted to figure out what abilities the Guardian had. The Guardian in the great cocoon was covered in black carapace. There were ant-like antennas on its head, cicada-like wings on its back, snake-like eyes, and 4 scorpion-like tails on its back. This Guardian looked like a humanoid goo, its body filled with an evil aura. Just as Tyrant Behemoth's fist was about to hit the Guardian's figure suddenly blurred. Tyrant Behemoth's fist only hit an illusion. Looking up, he saw the Guardian standing upside down at the top of the cave like a bat. Its snake-like eyes stared at Tyrant Behemoth. The 10 fingers on its hands spread open as thin silk blades crisscrossed like a spiderweb, enveloping Tyrant Behemoth below. Tyrant Behemoth exerted strength with its legs, tearing the rocks apart. Its body rose into the air as it raised its fist and punched at the spiderweb in the air, hoping to blast the spiderweb and the Guardian to death. However, when its fist struck the spiderweb like thin blade, the thin blade was able to withstand the force. It was as though it had punched the air. As for the silk-net blade, it retracted and enveloped Tyrant Behemoth's body. Tyrant Behemoth was like a huge fish that had fallen into a fishing net. The more it struggled, the tighter the silk blades wrapped around it. Furthermore, the silk blades had a very strong elasticity. Tyrant Behemoth used its strength in an attempt to break the thin silk blades, but all it could do was expand the net a little. When Tyrant Behemoth relaxed, the thin silk net blades tightened. The Guardian, who was standing upside down at the top of the cave, flashed and appeared behind Tyrant Behemoth as though it had teleported. Its barbed palm and feet hooked onto Tyrant Behemoth's back. At the same time, it opened its mouth and stabbed its tongue into Tyrant Behemoth's neck like a blood-colored arrow. Roar! Tyrant Behemoth directly activated absolute strength, but the powerful force failed to help it tear apart the web blades. Even though it moved the web blades away from its body, it was unable to tear the web apart. Guardians are indeed stronger than mythical creatures. A mythical companion beast like Tyrant Behemoth is basically the peak of mythical creatures, but it's still inferior when fighting Guardians. Zhou Wen will probably suffer greatly this time. Master, let's quickly retreat, Butterfly said to Li Maobai. Li Maobai didn't answer. He looked around and couldn't seem to find his target. He frowned and asked, "Where did Zhou Wen go?" Everyone was taken aback. Their gazes were attracted by Tyrant Behemoth and the Guardian. They were watching the battle and didn't notice where Zhou Wen had gone. They looked around, but they didn't see Zhou Wen. All they saw was a golden and white bird on a stone not far away. They were watching Tyrant Behemoth and the Guardian fight. At that moment, Zhou Wen was wearing the invisibility cloak and had activated the Sai of the King. Not long after, his strength reached the level of activating Slaughterer. Without any hesitation, he activated the Wheel of Destiny of the invisibility cloak and secretly approached the Guardian with demonic neonate. The invisibility ability of the invisibility cloak was just so useful. The Guardian failed to discover the invisible Zhou Wen. It was lying on Tyrant Behemoth's back and using its tongue to devour the energy in Tyrant Behemoth's body. Zhou Wen had already reached its back, but it still failed to notice him. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen summoned the Light Concealment Sword and slashed at the Guardian's neck with Immortal Slaying. Almost at the same time, Demonic Neonate in his arms unsheathed her demon sword and slashed at the Guardian's neck. The two swords slashed down like scissors. At such a close distance, the Guardian had no time to react. Lima Bai and company didn't discover any traces of Zhou Wen, but they suddenly heard a tragic cry. When they turned their heads, they realized that Zhou Wen was floating in the air. The Guardian had been beheaded, and its head had fallen to the ground. Plop! The Guardian's headless corpse fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground. The fine web blade on Tyrant Behemoth's body vanished as well. Zhou Wen carefully floated in the air and flicked his palm as though he was flicking away the blood. Butterfly, Gu Lu, and company were already shocked speechless. This was because they couldn't see the invisible light concealment sword. They imagined that Zhou Wen had cleaved off the Guardian's head with one palm. Chapter 785 Valley of No Return.
Is this person a devil?
Butterfly looked at Zhou Wen and felt a chill run down her spine. They had painstakingly come here to sign a contract with the Guardian and obtain greater strength. As for Zhou Wen, he had chopped off the Guardian's head with one palm. Although they knew that this person wasn't an enemy, the difference in strength still left them in despair. They even trembled in body and mind. Lima Bai didn't think so. His eyes burned as he stared intently at Zhou Wen as though he had discovered new land. So this is a possible route? Lima Bai felt as though a ball of fire was burning in his body. There was no fire in Zhou Wen's body, but as the Guardian's body disintegrated and vanished, energy surged into his body, causing Slaughterer Life's soul to automatically switch over. After absorbing the energy, it became stronger. To Zhou Wen's disappointment, although Slaughterer became stronger, it didn't advance to a perfect body even after the energy was completely absorbed. How many Guardians do I have to kill to advance Slaughterer to a perfect body? Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. Lima Bai, Gu Shanxue, and company had already returned. Zhou Wen said,
Sorry for not giving you guys an attempt.
Lima Bai smiled and said,
It's fine. It's not important. If it's convenient, can you tell me why you killed the Guardian? Why didn't you sign a contract with him? There's no need for a contract.
Zhou Wen couldn't explain too much.
That's right. You really don't need it anymore,
Lima Bai said. Butterfly, Gu Lu, and company felt that Zhou Wen's words were too arrogant, but when they recalled the scene of the Guardian's head falling, they felt powerless at refuting him.
Since we're already here, why don't we take a look at the entrance of the Valley of No Return?
Zhou Wen was still wondering if he could find the tiny palm symbol there. With the Valley of No Return, he would have a place to grind for Gu-type companion beasts in the future.
Alright. With you around, the Valley of No Return shouldn't be able to do much to us. It's good to broaden our horizons,
Lima Bai said with a smile.
I'm just taking a look outside. I don't plan on entering.
Zhou Wen shook his head. Although he had the chick that could suppress Gu, the chick hadn't grown up yet. If there were too many Gu, it wouldn't be able to deal with all of them. Or perhaps there were Gu that weren't afraid of the chick. If they were to come to blows, the chick might not be able to defeat a mythical Gu. Zhou Wen was very surprised that the chick could kill those mythical Gu. He didn't know if the chick's Noble Phoenix bloodline was working, or if it had some special power. Furthermore, after delivering Immortal Slaying, Zhou Wen's strength had been drained. His body was still in a weakened state. Although he wasn't as miserable as when he used the Immortal Slaying skill in the past, his combat strength was now greatly affected. Zhou Wen didn't wish to take the risk at such a time. The group left the underground cave and arrived at the periphery of the Valley of No Return. Zhou Wen saw that the valley was stacked layer by layer. There was a valley in a valley, but he didn't know how big the space was. However, he had heard from locals, like Gu Shanxue, most people who entered the Valley of No Return never returned. It was what gave it its name. However, it wasn't that no one returned alive. There were still exceptions. However, those people didn't venture deep into the valley. Most of them only circled around the valley entrance before coming out. Zhou Wen only wanted to circle around the valley's entrance to find the tiny palm symbol, but he had no intention of entering. His luck seemed to be surprisingly good. After circling the valley for a while, he found an extremely inconspicuous palm symbol on a mountain wall. The tiny palm symbol was covered by dense grass, and was covered in moss. If Zhou Wen didn't have Truth Listener's ability, he wouldn't have discovered it. He took a picture with his mysterious phone and saw it downloading. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. I've gained quite a lot this time. I downloaded the Valley of No Return instance dungeon and killed a guardian. I even made the chick eat quite a number of goo. I reckon it should be able to grow a little after digesting them, right? Zhou felt that the trip had been quite useful. However, Li Maobai had come for nothing. He hadn't obtained any benefits. Since Gu Shanshui wanted to go to Chiang Rai to capture the corpse bug, Zhou had no choice but to accompany him to Chiang Rai. Li Maobai thought for a moment and said,
Master Gu, if you don't mind, let's go take a look. Li, it's great that you can go with us.
Gu Shanshui happily accepted. Everyone walked along the Flower River towards Chiang Rai. After walking for 200 to 300 kilometers, they saw flowers of life that hadn't withered. Zhou rode the great Might Vidra bull at the back of the team and played with his phone. The dungeon in the Valley of No Return had been downloaded, so Zhou went in to familiarize himself with the environment. The Valley of No Return was actually surrounded by mountains on all sides. Only a sliver of an opening allowed entry. The mountain walls on both sides were very close, allowing only one person to pass through sideways. The blood-colored avatar walked in sideways, as Truth Listener's ability was constantly activated. At the same time, it switched its essence energy art to small perfection of wisdom. With the augmentation of the 8 perfections Wisdom Life Providence and Hell King Life Soul, Zhou senses became extremely sharp. Even without Truth Listener, he could see everything around him clearly. After walking for a short while, Zhou discovered a problem. There were many tiny holes on the walls on both sides. As they were so tiny, one would imagine that they were simply the stone walls' textures. However, Zhou could tell that it wasn't the texture of the stone. Instead, it was a series of tiny holes. In those tiny holes, there were extremely tiny worms and insects that would occasionally rear their heads. As they were so small, if an ordinary person wasn't careful, they would end up having these creatures crawl into their body through their pores. Since the chick couldn't be brought in game, Zhou didn't have a good way to restrain the bugs. All he could do was summon Tai Sui and see if it could eat the bugs. Although Tai Sui wasn't very interested in these bugs, it still devoured them under Zhou's orders. A large number of notifications appeared on the game screen. They were all indications of him killing mortal creatures. Occasionally, there would be a notification about him killing legendary creatures. There were very few items that dropped, and what did drop was basically useless. With Tai Sui's help, Zhou passed through the crack and arrived in the valley. As this was a valley in a valley, Zhou could see a circular valley that wasn't too big. Inside was grassland that looked verdant. However, if one had extraordinary vision, they would discover that there were many green caterpillars in the grassland. They were almost one with the grassland, making it difficult to distinguish them. Zhou summoned the Fire Furnace Queen and turned the grassland into a sea of fire. This only served to produce constant notifications of him killing legendary green-haired goo. There seemed to be quite a number of goo. It's a good place to grind. I wonder if there will be groups of epic goo inside. Chapter 786 Ancient Tadpole. Large swaths of green-haired goo were killed, dropping more than 10 green-haired goo companion eggs, and quite a number of dimensional crystals. The valley became narrow again as he walked further in. Further in, there was another small valley that was shaped like a horse's hoof. It was even smaller than the valley ahead. The valley's terrain was much lower, and the ground was covered in clear water. The water level was very shallow, reaching only Zhou's calf. He could see the bottom at a glance. There were many water plants growing, making it look very beautiful. It was like a clean paradise. However, in Zhou's eyes, such a beautiful and clean place wasn't that great. There were many leech-like goo on the rocks and water plants at the bottom. If he rashly entered, he would probably have his blood drained. Zhou summoned a water snake companion beast he had obtained in the past. It was a water elemental snake he had obtained from the island where 6-winged guardian dragon resided. Its body was condensed from water, so it naturally wasn't afraid of poison or blood-sucking abilities. After it entered the water, it directly devoured the leeches. When the leeches entered its body, they were immediately sucked dry, turning into small blobs of dried meat. Killed legendary leech goo. Notifications kept popping up on screen. The water snake swam quickly in the water. Wherever it passed, leech goo would be sucked dry. It's no wonder so few people can come out alive despite so many people entering the Valley of No Return. Not only are there many dimensional creatures here, but their abilities are also extremely sinister. If one isn't careful, they will succumb to it. It's not easy to leave alive. Zhou wasn't excited about the leech goo. He didn't let the water snake continue killing as he flew through the air and headed for the next valley. The valley ahead had split roads. One path led to the left, while the other led to the right. Zhou chose the left path and entered the next valley. This valley was clearly much bigger than the previous valley. The water in the valley from before flowed in from here. He could see a waterfall cascading. There were still many leech goo in the water, but he also saw a type of black tadpoles swimming around. Groups of tadpoles could be seen everywhere in the water. However, these tadpoles were extremely large, so large that one likely needed both hands to lift up a tadpole. Joe was somewhat curious about the kind of goo the tadpoles were, so he got the water snake to charge at them. Just like before, the water snake went forward to devour the tadpoles in a bid to suck dry the water in their bodies. However, after the tadpoles were devoured, their bodies immediately exploded, blasting the water snake apart. The tadpoles didn't die after the explosion. Instead, they turned into a group of tadpoles that continued swimming in the water. The water snake's body was originally condensed from water. After being blasted apart, it quickly condensed again and devoured a large number of tadpoles once more. The tadpoles exploded again, exploding the water snake's body once again. At the same time, their numbers increased as their sizes shrank. Yet, there was no sign of death. After a few repeated attempts, the tadpoles had already become the size of sesame seeds. It looked like they could continue exploding and splitting. This dimensional creature is rather interesting. It can actually explode and split infinitely. I wonder how small it can go. Joe got the water snake to continue devouring the tadpoles to see what their limits were. Finally, he realized that when the tadpoles became the size of a needle hole, their bodies wouldn't continue splitting apart after the explosion. They split and self-destruct 5 times in total. Unfortunately, the power of self-destruction is a little weak. Joe silently calculated. Killed legendary creature, ancient tadpole. A notification appeared in the game. Although the skill was pretty good, Joe wasn't interested because its level was a little low and its self-destruction wasn't powerful enough. However, soon, a rather special ancient tadpole attracted Joe's attention. Among the group of ancient tadpoles was a dark gold tadpole that was clearly different from the others. Joe got the water snake to rush over and devour the ancient tadpole, but with a boom, a huge wave rose from the water. The water snake's body was blasted apart, along with the water elemental core in its body. It died just like that. This self-destruction is quite powerful. Joe was somewhat surprised as he looked at the dark gold tadpole that had split apart in the water. He summoned another companion beast. This was the epic electric eel that Joe had obtained in the underground pool city. After the electric eel charged over, it spewed out an electric current. The dark gold tadpole immediately split apart and exploded once again. The electric eel was very fast. It escaped quickly in the water and dodged the explosive force of the dark gold tadpole. It spat out another electric current at the even smaller dark gold tadpoles. Clearly, the dark gold tadpole was at the epic stage. Its explosive power was extremely powerful, enough to kill most epic creatures of the same level. Furthermore, after Joe's experiments, he realized that these dark gold tadpoles had exploded more times than the ancient tadpoles. They could explode a total of 7 times. Ding! Killed dark gold ancient tadpole. Discovered companion egg. Joe realized that there was a dark gold companion egg in the water. He was delighted as he picked it up and hatched it. Soon, there was an ancient dark gold tadpole in the companion beast column. Dark gold ancient tadpole, epic. Life providence, split. Life soul, combine. Strength, 34. Speed, 31. Constitution, 31. Essence energy, 36. Talent skill, self-divination. Companion form, grenade. This thing is really special. Joe summoned the dark gold ancient tadpole in-game, and a dark gold grenade appeared in his hand. Joe threw it out. When the dark gold ancient tadpole landed in the water, it immediately exploded, splitting into a group of dark gold ancient tadpole grenades. As for the tiny dark gold tadpoles, they continued exploding upon undertaking the pressure. However, the difference from the legendary ancient tadpoles was that after the dark gold ancient tadpoles self-destructed, they would automatically gather together as long as they were not suppressed by external forces for a period of time. They would become the big dark gold ancient tadpole again, and the number of possible splits would return to normal. Unless it self-destructed 7 times, the ancient dark gold tadpole would slowly recover and not die. This is good stuff. If many dark gold ancient tadpoles self-destruct at the same time, the might will be quite impressive. Joe searched the valley again, and realized that there was a dark gold ancient tadpole in every group of ancient tadpoles. Joe specifically targeted the dark gold ancient tadpoles in a bid to have more companion eggs drop, but after killing more than 10 of them, no companion egg dropped. Joe had already arrived near the waterfall, and was about to continue searching when he realized that there was an especially huge ancient tadpole in the pool beneath the waterfall. Chapter 787 Mythical Tadpole 2. The tadpole was more than a meter long, and its head was dozens of centimeters in diameter. When it wriggled its tail, it stirred the water, creating tiny whirlpools. Its color was relatively light, and wasn't as black as the legendary ancient tadpoles, nor was it similar to the dark gold colors of the dark gold epic ancient tadpoles. It was a light gray color that leaned towards white. When Jowen saw it, it had already discovered the electric eel. With a flick of its tail, it tore through the waves like a torpedo and rapidly slammed into the electric eel. The electric eel launched an electric current attack, but when the electric current struck the huge tadpole, it didn't cause it to explode. Boom! The giant tadpole slammed into the electric eel against the electric current surge. Then, Jowen saw a terrifying explosion detonate the ancient tadpoles in the valley. The explosion of the giant tadpole was already terrifying, and the tiny tadpoles that were produced from the explosion slammed into the other epic and legendary tadpoles, causing a chain reaction. Jowen realized that something was amiss. He condensed a protective essence energy skill to resist the explosion, but the terrifying explosion blasted apart the blood-colored avatar's protective essence energy. The armor was also penetrated, as the tadpoles that burrowed into his body exploded again. After a series of explosions, the blood-colored avatar died. Isn't this explosion a little too powerful? Jowen was somewhat alarmed. The tadpole was clearly a mythical existence. The explosion caused it to split and explode again, causing all the ancient tadpoles in the valley to explode. Unless it was a mythical creature with extremely powerful defense, it was impossible to withstand the blast. After respawning, Jowen knew better. He didn't enter the valley himself and summoned Tyrant Behemoth to charge into the valley where the mythical tadpole was. Soon, Jowen heard a chain of explosions outside the valley. The explosion sent water splattering everywhere, and the water level in the valley outside rose significantly. The explosion lasted for quite some time before it finally stopped. Jowen roughly counted that there were 9 highly intense explosions. It was likely that the mythical tadpole had experienced 9 splits and explosions. Notifications of various ancient tadpoles' deaths had already flooded the game screen. The last message was especially eye-catching. Killed mythical creature, ancient splitting tadpole. Discovered companion egg. Jowen entered the valley and saw Tyrant Behemoth standing in the water, covered in wounds. He was somewhat astounded. Despite using absolute strength, Tyrant Behemoth had still been injured from the blast. Although it was only slightly injured, the ancient splitting tadpole's self-destruction power was extremely terrifying. The companion egg had dropped into the water. Apart from the mythical companion egg, there were many dimensional crystals and tiny companion eggs scattered everywhere in the water. They were likely left behind by the legendary and epic tadpoles. Jowen picked up the mythical companion egg and chose to hatch it. Soon, the mythical ancient splitting tadpole appeared in his pet column. It looked no different from before. Ancient splitting tadpole, mythical. Life providence, split. Life soul, combine. Wheel of destiny, parasitizing death. Strength, 81. Speed, 76. Constitution, 77. Essence energy, 81. Talent skill, self-divination. Companion form, grenade. The ancient splitting tadpole's attributes were already rather terrifying. 2 attributes had reached the top 81 points, but he didn't know what kind of ability parasitizing death was. However, just the 9 splits and self-destruct abilities were rather terrifying. To be able to injure Tyrant Behemoth, while it had absolute strength activated meant extreme potency. It's a pity that once the ancient splitting tadpole self-destructs 9 times, it will really die. It can't be used randomly outside the game, but I don't need to have such qualms in game. Jowen thought of Explosive Fiend Man, who also had the ability to self-destruct. His self-destruction was even more ruthless. He could only self-destruct once before dying. He didn't even have a second chance. The splitting tadpole could self-destruct at least 9 times. As long as it didn't self-destruct 9 times in a row, it wouldn't really die. Controlling it allowed him to use it in reality. I wonder if I confuse Splitting Tadpole with Explosive Fiend Man. If Explosive Fiend Man also has such a splitting ability. Jowen didn't dare continue thinking. Just the thought of the Explosive Fiend Man self-destructing, splitting into small Explosive Fiend Men, and then exploding everywhere made his scalp tingle. Looking at the compatibility between Explosive Fiend Man and Splitting Tadpole, he realized that it was only a pitiful 24%. If it was a fusion, the chances of failure were nearly 80%. Although they both have similar self-destruction abilities, it looks like the two aren't the same type. Jowen had no choice but to dismiss the idea of fusion. He reached a dead end in the valley of no return with no way to go further, so Jowen had no choice but to retreat to the fork and walk towards the valley on the right to see what was inside. The valley on the right was completely different from the valley on the left. After entering the valley on the right, the temperature suddenly dropped. After taking a few steps, frost and snow appeared on the ground. The valley on the right was a snow valley. The deeper he went, the thicker the snow became. After taking a few steps, the phone screen suddenly turned black. The blood-colored avatar had died for some reason. From the looks of it, there's a problem with the snow. Zhou Wen roughly understood the problem, but to be able to make his Hell King Live soul fail to discover the problem, the things in the snow had to be extremely extraordinary. Just as he was about to drip his blood to revive and continue grinding in the Valley of No Return, he suddenly heard Gu Shanshui say,
"We've reached the end of the Flower River. We'll reach the periphery of Chiang Rai in another 10 kilometers." Before the dimensional storms, this area was situated at the borders of 3 countries, the famous Golden Triangle. In the past, it was chaotic, and it's not any better now. Not only are there many dimensional zones, but there are also all sorts of evil essence energy arts. Gu, Kumanthong, voodoo, witchcraft, Buddhist scriptures, and the other district's essence energy arts which can be seen here. It's messy. Furthermore, there are all sorts of people here. It's very easy for something to happen. You have to be careful here. It's best you don't eat anything randomly or take anything from others.
Gu Shanshui paused for a moment before continuing.
Chiang Rai is in this area. Now, there are 3 most famous families in Chiang Rai. The biggest one is the Shao family. The Shao family isn't only proficient in Buddha plaques and Kumanthong, but they also have deep attainments in Gu and voodoo magic. Rumor has it that they have a mythical Kumanthong that's extremely powerful. Anyone who offends this family ends up in a terrible state.
Zhou Wen was puzzled and asked,
"Isn't Kumanthong a life soul?"
Gu Shanshui explained,
Kumanthong was originally witchcraft that nurtured spirit babies. There were heaven babies, earth babies, and man babies. After the dimensional storms, someone used the method of raising Kumanthong to obtain a quick life soul. They used the Kumanthong they nurtured as their life souls.
Chapter 788 Unexpected Reunion. With Gu Shanshui leading the way, they quickly arrived at Chiang Rai. Gu Shanshui found them a place to stay. The place he wanted to go was near Chiang Rai. Chiang Rai and Mong Sat were a little different. There were many people like Gu Shanshui who had tattoos and Buddha plaques. After dinner, Li Maobai, Butterfly, and company went out to stroll around Chiang Rai. Zhou Wen stayed put, having no intention of heading out. As Chiang Rai's dimensional zones weren't in the city, he wouldn't be able to see them even if he went out. Gu Shanshui came to Zhou Wen's room and said,
"Mr. Zhou, we are going to catch the corpse bug tomorrow. There are some things we need to make clear today to prevent any future trouble. Master Gu, please speak."
Zhou Wen let him in.
"The place where I'm going to catch the corpse bug is called Dragon Corpse River. Legend has it that a dragon died there, its veracity unknown. However, Dragon Corpse Valley is extremely dangerous. The Gu inside are at least at the epic stage. Occasionally, there will be mythical Gu appearing. Even the Dugu family has to be careful when entering Dragon Corpse Valley."
After pausing for a moment, Gu Shanshui continued.
"The corpse bug I want to capture is in the most dangerous area of Dragon Corpse River. There are many taboos inside. Furthermore, that corpse bug is very special. I suspect that the corpse worm is a mythical Gu born inside the dragon corpse. When the time comes, even with the help of the Phoenix Divine Bird, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to subdue it. You mustn't be careless."
Following that, Gu Shanshui took out a self-made map and explained the details to Zhou Wen. There weren't many people who knew of the existence of the corpse bug. Furthermore, it wasn't an easy task to lure it out. It required some special methods. Gu Shanshui explained his plan and means in detail, so that Zhou Wen could help him when the time came.
"Mr. Zhou, only the 2 of us know the secret of the corpse bug. You mustn't leak it out. Otherwise, others will definitely vie for it,"
Gu Shanshui exhorted.
"Master Gu, don't worry. My mouth is sealed,"
Zhou Wen said.
"That's good. I won't disturb your rest any further, Mr. Zhou."
Gu Shanshui bade farewell and left. Zhou Wen continued grinding as the 9 black dragons in the Zhuolu underground sea respawned. Zhou Wen farmed the 9 dragons again. Due to his previous experience, the operation went very smoothly. After killing the black dragon with the Wu Dragon Pearl, the other 8 black dragons immediately became disunited, allowing Zhou Wen's companion beasts to slaughter them. When he was slaughtering the 6th black dragon, Zhou Wen heard a chime as a black companion egg dropped. A companion egg? Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he turned invisible and picked it up to check its stats. Demon Blood True Dragon, Kun Mythical. Life Providence, Demon Dragon Bloodline, Incomplete. Life Soul, Kun Dragon, Incomplete. Wheel of Destiny, Dragon Domain, Incomplete. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 80. Talent Skill, Dragon Breath, Demon Dragon Transformation, Demon Dragon True Body, Dragon Wrath. Companion Form, Dragon Scale Armor, Incomplete. Why are there so many incomplete traits? Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed when he saw the Demon Blood True Dragon. Its Life Providence, Life Soul, Wheel of Destiny, and Companion Form were all incomplete. Its stats were only 80. Could it be that I have to gather all 9 black dragons to unleash the power of the Demon Blood True Dragon? Zhou Wen hatched the Demon Blood True Dragon and summoned it in its companion form. Although the dragon scale armor was incomplete, it covered the blood-colored avatar's entire body. It was impossible to tell what was missing. Regardless, I finally have a mythical armor. Zhou Wen looked at the black dragon scale armor on the blood-colored avatar. It looked like its defense was pretty good. Just as Zhou Wen was sizing up the dragon scale armor, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the nearby corridor.
Old Worm, are you sure you are up to the task? Of course. This was an accident. The next time I take you there, I'll definitely be able to capture that mythical goo. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Can't you say something new? Don't worry. I have my own plans. You should have trust in your master. Don't say that. You're not my master yet. It's only a matter of time. I really wonder if you are from the Dugu family. What's so hard about capturing a mythical goo? If it wasn't for Mir being so beautiful and not looking like a bad person, I would have suspected that you are a cheat.
Worm Dugu and Li Xian? Zhou Wen listened carefully and immediately knew who the two people were. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the door and walked out. Indeed, he saw Worm Dugu and Li Xian talking as they walked, preparing to enter the room.
Li Xian.
Zhou Wen hurriedly called out to him.
Zhou Wen. Why are you here?
Li Xian was surprised and delighted when he saw Zhou Wen. He ran over and wrapped his arm around Zhou Wen's shoulder.
As expected of my good brother. You came to me because you were worried after hearing that I had come to the South District, right? You aren't a chick. Why would I be worried? I came here because I had something to do in Chiang Rai. I didn't know you were here,
Zhou Wen said.
Brother, you need to work on your words. They hurt my young heart, do you get it?
Li Xian held his chest with his hand, as he wore a stifled expression of heartache. Zhou Wen ignored him and continued.
Your brother is here. After Zhou Wen said that, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Originally, Li Maobai hadn't needed to come to Chiang Rai, but he had followed. Zhou Wen wondered if he knew that Li Xian was there. However, after some thought, it didn't seem likely. No one knew where Li Xian had gone with Worm Dugu. When Li Xian heard that Li Maobai had come, the smile on his face vanished as his expression turned solemn.
What's he doing here?
Li Xian asked. Zhou Wen recounted how Li Maobai had invited him to the Valley of No Return to find the Guardian Cocoon. When Li Xian heard that Li Maobai had failed to make a contract, his expression darkened. From the looks of it, he was still very concerned about Li Maobai transferring his life soul to him.
By the way, there's something else I need to tell you.
Zhou Wen wanted to tell Li Xian about Xia Jiuweng. It was very likely that Li Xian's eldest brother was Xia Jiuweng's victim. Now that Xia Jiuweng was dead, this matter had nothing to do with the Xia family. There was no need for Li Xian to risk his life against the Xia family.
Eldest disciple, have you thought it through and specially come to take me as your master?
Worm Dugu walked over and said with a smile as he sized up the chick on Zhou Wen's shoulder. No,
Zhou Wen answered.
Ahem, don't be shy. Li Xian has already agreed to be my disciple. However, I handle matters in a very clear manner. I took a fancy to you first. You are my eldest disciple. This seniority cannot be messed up.
Worm Dugu said without a change in expression. Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Worm Dugu, who had wanted to acknowledge him as his master, suddenly changed his attitude and turned hostile.
Don't spout nonsense. I didn't agree to be your disciple. You have to beat me in a bet. Perhaps if you lose the bet, you will have to take me as your master in the future? When that happens, you will have to call old Zhou Uncle Master,
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips.
What's going on?
Zhou Wen was puzzled. Chapter 789 Gu God's Reincarnation. Worm Dugu beat him to it and said,
I think Li Xian's talent is passable, so I plan on taking him in as a disciple. You should also consider it. It's not too late to regret being my eldest disciple.
Zhou Wen immediately understood what was going on. Li Xian's life soul had fused with Li Maobai's evil King Gu, so he had some Gu characteristics. Worm Dugu must have taken a fancy to this point, so he wanted to take Li Xian in as his disciple. However, Li Xian and Zhou Wen were good friends. Worm Dugu was afraid that Li Xian would find it embarrassing if he knew that he wanted to acknowledge Zhou Wen as his master. Therefore, he refused to acknowledge him any further.
Cut it out! I wonder who stood in front of Zhou Wen's dorm back then, claiming to be looking for his master.
Li Xian curled his lips and said,
Don't worry. I, Li Xian, am a man of my word. As long as you can beat me in a bet, I'll definitely acknowledge you as my master. However, if you lose...
To Zhou Wen's surprise, Li Xian already knew that Worm Dugu wanted to acknowledge him as his master.
Stop! It's impossible for me to lose,
Worm Dugu immediately said. Zhou Wen asked Li Xian what was going on and Li Xian explained the situation in detail. Only then did Zhou Wen know why Worm Dugu had persuaded Li Xian to come to the South District. After Zhou Wen left, Worm Dugu happened to bump into Li Xian, who was taking something from Zhou Wen's place. The two sides had a verbal clash. Worm Dugu wanted to use his goo to deal with Li Xian, but his goo didn't dare approach Li Xian. This left Worm Dugu alarmed. After many tests, Worm Dugu realized that Li Xian's live soul was the nemesis of goo. Raising a phoenix was also to restrain goo. As for Li Xian himself, he could restrain all sorts of goo. With such talent, Worm Dugu was tempted to make Li Xian his disciple and learn how to rear goo from him. Li Xian obviously wasn't willing, but Worm Dugu didn't give up. He showed Li Xian the magical effects of mini goo, and even said that he wanted to help Li Xian capture mythical goo. Li Xian was truly tempted when he saw the strange and magical abilities of the goo. However, because Worm Dugu had wanted to take Zhou Wen as his master, Li Xian wasn't too willing to be Worm Dugu's disciple. Therefore, he made a bet with Worm Dugu. If Worm Dugu could capture the famous Eye Silkworm Goo King, Li Xian would agree to be his disciple and learn how to rear goo from him. The Eye Silkworm Goo King would be Worm Dugu's greeting gift to his disciple. If Worm Dugu couldn't capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King, he would have to take Li Xian as his master and teach him how to rear goo. Regardless of the outcome, Li Xian won't suffer a loss. For Worm Dugu to be willing to suffer such a huge loss, does he really think highly of Li Xian, or does he have other motives? Zhou Wen thought to himself, momentarily unsure.
If not for someone causing trouble, I would have long captured the Eye Silkworm Goo King and taken him in as a disciple,
said Worm Dugu. Li Xian curled his lips and said disdainfully,
if someone hadn't barged in and diverted the attention of the Eye Silkworm Goo King, we would probably have died there. To think you call yourself the #1 expert in goo rearing in the South District. How embarrassing.
Li Xian recounted what had happened. Originally, Worm Dugu had taken Li Xian to capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King with the intention of using Li Xian's live soul to restrain the Eye Silkworm Goo King. With his abilities, he could capture it in one fell swoop. However, to their surprise, the Eye Silkworm King Goo wasn't just one, but two. Just as they were about to succeed in trapping one Eye Silkworm King Goo, another Eye Silkworm King Goo suddenly appeared, catching Worm Dugu off guard. The two of them nearly died there. Thankfully, at that time, there was a group of people who wanted to capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King as well. They diverted the attention of one of the Eye Silkworm Goo Kings, allowing them to escape.
Now, that group of people is still setting up a trap to capture the Eye Silkworm Goo Kings. I think they have more tricks up their sleeves than this old man. I reckon they have most likely succeeded,
Li Xian said.
Bulsh asterisk T. Do you think it's that easy to capture the Eye Silkworm King Goo? With those few useless bums from the Shao family, they won't be able to capture the Eye Silkworm King Goo even if they were given another 10 years. It's more like they will all die there,
Worm Dugu shouted as he jumped.
The Shao family? Which Shao family?
Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he asked Worm Dugu.
Which Shao family could it be? Only in a small place like Chiang Rai can the Shao family stand firm,
Worm Dugu said disdainfully.
I heard that the Shao family is very powerful. Not only are they good at nurturing goo, but they also use black magic and Kumin Thong. The Shao family also has a mythical level Kumin Thong,
Zhou Wen said. Worm Dugu seemed to view the Shao family with great contempt. When he heard that, he pulled at his beard and said,
there are many bigwigs who know black magic, Kumin Thong, and Buddha plaques in the South District. The Shao family doesn't even rank high. They were able to gain a foothold in companion beasts not because of their excellent techniques, but because they don't abide by the rules and are ruthless. Do you know how the Shao family's mythical companion beasts came about? How did it come about?
Zhou Wen and Li Xian looked curiously at Worm Dugu.
More than 20 years ago, there was a family in Chiang Rai. The couple raised goo, and they were rather famous in the South District. They raised goo, but they never harmed others with them. Later, the wife got pregnant. Ever since she got pregnant, wild goo often appeared around her house. Those goo only guarded outside her house, but not a single goo entered. It was as if they were guarding something. The closer to the wife's delivery date, the more goo appeared around her house. There were even mythical goo.
After taking a deep breath, Worm Dugu continued.
Back then, everyone said that the child the wife was carrying was the reincarnation of the goo god. That was why she attracted all the goo to protect her. Although the goo wouldn't harm them, they caused a lot of trouble for the neighbors nearby. Therefore, the couple had no choice but to move to a remote place to live. Not long after, someone discovered that the couple had died tragically at home. The wife's abdomen had been sliced open, and the baby was nowhere to be seen.
Zhou Wen and Li Xian felt their blood run cold when they heard that. They heard Worm Dugu continue.
Most people believe that the goo harmed the couple and took away their child. However, a member of our Dugu family had a good relationship with the couple. According to him, the head of the Xiao family had a good relationship with the couple. When he went to meet the couple, he even met the head of the Xiao family. Furthermore, more than a year after the couple died, the Xiao family produced a powerful Kumanthong. Furthermore, ever since then, the Xiao family, who originally only knew Kumanthong and black magic, began to rear Gu. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? It does sound like a coincidence, but it might not be related. Does your Dugu family have any evidence? Li Xian asked. If there was evidence, we would have wiped out the Xiao family long ago. How could we let them live until now? However, I think that the matter was most likely done by the Xiao family, said Wormdugu. Zhou Wen felt that Wormdugu's words made sense. Although he didn't know much about the Xiao family, he had seen Xiao Si before and knew how ruthless he was. He was definitely capable of such a thing. Wait a minute. The Xiao family wants Wang Chan. Don't tell me they want to use her to cultivate Kumanthong. Zhou Wen hurriedly asked Wormdugu. Do you need a baby to refine Kumanthong? Can older people be refined into Kumanthong? Typically, children between the ages of 0 and 12 can be used to create earth babies and man babies. That was the method of the past, but the method now is even crueler. Wormdugu didn't elaborate. From 0 to 12 years old? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Wang Chan seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. Furthermore, she had the goddess of misfortune life providence, making her extraordinary. Chapter 790 Dragon Corpse River. If an 11 or 12-year-old child has already condensed a life providence and it's very special, will it be helpful in refining a Kumanthong? Zhou Wen asked again. I'm not too sure about that. After all, I specialize in nurturing Gu, and I only know the basics regarding Kumanthong. You should ask a professional, said Wormdugu. Zhou Wen chatted with them for a while before bidding them farewell. He wanted to figure out if Wang Chan's life providence would affect Kumanthong. After knocking on the door of Gu Shanshui, Zhou Wen roughly recounted the matter, but he didn't mention the Xiao family or Wang Chan. Apart from heaven babies, earth babies and man babies are actually unorthodox. Typically, fetuses that die early or were aborted are used to make earth babies and man babies. This way, the resentment will be greater and the spirituality will be stronger. Babies that are born will have weaker spirituality as they grow older. The older they are, the more unsuitable they are as Kumanthong. 12 years old is the theoretical limit, but very few people would really use such an old child to make Kumanthong. Unless the child is very special and possesses a special life providence, it can be used to make some special evil Kumanthong or Kumanne. After hearing Gu Shan's explanation, Zhou Wen was even more certain that the reason the Xiao family wanted Wang Chan was likely related to the refinement of Kumanthong. If that's the case, this Xiao family really deserves death. Zhou Wen was somewhat furious. Zhou Wen planned on visiting the Xiao family after returning from the Dragon Corpse River to see if they really had such plans. If they really had such plans, Zhou Wen didn't mind helping Wang Chan eliminate future troubles. It was also considered returning a favor to Wang Lu. When Li Mabai returned, Zhou Wen told him that Li Xian was also here. Li Mabai said indifferently that it had nothing to do with him before returning to his room. The next morning, Zhou Wen, Gu Shanshui, Li Mabai, and company headed to Dragon Corpse River. As for Li Xian and Wormdugu, they had to make some preparations before catching the Ice Silkworm Gu King. People without the ability should just stay at home and await death. Why do you have to come out and court death? Li Mabai said coldly as Zhou Wen and company parted ways with Li Xian. Li Xian didn't say a word as he left with Wormdugu. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. All he could do was pretend not to hear as he walked ahead with Gu Shanshui. The Dragon Corpse River got its name because of a dragon dying in the river. Before the dimensional storms, this was only a legend. No one had really seen a dragon corpse or dragon bones. However, after the dimensional storms, the Dragon Corpse River became a dimensional zone with many taboos. For example, after entering the Dragon Corpse River, one absolutely could not touch the water of the Dragon Corpse River. Otherwise, one would become a zombie. There was also the taboo of not being able to fly over Dragon Corpse River and not being able to drip blood in it. Also, women who were on their period could not enter the Dragon Corpse River. Therefore, Zhou Wen and company could only enter the Dragon Corpse River by boat. The boat they were on was purchased by Gu Shanshui from a nearby family. According to Gu Shanshui, the materials on the boat had been specially processed. Gu didn't like the smell of the wood on the boat and typically wouldn't approach it. Li, the Dragon Corpse River is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to join us? Before boarding the ship, Gu Shanshui asked Li Mabai again. With Zhou Wen around, it won't be too dangerous. Just treat it as me broadening my horizons, Li Mabai said with a smile. Gu Shanshui didn't say anything else and led everyone onto the boat. They left the riverbank and headed upstream of the Dragon Corpse River. The Dragon Corpse River wasn't very large,
but the moment the ship left the riverbank, it felt extremely wide. Furthermore, there was a thick fog over the surface of the river. If it wasn't for someone with experience like Gu Shanshui, it would have been very easy to lose one's way in the fog. Zhou Wen originally wanted to help Gu Shanshui row the boat, but Gu Shanshui told him that on the Dragon Corpse River, the eyes could be fooled. He needed to sense where the corpse bug was, so only he could row the boat himself. After the boat entered the fog, Gu Shanshui took out a container made of clay. He filled the container with river water before placing the container at the bow. Finally, he took out a goo that looked like a loach and placed it inside. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to game in such a place. He kept his mind focused as Truth Listener constantly scanned his surroundings to prevent any possible danger. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to sense that there were many dimensional creatures swimming in the nearby waters. However, they didn't approach the wooden boat. It was unknown if it was thanks to the wooden boat or the goo placed in the clay jar. The wooden boat slowly rowed across the dark river. Zhou Wen and company abided by the Dragon Corpse River's taboos, so there wasn't any danger. As the wooden boat slowly sailed, Zhou Wen suddenly felt cold sweat drip down his back. A terrifying palpitation made his heart pound. With Truth Listener's ability, Zhou Wen realized that at the bottom of the Dragon Corpse River, there seemed to be a huge shadow staring at them. Plop! Plop! The goo in the clay jar suddenly jumped as though it had been startled, making Gu Shanshui's expression turn solemn. Gu Shanshui grabbed the goo from the clay container and placed it into the river. The goo swam desperately into the distance, but before it could swim far, it suddenly vanished, leaving only ripples on the river surface. When the goo vanished, Gu Shanshui heaved a sigh of relief. The wooden boat slowly rowed, but the shadow at the bottom of the river was too huge. After rowing for more than 10 minutes, the wooden boat still remained above the shadow, unable to row away from it. Zhou Wen's mind was tense. He didn't dare use Truth Listener to scan the shadow, afraid that he would alarm it. If the wooden boat were to capsize, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of his safety, but the others on the boat would probably die. Thankfully, the shadow didn't move. Ever since it ate the goo, it had only been watching them from the bottom of the river. After rowing for more than half an hour, the wooden boat finally rowed out of the shadow's range. Zhou Wen secretly heaved a sigh of relief when the feeling of being watched vanished. I wonder what's at the bottom of the river. Could it really be a dragon? However, it feels different from the dragons I've seen in the past. Its aura is completely different. Zhou Wen didn't wish to cause trouble in such a place. It was naturally best if he didn't need to fight. After rowing for about 4 or 5 hours, a small island appeared on the river in front of them. The island was at most the size of a soccer field. On it was a small mountain that was less than 100 meters tall. It was a typical volcano. In addition, large amounts of thick fog spewed out from the volcanic crater, probably the source of the thick fog over the river.
There he is! The corpse bug is in the volcano. After we reach the mountain, I'll lure the corpse bug out. Mr. Zhou, please follow the plan.
Gu Shanshui steered the wooden boat to the bank and got everyone to the shore. Zhou Wen already knew of Gu Shanshui's plan. All he needed to do was wait by the side. After the corpse bug was lured out by Gu Shanshui, he would take action. Gu Shanshui got everyone to stay at the foot of the mountain. He only took Gu Lu and Gu He up the mountain. They practically crawled forward. When they arrived at the volcanic crater, they took out some small bottles that they had prepared. Every once in a while, they would pour a bottle of yellow liquid into the volcanic crater. Zhou Wen had heard from Gu Shanshui that the liquid was called corpse oil. It was extracted from corpses. Only by using it could one lure the corpse bug out of the volcano. This was something that required extreme patience. After 7 to 8 hours and pouring more than 100 bottles of corpse oil, there was finally movement inside the volcano. Chapter 791 Battling the Corpse Bug 1. Zhou Wen and company heard the splattering sounds coming from the volcanic crater. After Gu Shanshui and company heard the sound, they slowly retreated from the volcanic crater. As they retreated, they poured corpse oil on the ground, forming a thin line. Soon, the trio retreated and hid behind the rocks with Zhou Wen and company. A commotion at the volcanic crater soon happened as a bug crawled out.
Isn't this a horned beetle?
Zhou Wen sized up the bug from afar and saw that it looked like a horned beetle. It had a black carapace and a split horn on its head. The worm crawled out bit by bit and crawled down towards the corpse oil, licking it clean. Seeing the bug slowly climb down, Gu Shanshui's expression turned solemn. Gu Lu and Gu He also looked very nervous. Gu Shanshui looked at Zhou Wen, who nodded slightly. In response, Gu Shanshui took out a metal container. It looked like a furnace and also like a tripod. It was an unknown item. While the corpse bug was still licking the corpse oil, Gu Shanshui placed the metal container in a crack in the rocks. Then, he poured in dozens of bottles of corpse oil, almost filling the metal container. The smell of the corpse oil immediately attracted the attention of the bug. It spread its translucent wings and flew towards the metal container. It landed on the edge of the metal container and extended its head to suck the corpse oil inside. The container was a little deep. After the bug finished half of it, it couldn't reach the corpse oil below. All it could do was crawl into the container.
Now!
Gu Shanshui immediately gestured for Zhou Wen to take action as he ran towards the metal container. Zhou Wen got the chick to fly over and land on the edge of the container. When the corpse bug saw the chick, it wasn't as afraid as ordinary Gu. It immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws to confront the chick. However, it could be seen that it was still somewhat afraid of the chick and didn't immediately charge out from the inside. While it was hesitating, Gu Shanshui had already rushed to the metal container. He held the lid in one hand and sprinkled some unknown powder into the container with the other. Then, he covered the container with a click. Gu Shanshui pressed down on the metal container with one hand and wrapped a red rope around it with the other, trying to tie it up. The metal container suddenly shook violently. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth and got it to help him hold down the lid. With Tyrant Behemoth's help, the metal container immediately stopped shaking. However, there were continuous clangs coming from inside. Gu Shanshui didn't care much. He wrapped a red rope around the metal container several times. According to Gu Shanshui's plan, he had already trapped the corpse bug. All he needed to do was bring it back and slowly tame it. However, to his surprise, there was a cracking sound coming from the metal container. Gu Shanshui's expression changed drastically as he knew that something was amiss. He immediately stopped and threw the metal container out. The metal container exploded in midair, and the red string snapped inch by inch. The corpse bug flew out and bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick fog that swept towards Gu Shanshui.
Quickly retreat! That's corpse fog!
Gu Shanshui shouted and quickly retreated. At the same time, he summoned dozens of strange goo. After the goo came out, they tried their best to absorb the corpse fog, but they died after absorbing a little. The chick let out a strange cry and spat out a mouthful of golden flames. When the golden flames met the corpse fog immediately burned and was reduced to nothing. The chick also charged at the corpse bug and pecked at it. However, to everyone's surprise, the corpse bug was even faster than the chick. With a flap of its wings, its horn slammed into the chick, sending it flying. The chick landed on the ground and rolled far away before stopping. Ever since it was born, the chick had never suffered such a huge loss. It flew up as though it was enraged. It spat out large amounts of golden flames at the corpse bug, wanting to burn it to death. The corpse bug seemed to be a little afraid of the golden flames. It didn't dare touch them, as it flapped its wings to dodge the golden flames and flew towards the retreating Gu Shanshui. From the looks of it, the corpse bug's intelligence wasn't low. It knew the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Gu Shanshui hurriedly summoned his goo to face the corpse bug, but when his goo touched the corpse bug's corpse fog, they immediately fell to the ground and died twitching. His efforts were futile. Zhou Wen watched from the side and realized that the corpse fog spewed out by the corpse bug wasn't a poisonous fog, but a mass of bacteria or viruses. Once the bacteria and virus entered the goo's bodies, even the goo couldn't take it and quickly died. Those bacterial viruses should also be considered goo, right? This corpse bug is basically a parent body of goo. Just a mouthful of mist from it contains a massive number of goo. Apart from the chick's flames that can restrain it, it's really difficult for others to deal with it. Zhou Wen saw the chick fly over and spew out golden flames that burned the corpse fog away. Zhou Wen didn't let Tyrant Behemoth charge forward. Although Tyrant Behemoth was very powerful, it was too huge. No one knew what would happen if it inhaled the bacteria in the corpse fog. Corpse bug was the first goo that dared to fight the chick, but it was still very afraid of the chick's golden flames. It didn't dare to be touched by the golden flames. It used its speed to constantly change its position, wanting to rush over and bite the chick. The chick wasn't as fast as it was, but its flight trajectory was very strange. Zhou Wen watched for a while before his eyes widened. This fellow's flight trajectory looked like his transcendent flying immortal. Damn it. A bird actually learned my transcendent flying immortal movement technique? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. The chick used transcendent flying immortal, and was actually on par with the corpse bug. Its golden flames failed to hit the corpse bug, and the corpse bug failed to touch it.
Master Gu, do you have a plan B?
Zhou Wen asked Gu Shanshui while the corpse bug was fighting the chick. He had many companion beasts on him, so it wasn't impossible for them to kill the corpse bug. However, it was meaningless for him to kill it since Gu Shanshui wanted it alive.
Even the Gu flask made of pure essence gold, and the blood thread rope made from blood thread Gu can't trap it. It's useless even if I have a way to lure it over.
Gu Shanshui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Upon hearing those words, Zhou recalled something. He took out the calabash and handed it to Gu Shanshui.
Try and see if you can use this to trap the corpse bug.
Gu Shanshui knew the origins of the calabash, and was overjoyed when he saw it. However, he couldn't find any holes despite flipping the calabash around. Chapter 792 Encountering Danger.
Inject your essence energy into it, and it will automatically open a hole. However, it doesn't seem to have the ability to control goo. You must think of a way to get the goo inside,
Zhou said. Gu Shanshui gave it a try. Indeed, as long as he injected essence energy, a gray fog would appear at the top of the calabash, allowing him to put things through the gray fog. Holding the calabash, Gu Shanshui gritted his teeth and said,
"Then we can only risk it."
Gu Shanshui summoned his golden child life soul, and got him to rush at the corpse bug with the calabash. When the corpse bug saw the golden child, it was like a bee seeing honey. It abandoned the chick and rushed towards the golden child, as if it wanted to devour him. Zhou was greatly surprised. He didn't know that the golden child life soul was that attracted to the corpse bug. Golden child could also use essence energy. It injected its essence energy into the calabash, and took the opportunity when the corpse bug rushed over to store it inside the calabash. Unfortunately, Golden Child was only an epic life soul. Its speed was much slower than the corpse bug. Just as the corpse bug's figure flashed, it circled around the calabash and charged at Golden Child's head.
No good!
Gu Shanshui's expression changed drastically. If his life soul was destroyed, it wouldn't be easy to condense another life soul. In particular, his Golden Child life soul was also a type of common thong. However, his was a heaven baby, and not an unorthodox earth baby or man baby. It was very rare. Just as the corpse bug was about to slam into the Golden Child's head, a bamboo suddenly slammed into the calabash, tipping the calabash's mouth. It happened to hit the corpse bug, causing it to vanish and be stored in the calabash. Zhou extended his hand and retracted the sheathed bamboo blade. Gu Shanshui was overjoyed as he hurriedly got Golden Child to withdraw his essence energy. The gray fog on the calabash vanished without a trace. A faint sound of a collision came from the calabash. It was likely that the worm had slammed into the calabash and wanted to rush out. However, it didn't seem to show any effects against the calabash.
Mr. Zhou, it's all thanks to you that I was able to catch the corpse bug. I really don't know how to thank you,
Gu Shanshui said excitedly.
I'm just fulfilling my previous promise. Master Gu, don't take it to heart. However, you still have to think of a way to find a container when we return. I still have other uses for this calabash,
Zhou said.
I'll think of a way to resolve it when we get back,
Gu Shanshui said hurriedly.
Congratulations on fulfilling your wish, Master Gu.
Li Maobai walked over with Butterfly and Mute, congratulating Gu Shanshui on finally catching the corpse bug.
It's all thanks to you and Mr. Zhou.
Gu Shanshui was very happy, but he wasn't blinded by his emotions.
Let's leave Dragon Corpse River now. It's not safe here.
Everyone pushed the wooden boat down the river and rowed back the way they came. Not long after, Zhou felt that something was amiss. Previously, when they had come, the Gu and the Dragon Corpse River didn't get too close to the wooden ship. However, when they returned, the nearby Gu slowly approached the wooden boat. Furthermore, there were more and more of them. If the chick wasn't on the boat, they would have long charged forward.
Master Gu, something seems amiss,
Zhou said to Gu Shanshui. Gu Shanshui had also noticed the abnormality. He nodded with a heavy expression and said,
It looks like the Gu and Dragon Corpse River are gathering because of the corpse bug. However, they don't dare approach because of the divine bird. But,
with that said, Gu Shanshui paused before continuing.
However, there might be a terrifying creature in Dragon Corpse River. If it is affected like these Gu, even the aura of the divine bird might not be able to intimidate it. When that happens, we will be in big trouble.
Zhou immediately thought of the huge shadow at the bottom of the river when they came.
Is there any other solution?
Zhou asked. Gu Shanshui shook his head slightly.
Even the calabash and wooden boat can't block the signal emitted by the corpse bug. I'm afraid there's no good solution.
After some hesitation, Gu Shanshui said,
If it really doesn't work, I'll return the corpse bug.
Gu Lu and Gu He were alarmed as they hurriedly said,
Master Gu, you can't. You finally caught the corpse bug after so much difficulty. This corpse bug is too important to you. You shouldn't let it go so easily. Perhaps Dragon Corpse River doesn't have that terrifying creature, or perhaps that creature isn't affected by the corpse bug at all.
Gu Shanshui shook his head and sighed.
I never expected the corpse bug to be able to trigger the Gu in Dragon Corpse River. Rearing a corpse bug is indeed my wish, but I can't gamble the lives of so many of us. If we were on land, we could still think of a solution, but now, we are on Dragon Corpse River. There are two main taboos here. Once that creature appears, we will definitely die.
With that said, Gu Shanxue prepared to open the calabash and release the corpse bug. Zhou Wen suddenly said,
Master Gu, even if you release the corpse bug now, I'm afraid it won't be able to quell the agitation of the Gu in Dragon Corpse River. We've already captured the corpse bug. With its intelligence and personality, do you think it will let us leave Dragon Corpse River safely even if we release it?
Gu Shanxue said with a bitter smile.
I also know that Gu are the most vengeful, but what else can we do?
Li Mobai said.
Master Gu, I think Zhou Wen is right. Since Gu bear grudges, it's impossible to avoid its revenge whether we release it or not. Why don't we leave it as a hostage? Perhaps there's a chance of leaving Dragon Corpse River.
Gu Shanxue gritted his teeth.
Now that things have come to this, I can only take a gamble. I didn't think things through properly this time, so I made everyone suffer with me. If I don't die today, I'll make amends to everyone in the future. We'll talk about those things in the future. Let's do some preparatory work first. Even if there are creatures in Dragon Corpse River that even the Divine Bird can't stop, we won't be sitting back and doing nothing,
Li Mobai said. They discussed things for a while, and began making preparations. Unfortunately, the range of their activity was limited to the wooden boat. They couldn't leave the wooden boat and fly into the sky, nor could they touch the water. They couldn't even be injured. This was too restrictive for them. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and summoned the primordial spore. He got it to enter the water to probe the situation. No matter how powerful the Gu in the water were, it was difficult to discover such minute companion beasts. After the primordial spore entered the water, it followed Zhou Wen's instructions, and dived forward. Everyone did everything they could to ensure that the wooden boat continued forward. More and more Gu gathered in the surrounding waters, and they were getting closer and closer to the wooden boat. They could see the churning water in the distance with their naked eyes. There were all sorts of Gu around them, squeezed together. It was strange and nauseating. And under Zhou Wen's observation, there was a huge shadow at the bottom of the river approaching the wooden boat. Chapter 793 Dragon King Gu. Gu Shanxue's fears came to live. The huge shadow slowly rose from the bottom of the river. Due to its arrival, the Gu that were crowding around the wooden boat scrambled to escape and quickly disappeared. The originally calm river surface also had burgeoning layers of waves appear. With such obvious signs, Li Mobai, Gu Shanxue, and company clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. They stared at the river with heavy expressions. Splash. A huge wave pushed the wooden boat to the side. If Gu Shanxue hadn't tried his best to control it, the wooden boat would have capsized. Li Mobai, Butterfly, and company used their companion beasts to block the river water that splashed into the wooden boat. They ensured that the people on the wooden boat wouldn't be drenched by the river water or have the river water fill the boat. But soon, everyone's eyes were attracted by the scene in front of them. They saw a huge body extend out of the river, staring at them like a god. In front of it, the humans and even the wooden boat were as tiny as ants. Although most of its body was still in the river, preventing one from seeing its full appearance, just the exposed parts were shocking enough. It was a dragon, but it wasn't completely one. It had the appearance of a dragon, but its body wasn't made of flesh and blood. It didn't have dragon scales or flesh. It looked like a dragon condensed from coral, making it dazzling and strange. Zhou Wen had seen many dragons: the white dragon in Old Dragon Cave, the black dragon in the underground sea, Torch Dragon in Torch Dragon Temple, and even the Western dragons. However, no dragon could be as strange and beautiful as the dragon in front of him. The coral-like body's colors changed according to its emotions. It was sometimes as white as jade, sometimes as red as blood, and sometimes rainbow-colored. It was like a huge piece of art.
Could this be the legendary Dragon King Gu? Heavens! There's no dragon corpse in the Dragon Corpse River. There's actually a Dragon King Gu.
Gu Shanxue's eyes widened as he stared at the gorgeous and terrifying creature in front of him and cried out involuntarily. Gu Lu and Gu He were even worse off. They collapsed on the boat and even prostrated themselves before the Dragon King Gu. A person like Zhou Wen who didn't rear Gu might not understand what the Dragon King Gu meant to people who reared them, but Gu Shanxue and company had already lost their fighting spirit from fear. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Legend had it that phoenixes were the nemesis of Gu, while dragons produced all the Gu in the world. Some regions treated dragons as gods. If humans angered the gods, they would mete down punishment with diseases, plagues, and other disasters. These disasters were actually caused by Gu, and Gu were living beings that parasitized the dragon god. They would punish humans who did wrong in the dragon god's stead. From the point of view of modern humans, Gu were parasites on the dragon god. Of course, this was only a legend in a certain region. It was unknown if it was true. However, in the legends of these regions, if the parasites on the dragon god's body were extremely powerful, they could turn the situation around, transforming the dragon god into Gu. Then it would form the legendary king of Gu, Dragon King Gu. This was actually just a local legend. No one had seen a Dragon King Goo before. Even in this era, no one believed that the Goo could really turn the situation and transform the dragon god into a Goo. However, this life form in front of them undoubtedly possessed the characteristics of dragons and Goo. It looked like a divine dragon and had a terrifying dragon might, but its body was similar to the structure of coral. As for the coral itself, it was condensed from many coral worms. The creature in front of them could also be seen as a fusion of countless Goo. These characteristics were extremely similar to the legendary Dragon King Goo. Furthermore, ever since this creature, suspected to be the Dragon King Goo, appeared, the Goo on Gu Shanshui, Gu Lu, and Gu He's bodies began trembling. They could no longer move. It was even more terrifying than the chick's suppression. To people who raised Goo, this was undoubtedly fatal. The chick stood at the bow and chirped at the Dragon King Goo. It looked extremely ferocious, but Zhou, who knew the chick very well, could tell that it was lacking confidence. Otherwise, with the chick's personality, it would have spat out phoenix flames and burned the creature in front of it. The Dragon King Goo stared coldly at the chick and Zhou. It clearly wasn't as afraid of the chick as the other Goo. It didn't even treat the chick as a threat. Although the chick had the phoenix bloodline, it had yet to fully mature. It could restrain ordinary Goo, but an existence like the Dragon King Goo was not something the chick could match. Zhou noticed that the Dragon King Goo's gaze was constantly staring at the calabash containing the corpse bug. Clearly, it had been attracted by the corpse bug. Gu Shanshui picked up the calabash with trembling hands and offered it to the Dragon King Goo. As a person who nurtured Goo, no one dared to resist the Dragon King Goo because it was the supreme god in his heart. With a flash, Zhou arrived at the bow and took the calabash from Gu Shanshui. He held it in his hand and looked at the Dragon King Goo. As he was not a Goo rearing professional, he did not fear the Dragon King Goo. Furthermore, even if he handed over the corpse bug and the calabash, the Dragon King Goo might not let them off. Roar! The Dragon King Goo seemed to be infuriated by Zhou actions, as it let out a strange roar. Unlike the dragon's roar that Zhou had heard before, the Dragon King Goo's voice was very strange. It had a strange resonance. Amidst the roar of the Dragon King Goo, Gu Shanshui and company revealed looks of pain. They wrapped their heads with their hands as though bugs were biting at their brains. Zhou also felt as though an extremely tiny creature had drilled into his ears, and was about to invade his brain.
This is a sound Goo that uses sound. Quickly block your ears. Don't listen to that sound.
Gu Shanshui shouted in pain. In fact, under the effects of Truth Listener and Supreme Hell King Life Soul, Zhou had already discovered the sound Goo hidden in the sound waves. He used the Supreme Hell King Life Soul's control over his body to seal his hearing and bar the sound Goo from entry.
I know you can understand me. Let us leave the Dragon Corpse River, and we'll return the corpse bug inside to you. If one of us dies, I'll reduce it to ashes.
Zhou said to the Dragon King Goo as he raised the calabash in his hand. The Dragon King Goo was enraged as it spat out dragon breath at Zhou. The dragon breath was like a tidal wave that looked extremely terrifying. The chick opened its mouth and spewed out golden flames. When the golden flames came into contact with the dragon breath, although a portion of the dragon breath was burned away, it was suppressed by the dragon breath. The dragon breath was about to blanket the wooden boat. Gu Shanshui, Gu Lu, and Gu He's faces were ashen. They didn't dare resist at all. Although Li Mabai, Butterfly, and Mute had tried their best to block the dragon breath, their efforts were in vain. Their expressions turned ugly. Chapter 794 Tai Sui's Might. Suddenly, the white chick on Zhou's shoulder flapped its wings and flew in front of the dragon breath. It opened its mouth and sucked in the dragon breath. The dragon breath that filled the sky was sucked into the white chick's mouth, leaving nothing behind. Gu Shanshui, Butterfly, and company looked at the white chick in a daze. They knew how powerful the chick was, and guessed that it was a phoenix descendant. However, the white chick form that Tai Sui took on didn't appear too conspicuous. Furthermore, it didn't look like a fire elemental creature. It couldn't be a descendant of a phoenix. Furthermore, phoenixes were rare. One was extremely lucky to have one. It was hard to imagine that a person could have two phoenixes. In addition, Tai Sui usually seemed to be in a daze, and didn't move much. Most of the time, it stood motionless on Zhou's shoulder. They didn't pay much attention to the silly white chick, believing that it was only an ordinary companion beast at the epic stage. However, to their surprise, Tai Sui opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon breath of the Dragon King Goo, as though nothing had happened. They were pleasantly surprised. Although Tai Sui was powerful, it wasn't really invincible. The main thing was that the dragon breath of the Dragon King Goo was different from real dragon breath. The dragon breath of the Dragon King Goo was somewhat similar to the corpse fog of the corpse bug. It was formed from a large number of miniature Goo, And Tai Sui was the nemesis of these things. In fact, it wasn't just the dragon breath. Even the Dragon King Goo itself was a complicated microscopic agglomerate. To Tai Sui, the Dragon King Goo's body was a feast. Tai Sui flapped its wings and charged at the Dragon King Goo. The Dragon King Goo clearly didn't know how powerful Tai Sui was. It opened its mouth and swallowed Tai Sui, who was flying towards it. Everyone was alarmed. They originally thought that the white bird could fight the Dragon King Goo, but to their surprise, it was swallowed in one mouthful. The Dragon King Goo was the king of all goo. Its body contained all kinds of microscopic goo. If one was swallowed by it, they would be invaded by large numbers of goo. Even a mythical creature might not be able to withstand it. But at that moment, Gu Shanshui and company suddenly saw the Dragon King Goo roar at the sky as though it was in extreme pain. Then, they saw a small hole appear in its abdomen. Tai Sui crawled out and pecked at the Dragon King Goo's body. The Dragon King Goo's body was filled with goo. Ignoring the fact that it had just been eaten, ordinary creatures would be parasitized by the goo just by touching it. Even mythical creatures would probably die tragically. The white bird's casual pecking at the Dragon King Goo's body was unbelievable.
Is that really the Dragon King Goo? It can't be fake, right?
Gu Lu had a look of doubt. How could the legendary king of innumerable goo, Dragon King Goo, be casually eaten by a small white chick? Tai Sui circled around the Dragon King Goo and pecked at it, leaving holes in its body. The Dragon King Goo released terrifying dragon breaths and might, but they were useless against Tai Sui. Tai Sui was the nemesis of microscopic creatures. Even Tyrant Behemoth might be parasitized by the goo on the Dragon King Goo. Even Torch Dragon found it difficult to withstand the Dragon King Goo's power. After all, the Dragon King Goo was transformed from a goo that devoured a true dragon. It was naturally effective against dragons. Tai Sui happened to be the nemesis of the Dragon King Goo. No matter how powerful the Dragon King Goo was, it was still pecked by Tai Sui. Gu Shanshui and the rest watched in a daze as the Dragon King Goo was eaten by the small white chick. In the end, it escaped into the water and tore through the bottom of the river. The legendary king of innumerable goo had actually escaped just like that. Tai Sui's body swelled up as it couldn't eat anymore. Furthermore, it wasn't fast, so it couldn't catch up to the Dragon King Goo underwater. It flew back and landed on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Gu Shanshui and company looked at Tai Sui on Zhou Wen's shoulder in surprise. They originally imagined that the chick with the phoenix bloodline was already a god-like existence, but they never expected the nameless white chick, which definitely wasn't a phoenix, was even more terrifying. Even the Dragon King Goo could only be trampled by it. It even fled in such a sorry state. It was unbelievable. Unlike the chick, although Tai Sui looked similar to the chick, it didn't have the aura or ability of a phoenix. Gu Shanshui and Li Mabai couldn't deduce its origins. Zhou Wen handed the calabash back to Gu Shanshui.
Master Gu, let's leave this place now.
Gu Shanshui didn't reach out to take the calabash.
Mr. Zhou, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be alive. How would I have the nerve to take this corpse bug? It's best you keep it,
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
I don't know how to tame Goo. What's the point of keeping it? Master Goo, if you feel apologetic, teach me a few Goo nurturing techniques when we return. Mr. Zhou, it's my honor that you are willing to learn how to rear Goo from me. I will definitely teach you everything and not hide anything,
Gu Shanshui said seriously.
Let's talk when we get back. This isn't a place to talk,
Zhou Wen said as he handed the calabash to Gu Shanshui. Gu Shanshui didn't decline. After carefully putting away the calabash, he steered the boat towards the exit of Dragon Corpse River. Zhou Wen looked in the direction the Dragon King Goo had vanished with a strange look in his eyes. If not for Tai Sui, even with a mythical companion beast, defeating the Dragon King Goo wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, it was very likely that they would be parasitized by the goo before the battle began. However, even Tai Sui only managed to injure the Dragon King Goo. The energy contained in its body was too immense. Tai Sui couldn't digest it all. What caught Zhou Wen's attention was that the primordial spore that he had placed in the river had taken the opportunity to enter the Dragon King Goo's body, as though it wanted to parasitize it. However, Zhou Wen could sense that the primordial spore had yet to succeed. Now that it had been taken away by the Dragon King Goo, Zhou Wen could only sense that the primordial spore was still alive due to the distance. The connection between them had become very weak. He didn't know how the primordial spore was doing in the Dragon King Goo's body. If I can successfully parasitize it and take the Dragon King Goo for my own, I'll have nothing to be afraid of in the South District, Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen wasn't too worried about the safety of the primordial spore. It had an eternal immortality life providence, so killing it wasn't an easy task. However, it would take a long time to parasitize a mythical creature. Zhou Wen couldn't wait for it in Dragon Corpse River, so he could only leave. Without the threat of the Dragon King Goo, The other Gu were afraid of the chick, so none of them dared to rush over. The group successfully left Dragon Corpse River. Zhou could also sense the existence of Primordial Spore outside Dragon Corpse River. Although the connection was very weak, it was enough to determine whether Primordial Spore was still alive, and its location. Zhou didn't see any tiny palm symbols along the way, and couldn't help but find it a pity. The Dragon Corpse River had no fewer Gu than the Valley of No Return. If he could download it into a game dungeon, it would be a good place to grind. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the tiny palm symbol. Chapter 795 discovered. After returning to Chiang Rai, he didn't see Li Xian and Worm Dugu. Presumably, the two of them had yet to return from the Eye of Silkworm Gu King's place. Gu Shanxue wanted to think of a way to get a container to rear the corpse bug. Therefore, he returned to Mong Sat overnight. Zhou didn't follow Gu Shanxue to Mong Sat. He decided to get the calabash back at Mong Sat in a few days. He chose to stay because he wanted to visit the Xiao family and figure out the matter between Xiao Si and Wang Chan. Li Mobai also planned on staying in Chiang Rai for a few more days before heading off with Zhou to Mong Sat. That night, Zhou used the invisibility cloak and headed for the Xiao family. He planned on infiltrating the family to see if he could find out anything. The Xiao family lived in an exotic manner. Before he arrived, Zhou realized a problem. There were many Gu lurking in the grass on both sides of the road. If it wasn't for Zhou Supreme held King Life's soul and Truth Listener's ability, heightening Zhou senses, it would be difficult for ordinary people to discover the Gu. The Xiao family sure is careful. They even planted Gu outside the manor. Zhou didn't know much about Gu, so he didn't know which Gu relied on smell to distinguish the enemy or sound. Therefore, he flew into the manor from the sky to avoid alerting the Gu. However, after entering the manor, Zhou realized that although the manor's layout was very dense, this was only the periphery of the Xiao family. Behind the manor was a valley which was a dimensional zone. The Xiao family's true headquarters was built in a dimensional zone. Using Truth Listener's ability to constantly scan the area, he found the various hidden mechanisms and traps of the Xiao family. With the Xiao family's guards guarding the entrance to the dimensional zone, that was secondary. It was impossible for 4 legendary humans to see through Zhou invisibility. What caught Zhou attention was that there was a statue at the entrance of the dimensional zone. The statue looked very odd. It was a Buddha statue, but it was different from the Buddha statue Zhou had seen in Dragon Gate Grotto. Not only did it look ferocious and terrifying, but it also had a vertical eye at its glabella and a strange fork in its hand. Zhou had never seen such a Buddha statue before, but the statue's carvings were similar to the ones used in Buddhism. A Buddhistic glow was engraved on its back. Zhou could vaguely sense an aura similar to a Gu Mantong from the Buddha statue. The spirit body's vision is somewhat different from humans. It's not just about the form. It's probably impossible to fool that Buddha statue with ordinary invisibility. Zhou decided to activate the Wheel of Destiny of the invisibility cloak and completely conceal his body before entering the dimensional zone. As expected, the guards and Buddha statues didn't notice him, and Zhou successfully entered the valley. The moment he entered, he found it difficult to breathe, as though there was no oxygen in the valley. Zhou didn't discover any Gu, and immediately knew that it was the taboo power of this dimensional zone. He had to switch to the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, and immediately, the suffocating feeling vanished. Although he didn't have the keen senses of the Supreme Hell King, it didn't make a difference with Truth Listener around. Zhou used Truth Listener to scan the entire valley before quickly moving in. As the invisibility cloak's Wheel of Destiny only had 3 minutes, he had to figure out the situation in the dimensional zone in those 3 minutes. Zhou originally imagined that such a valley would have all sorts of Gu, but in fact, there weren't any. There was only one temple in the valley, but the style was very different from the one in Luoyang. It was obvious that it was the local style of Chiang Rai. There was no one outside the temple, but there were many people inside. They were likely members of the Xiao family. Some were practicing their techniques, while others were directing Gu. It was rather lively. When Zhou entered the temple's yard, he felt that there was no reaction from the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. He knew that there was no taboo power here. As they trusted the guards outside the manor and the taboo power in the valley, the temple's internal defenses weren't as strict. Zhou looked inside and realized that the deities in the temple hall weren't the Buddhist eminences he was familiar with. Instead, they were dolls of all shapes and sizes. Are all the ones consecrated here Kumen Thong and Kumen Ne? Zhou scanned the area and saw many dolls in the shapes of boys and girls. He roughly knew what they were. Zhou wasn't interested in them, and he rushed straight to the backyard. He didn't have much time left. Although he wasn't afraid of being exposed, it would be impossible for him to eavesdrop if he was. The temple was rather large, and there were quite a number of courtyards inside. Each courtyard had different Kumen Thong, making it look sinister and terrifying. Zhou had always felt that these religious buildings weren't aesthetically pleasing. Regardless of the religion, they gave him an uneasy feeling. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of people from the Xiao family, but they didn't say anything that piqued Zhou interest. Seeing that the 3 minutes were up, Zhou realized that there wasn't anyone in the nearby yard, so he decided to enter the yard first. After entering the yard, the 3 minutes of invisibility ended. Zhou wore the invisibility cloak, and could only achieve the effects of visual invisibility. His body didn't vanish completely. Thankfully, there weren't many people here. The yard wasn't big, and there was only a temple hall inside. The door was open, and strangely, there was a black cloth hanging in front of the door. Zhou used Truth Listener to scan the interior and realized that the tiny temple hall was eerie and terrifying. The decorations inside were very simple. There was a wooden table with a common thong on it. The common thong was jade-like and curled into a ball. There was a crystal container outside, and a yellow liquid inside wrapped around the common thong. Zhou now had a vague idea that it was corpse oil. Seeing that there was nothing inside, Zhou didn't enter. Just as he was about to continue searching the temple, he suddenly saw a girl standing in front of him. The girl didn't look too old. She was at most 18 or 19 years old. She wore strange clothes and looked rather delicate, but for some reason, she had a sinister look as she stared coldly at Zhou. Zhou felt his hair stand on end when the girl stared at him. She can see me? Zhou was thinking of how to deal with such a situation. The other party was only a girl whom he had no grudges with. Zhou couldn't bring himself to draw his saber to kill her. However, the girl was strange. She only stared coldly at Zhou without shouting or screaming. Could it be that she didn't see me? Zhou was suspicious as he attempted to take 2 steps to the left. The girl's pupils moved to the left as he moved. Zhou took a few steps to the right, and the girl's pupils shifted to the right again. She kept staring at him, clearly able to see the invisible Zhou. Chapter 796 Strange Girl. The girl kept looking at Zhou, but she didn't shout or scream. Neither did she look flustered. This left Zhou in a dilemma. If the girl had shown a hostile stance or screamed, he would have long taken action to put her down. However, with her looking at him without making a fuss, it wasn't appropriate for Zhou to attack. There are so many people in the Xiao family that the girl might not recognize all of them. Could it be that she doesn't know that I'm not from the Xiao family? After some thought, Zhou realized that it was very likely. Otherwise, there was no reason for the girl not to call for help. If he were someone who had a glib tongue, he might be able to fool the girl and get some information from her. Unfortunately, Zhou wasn't eloquent, so he only gave the girl a friendly smile. He pretended to be strolling around and wanted to leave the yard. Zhou took a few steps to the side, hoping to circle around the girl, but she took 2 steps to block his path. Clearly, she wasn't willing to let him go.
Ahem, sorry. I got lost. Sorry for disturbing you,
Zhou said as he took a few steps to the other side, hoping to circle around the girl. The girl blocked his path again, but she had no intention of attacking. She didn't seem to have any intention of shouting.
Why are you stopping me? Is there anything I can help you with?
Zhou planned on trying to convince the girl with his bad eloquence. The girl remained silent as she continued looking at him, sizing him up. Is the Xiao family that odd? Zhou found the girl odd. Ignoring the fact that her actions were incomprehensible, Zhou hadn't seen her when he entered the yard. With Truth Listener's ability, it was impossible for Zhou not to notice that there was someone in the yard. However, when the girl stood behind him, Zhou really couldn't work out where she had come from. Could it be that this girl isn't human, but a ghost? Zhou carefully sized up the girl, but he didn't discover anything wrong with her. She looked like a normal human girl. The girl remained silent. Just as Zhou was about to say something, he realized that someone was walking towards the yard. Zhou looked into the yard. Apart from the temple hall, there were no other obstructions. After glancing at the girl, Zhou gestured for her to remain silent before heading deeper into the temple hall. The girl being able to see him didn't mean that others could see him. Zhou planned on hiding and giving it a try. Since he had already been exposed, the situation couldn't be any worse. There was an offering table in the temple hall without any additional decorations. Just as Zhou was thinking about where to hide, he saw the girl walk in. With the girl following Zhou, even if others couldn't see the invisible Zhou, they would discover his existence because of her. Just as Zhou was about to take action and put the girl down, he saw her point at a cloth curtain in the corner of the temple hall, indicating for him to hide behind it. The 2 people had already arrived at the yard's entrance. Zhou didn't dare say another word, afraid that they would hear him. All he could do was look at the girl and point at himself before pointing at the curtain. The girl seemed to understand what he meant and nodded. Zhou tiptoed to the back of the curtain. Just as Zhou steadied himself, he heard the door to the yard open. The 2 people walked in and quickly entered the temple hall. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of being discovered. If he was discovered, he could just storm his way out. However, that would mean a failure to obtain any information. The two of them walked into the room and didn't pay attention to the back of the curtain. Clearly, they hadn't expected someone to be hiding here. Furthermore, Zhou Wen was invisible. It was difficult to discover him with the naked eye. However, what puzzled Zhou Wen was that they ignored the girl as though she wasn't there. The two people who entered the temple hall were no longer young. They were probably at least 50 years old. After entering the temple hall, one of the men placed something on the offering table. It was a small metal furnace with many tiny holes on it. Wisps of smoke emitted from the tiny holes. The smoke didn't rise vertically. It seemed to be attracted by some force and floated towards the Kumanthong on the offering table. The man bowed to the Kumanthong before walking to the side.
Liuqi, have you investigated the matter regarding Seer?
The man who had placed the incense asked.
According to the intelligence sent by the spies in the imperial capital, Shao Si went to the Great Wall with Wang Chan. There was likely another person with them. This person has a good relationship with Wang Chan, so we haven't found out who it is yet.
Xiao Liuqi answered.
In your opinion, could it be that the Wang family discovered our goal and deliberately eliminated Seer?
Xiao Tianfang said with a frown.
From the looks of it, it shouldn't be. If the Wang family really discovered our goal, they definitely wouldn't only target Shao Si alone. They also wouldn't give us any explanation about Shao Si and might have even severed relations with our Shao family. But there aren't any signs of that,
Xiao Liuqi said. Xiao Tianfang sighed and said,
The Wang family is a family clan in the East District after all. Even if they are stronger than our Shao family, it won't be easy for them to come to the South District to touch our Shao family. I'm not afraid that they will fall out with us. Unfortunately, with Seer's death, I'm afraid our plan won't have a chance. Tianfang, is there nothing else that can replace Wang Chan's life providence?
Xiao Liuqi asked.
If there was a replacement, we wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to target the Wang family.
Xiao Tianfang explained.
We've studied the Gu Lady Kumen-ne for so many years. Although she successfully advanced to the mythical level, she still can't be controlled freely. In recent years, our control over her has become weaker and weaker. Refining her into a life soul is even more impossible. Now that she's already at the mythical level, it's impossible to refine her into a life soul. However, using Wang Chan's goddess of misfortune life providence, we can create a misfortune Kumen-ne and let her suppress and influence the Gu Lady Kumen-ne. This way, we can take the opportunity to firmly grasp them both.
Xiao Tianfang said.
Can a heaven baby replace the misfortune Kumen-ne?
Xiao Liuqi asked.
It's not that simple. Gu Lady Kumen-ne is the reincarnation of a Gu god. Before she was born, we forcefully refined her into a Kumen-ne. Although she's not a real god, she's not something an ordinary Kumanthong can compare to. Only some especially powerful Kumanthong can influence her. Currently, the best chance we have is to refine Wang Chan into a misfortune Kumen-ne. The other methods are even more difficult and impossible to realize.
Xiao Tianfang said. Chapter 797 Gu Lady. Having heard their conversation, how could Zhou Wen not understand what was happening? The Dugu family's guess was right. Back then, the ones who killed the mother and dug out the fetus weren't Gu, but the members of the Shao family. They cultivated the fetus into a Kumen-ne and raised it to the mythical level. Zhou Wen's understanding of Kumen-ne was very limited. He didn't know how Kumen-ne matured, but he believed that the Shao family had tried their best. Now that they couldn't control the Kumen-ne anymore, they wanted to refine Wang Chan into another Kumen-ne to restrain Gu Lady Kumen-ne. What a diabolical Shao family. In such an era, it's not wrong to desire becoming stronger. It's not wrong to use all sorts of means, but to be so vicious, one has to be prepared to be treated the same way by others. Zhou Wen's heart was filled with killing intent. Zhou Wen wanted to summon the light concealment sword and kill Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfang first. The two of them definitely weren't innocent. He could make a judgment on the other members of the Shao family when the time came. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that the girl was standing in front of him, seemingly trying to stop him from making a move on Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfang. Zhou Wen looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly understood something. He thought to himself, could this girl be the Gu lady they refined into a Kumen-ne? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The person enshrined in the temple hall was likely Gu Lady Kumen-ne. Then, this strange girl might very well be the Gu lady after growing up. Typically, Kumen-ne wouldn't grow, but after combining a Kumen-ne and an essence energy art, anything was possible. She's now under the Shao family's control. If I kill the Shao family, she will definitely become my enemy. With this in mind, Zhou Wen temporarily didn't take action. Gu lady was a pitiful person. If she wasn't born magical, she wouldn't have been harmed by the Shao family. Even her parents died tragically. She was refined into Kumine before she was born. It could be said that she was extremely tragic. Zhou Wen wasn't sure if she could survive if he killed her master, so he decided not to take action. Xiao Tianfang thought for a moment and continued.
Regardless of whether the Wang family has noticed it or not, let's put Wang Chan's matter aside for now. Let's try our best to capture the Ice Silkworm Gu King. If we have the Ice Silkworm Gu King, we won't have to rely too much on Gu Lady's strength. It's not easy to capture the Ice Silkworm Gu King. I originally thought that with Gu Lady's help, we would be able to capture the Ice Silkworm Gu King. After knowing that the Ice Silkworm Gu King isn't just one, but a pair, Gu Lady probably isn't a match for the pair of Ice Silkworm Gu Kings either. I still need to think of something else,
Xiao Liuqi said.
How's the taming of the mythical blood scorpion Gu going? Can it be put to use?
Xiao Tianfang asked after some thought. Xiao Liuqi said with a bitter smile.
I don't know why, but the mythical Gu that we use Gu Lady to capture are especially difficult to tame. The three from before were domesticated for so long, but they refuse to yield no matter what. This one is slightly better, but it's barely under our control. It can't be controlled freely. That's enough. Let's take it with us to distract the Ice Silkworm Gu Kings. As long as the pair of Ice Silkworm Gu Kings are separated, Gu Lady should be more than enough to deal with one.
Xiao Tianfang looked at Kumine on the offering table and continued.
Prepare the blood scorpion Gu. We'll go tomorrow to prevent any delays. Worm Dugu is also eyeing the pair of Ice Silkworms. We can't let him succeed ahead of us. I understand. I'll prepare now,
Xiao Liuqi replied.
Do a good job. In the future, the position of family head will be taken over by you. However, as family head, you need to have strength that can convince everyone. If you can successfully capture the pair of Ice Silkworm Gu Kings, you can tame and control one of them,
Xiao Tianfang said.
Tianfang, you are still in your prime.
Xiao Liuqi was immediately overjoyed, but he didn't dare show it. Xiao Tianfang waved his hand.
I know myself. All these years, in order to suppress Gu Lady, my body has been deteriorating day by day. My mind is also failing. In the future, the Xiao family will have to rely on you. You should also shoulder the responsibility. Tianfang, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down,
Xiao Liuqi hurriedly said.
All right, make the preparation. I hope that capturing the Ice Silkworm Gu King will go smoothly.
Xiao Tianfang gestured for Xiao Liuqi to leave. After Xiao Liuqi left, Xiao Tianfang stood in front of the Kumine. He reached out to touch the crystal barrier outside and said with a strange expression.
It's been so many years, but I still haven't been able to completely tame you. Now, my plan to capture Wang Chan and refine her into a misfortune Kumine has also failed. If you still don't submit, I can only take the final step. My body really can't take it anymore. After I obtain the Ice Silkworm Gu King, I'll completely erase your consciousness. Although that will greatly reduce the Kumine's spirituality and abilities, you forced me into a corner. I can only take such measures.
Xiao Tianfang looked at the Kumine for a while before leaving the yard. From beginning to end, the girl stood in front of Zhou Wen, preventing him from harming Xiao Tianfang.
Why are you protecting him when he caused you to be in this state?
Zhou Wen asked. The girl remained silent, but Zhou Wen seemed to think of a reason. He asked,
Is it because he's your master? If he dies, will you be injured?
Surprisingly, the girl nodded, as though confirming Zhou Wen's words. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw the girl finally react. He asked,
Then is there a way to prevent you from being injured?
The girl just looked at him without answering. Zhou Wen snapped to his senses and knew that the girl couldn't speak. Therefore, he pointed at Kumine on the offering table and said,
If he transfers that to me, will you be okay after he dies?
The girl reacted this time and nodded again.
All right, I know what to do. Wait a few days. I'll quickly rescue you,
Zhou Wen said to the girl before turning to leave the temple hall. The girl seemed to understand what he meant and didn't stop him. After Zhou Wen left the yard, he temporarily left the Xiao family. Gu Lady was very magical, so Zhou Wen didn't wish to see her die with Xiao Tianfang. He planned on getting her transferred to him before settling Wang Chan's score with the Xiao family. After Zhou Wen left the Xiao family, he returned to his residence and gave Gu Shanshui a call. Thankfully, he had already arrived at Mong Sat and had a phone signal. He quickly answered the call. Zhou Wen asked some questions about Kumin Thong and Kumine and confirmed that his plan was feasible. That night, Worm Dugu and Li Xian returned together. The situation didn't look good. Worm Dugu's expression was especially nasty. Li Xian didn't jibe either. Zhou Wen knew that Worm Dugu's failure must have been tragic, so Li Xian didn't say a word. Chapter 798 Ice Silkworm.
Why don't we forget our bet? It was just a joke to begin with,
Li Xian said to Worm Dugu.
What joke? I, Worm Dugu, am a man of my word. If I can't capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King for you, I'll be your disciple,
Worm Dugu said angrily. Li Xian said with a smile.
I've seen your abilities. If there was only one Eye Silkworm Goo King, you would definitely be able to capture it. But now, there are two. This is unexpected. Just count ourselves even. No one is losing to anyone. Isn't that fair? No, a man's word is worth its weight in gold. If I can't capture the Eye Silkworm Worm, I'll acknowledge you as my master. I won't go back on my word.
With that said, Worm Dugu turned to Zhou and said,
If Li Xian is my master, Zhou, you will be my uncle master. It's not too much for an uncle master to teach me some skills, right?
Zhou looked at Worm Dugu with his mouth agape. He found it unbelievable that this fellow was from the Dugu family, one of the 6 hero families. He was too shameless.
Nice. Was this your plan from the beginning?
Li Xian was taken aback when he heard that. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled. Worm Dugu chuckled and said,
My motto as a human is to be pragmatic. So what if I acknowledge you as my master? You still need me to teach you how to rear goo. On the surface, you are my master, but in reality, I'm still your master. It's just a title. It doesn't matter. If Zhou can teach me how to rear a phoenix, don't mention me calling him Uncle Master, I can even call him Grandmaster.
Zhou and Li Xian were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone like Worm Dugu. It was an eye-opener.
I really don't know how to rear a phoenix. This silly bird insisted on following me. I usually don't care about it. It eats whatever it gets. I can't teach you,
Zhou said. Worm Dugu immediately shook his head and said,
No. I've long read about the phoenix's habits and eating habits in ancient books. If I had a phoenix divine bird, I would know how to feed it myself. You don't have to teach me. Then what can you learn from me? Don't tell me you want me to help you find another phoenix? I don't have that ability,
Zhou said, puzzled.
I know how to feed one, but I don't have a phoenix. I just want to learn from you. How can I make a phoenix be willing to follow me?
Worm Dugu said.
I already said that this silly bird is naturally willing to follow me. There aren't any tricks involved. Perhaps it's because of my relatively good character,
Zhou said.
Old Zhou is right. Back when the 3 of us encountered the chick, only Old Zhou was chosen,
Li Xian added.
Everything in this world follows cause and effect. It's impossible for there to be no cause. If there's no cause, it means that you haven't discovered the cause. It might be because the essence energy art you cultivate is rather special, or it might be because you have a hidden special physique. It might also be because something on you attracted it. In short, there must be a reason. That's the reason I need to know.
Worm Dugu wasn't serious for long before he said to Zhou with a cheeky smile.
Anyway, it's highly likely that I won't be able to catch an Eye Silkworm this time. In the future, you will be my Uncle Master Zhou. If you like teaching, teach. If you don't like teaching, let me follow by your side while I self-study.
Zhou didn't wish to speak to Worm Dugu again. He turned to Li Xian and said,
I'll help you capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King tomorrow. However, after capturing it, lend it to me for 2 days. Lend? How?
Worm Dugu curled his lips and said,
Goo can't be transferred once it recognizes its owner. How can you return it after borrowing it? I don't want the Eye Silkworm Goo King to recognize me as its master. I just need to borrow it to do something. I'll return it to you when I'm done,
Zhou said.
No problem at all. You can even take it, much less borrow it,
Li Xian said with a smile. Worm Dugu was a little displeased when he heard that.
If you want to use the phoenix to capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King, I advise you not to go. Although the phoenix is powerful, it's only a baby. The Eye Silkworm Goo King won't be afraid of it. If you aren't careful, you might even kill the phoenix. That would be a huge loss. We'll see how to do it when we are there tomorrow.
Zhou also knew that it wouldn't be easy to capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King. However, the Xiao family was going to capture it tomorrow. This was the opportunity he wanted. He wanted to snatch the Eye Silkworm Goo King from the Xiao family before using it to exchange for Goo Lady. Offering an exchange of 2 Eye Silkworm Goo Kings for a Kunming, which might kill Xiao Tianfeng. Xiao Tianfeng would definitely do so as long as he wasn't a fool. After all, he had already planned on wiping out Goo Lady's spiritual consciousness. When that happened, Kunming's ability would be greatly reduced. She would probably be inferior to an Eye Silkworm. With such a comparison, anyone would know what to choose. Alright, I'll see how you capture the Eye Silkworm Goo King tomorrow. If you can capture it, I, Worm Dugu, will immediately acknowledge the 2 of you as Master and Uncle Master, said Worm Dugu. Clearly, he wasn't optimistic about Zhou's chances.
Forget it. There's no sense of accomplishment being your master,
Li Xian said.
You can't say that. You might not feel a sense of accomplishment now, but if you were to travel in the South District and meet someone from the Dugu family, and say that you are Worm Dugu's master, how awesome would that be? You wouldn't have a feeling of zero accomplishment,
Worm Dugu said with a smile. Zhou Wen and Li Xian looked at him in contempt. With his personality, it was unknown how many masters and uncle masters he had acknowledged outside. It would be odd if the Dugu family was willing to take that into account. The next day before dawn, Zhou Wen woke up Li Xian and Worm Dugu, and got them to lead him to the place where the Ice Silkworm Gu Kings were. He had heard Xiao Tianfang and Xiao Liuqi's conversation, and knew that the Xiao family was going at this time. If he went late, the Xiao family might have already succeeded. It wasn't good to go early either. If they captured the Ice Silkworm Gu King before the Xiao family arrived, the Xiao family wouldn't know that the Ice Silkworm Gu Kings were in Zhou Wen's hands. Although Worm Dugu was somewhat puzzled as to why Zhou Wen had to go so early, he still took the two of them to Yianwind Ridge. When they arrived, they realized that someone was already fighting the Ice Silkworm Gu Kings. The two people spearheading the attack were none other than Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfang. In front of Xiao Tianfang was an ice blue silkworm, the size of a football. Wherever it crawled, the ground was immediately covered in frost. It was obvious how low the temperature was. It's no wonder Worm Dugu said that the chick probably can't restrain the ice silkworm. With such ice elemental powers, the chick's phoenix flames will definitely be much less effective against it, Zhou Wen thought. Xiao Liuqi noticed Zhou Wen in company. When he saw Worm Dugu, his expression changed slightly. Clearly, he was afraid that Worm Dugu would snatch the Ice Silkworm Gu Kings. Chapter 799 Gu Lady in Battle.
Strange, why is there only one Ice Silkworm? Where did the other Ice Silkworm go?
Worm Dugu frowned.
Could it be that the Xiao family lured the two Ice Silkworms apart?
Li Xian asked. Worm Dugu shook his head and said,
These two Ice Silkworms are a pair. They have something akin to telepathy abilities. It's not that easy to separate them. If I could separate them, I would have long ago. The Xiao family wouldn't even stand a chance. Perhaps you don't have the ability to do so. Just because you can't lure them apart doesn't mean they can't either,
Li Yu said deliberately. Surprisingly, Worm Dugu wasn't angry this time. He thought for a moment and said,
That's very possible.
Li Xian looked at Worm Dugu in surprise. Every time he mentioned Gu, Worm Dugu would proudly act as though he was number one in the world. It was unbelievable that he would admit that he was inferior to the Xiao family.
You don't have to look at me like that. Have you forgotten what I told you? If the Xiao family's mythical level Kumen Thong is really refined from the baby reincarnated from a Gu god, it's not surprising that they can lure the Ice Silkworm away, said Worm Dugu. Zhou Wen knew that what Worm Dugu said was right. It was likely that Gu Lady had lured the Ice Silkworm away. Xiao Tianfang held a Kumen Ne that was placed in the temple hall, but Gu Lady was nowhere to be seen. She must have lured the other Ice Silkworm away. This Ice Silkworm was trapped here by the Xiao family, and was fighting a blood-colored scorpion. The blood scorpion was clearly no match for the Ice Silkworm. Its body was almost frozen by the ice mist that the Ice Silkworm spewed out. It survived thanks to the Xiao family's people using all sorts of Gu and companion beasts to barely hold back the Ice Silkworm. As a result, the Xiao family sacrificed a large number of Gu and companion beasts. Furthermore, the Xiao family was still using Kumen Thong to augment the blood scorpion. This only allowed them to stall the Ice Silkworm. The Ice Silkworm's ice aura was extremely powerful. Zhou Wen had seen some ice elemental companion beasts before, but this was the first time he had seen one as powerful as the Ice Silkworm. As long as one touched its ice aura, be it Gu or Kumen Thong, their bodies would gradually freeze. The ice aura seemed to have a spreading attribute. As long as one touched it, one's body would become colder. Many Gu only touched a tiny bit of the ice aura. In the beginning, it wasn't too big a problem, but after a while, they would freeze into ice and eventually shatter. Should we take action? Now that the two Ice Silkworms have been separated, it's a great opportunity,
Li Xian asked Worm Dugu.
There's no rush. Let's wait and see. They aren't a match for the Ice Silkworm.
Worm Dugu paused before saying,
After all, our Dugu family is the king of the South District. We can't behave excessively. Otherwise, I'll be nagged by those fellows at home. It will be a headache.
When the Xiao family saw that Worm Dugu and company only stayed in the distance and had no intention of going forward, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief.
Tianfang, do you think Worm Dugu will snatch our Ice Silkworm?
Xiao Liuqi whispered to Xiao Tianfang. Xiao Tianfang said with a heavy expression.
The Dugu family controls the South District. On the surface, they do things fairly, so they might not openly snatch it. However, we still have to be on guard. I hope that Gu Lady can quickly capture the other Ice Silkworm. How's the situation on Gu Lady's side?
Xiao Liuqi asked.
It's very vague. I only know that they are fighting,
Xiao Tianfang said.
Tianfang, your perception of Gu Lady is getting weaker and weaker. Will there be a problem?
Xiao Liuqi asked worriedly.
As long as her main body is in my hands, she won't be able to resist me. If I let her die, she can only die,
Zhao Tianfang said coldly. Xiao Liuqi sighed and said,
Gu Lady is really too special. We've been rearing her for so many years, but we can't even see her spirit body. She even implicated you, and caused you to suffer a backlash from the Kumen-nei. If we could really make her our own, our Xiao family wouldn't be limited to a tiny area like Chiang Rai. As long as we can capture this pair of ice silkworms and tame them, our Xiao family will also be able to soar,
Zhao Tianfang said. Xiao Liuqi nodded and said,
Thankfully, there are detailed records of the eye silkworm Gu King and the Gu nurturing technique I obtained from the couple. Otherwise, even with the help of Gu Lady, it would be difficult for us to separate the two eye silkworms.
Xiao Tianfang's expression turned cold.
Didn't I tell you not to mention that matter again?
Xiao Liuqi hurriedly said.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Zhou Wen was very far away from Xiao Tianfang, but Truth Listener's ability allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. I should find Gu Lady and the other eye silkworm first. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to conduct a large-scale search and soon found an eye silkworm in a distant swamp, but he didn't find the Gu Lady.
Keep an eye on that eye silkworm for now. I'll find the other eye silkworm,
Zhou Wen said to Li Xian before secretly retreating. Soon, the Xiao family realized that one person was missing from Worm Dugu's group. However, Worm Dugu was still around. There was only a youth missing, so they weren't too worried. After all, even Worm Dugu hadn't been able to capture the eye silkworm. Even if he was a member of the Dugu family, it was impossible for him to capture the eye silkworm alone. Furthermore, they had set up mechanisms that would inform Xiao Tianfang and the others if someone approached. After Zhou Wen left, he put on the invisibility cloak and quickly approached the other eye silkworm. In the area closest to the eye silkworm, he discovered some goo that had been placed in the swamp. Zhou Wen flew over the goo without alerting them. When he arrived at the eye silkworm, he saw an ice blue eye silkworm. This eye silkworm was slightly bigger than the previous one. Strangely, Zhou Wen didn't discover any traces of Gu Lady with Truth Listener, but when he looked with his eyes, he realized that she was confronting the eye silkworm. This is really strange. Truth Listener's ability can't discover Gu Lady. Even Xiao Tianfang, the owner of Lady Gu, can't see her. Why can I see her? Zhou Wen was somewhat perplexed. If he had used the Supreme Hell King Life Soul, it wouldn't be strange for him to see a spirit body. However, Zhou Wen wasn't using it. He didn't even use any special powers to see Gu Lady whom others couldn't see. This left him very puzzled. It was a little different from what Zhou Wen had imagined. Xiao Tianfang said that Gu Lady was fighting the eye silkworm, but the scene he saw was completely different. Gu Lady was squatting on the ground and using her fingers to tease the eye silkworm. The terrifying eye silkworm was like a pet dog, circling around her as the Gu Lady played with it. However, it had no intention of attacking her. Zhou Wen watched as the eye silkworm rolled on the ground in amusement. He thought to himself, it's quite terrifying for such a terrifying eye silkworm to be played by Gu Lady. Thankfully, the Xiao family doesn't really control Gu Lady. Otherwise, with her abilities, the Xiao family's strength would have long exceeded their present limits. Upon seeing Zhou Wen approach, Gu Lady stood up and looked at him. His invisibility was clearly useless against her. Chapter 800 Grabbing a Silkworm with One Hand.
I need this eye silkworm Gu King to exchange for your freedom,
Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the eye silkworm on the ground. Gu Lady nodded before tapping the eye silkworm. The ferocious and domineering eye silkworm obediently crawled towards Zhou Wen and stopped by his feet, but it had no intention of attacking him. From the looks of it, the Xiao family has really underestimated Gu Lady's strength. If they knew that Gu Lady could easily make a top-notch Gu like the eye silkworm obey her orders, I wonder what expression they would have. Zhou Wen took out the essence gold pot that Worm Dugu had prepared and placed it on the ground. The eye silkworm jumped in like a tame pet. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he looked at Gu Lady and asked,
Can you secretly control the other eye silkworm Gu, and make it look like I've captured it?
Gu Lady nodded again. It looked like she could do it.
Then control the eye silkworm Gu later, and let it pretend I've caught it.
Zhou Wen recounted his plan to Gu Lady. After confirming that she could understand, Zhou Wen took the ice Gu in the essence gold pot, and sneaked back to Li Xian and company.
Oh no, Gu Lady failed. Someone stole the eye silkworm.
Xiao Tianfang's expression suddenly changed.
How is that possible? Who can snatch the eye silkworm away from Gu Lady without anyone noticing?
Xiao Liuqi jumped in fright as he said in disbelief.
I don't know. The Gu we planted didn't react at all, and Gu Lady didn't find any traces of him.
Xiao Tianfang's expression was ugly as he continued.
I've already summoned Gu Lady back. Now, we can only use all our strength to capture this eye silkworm.
Just as Xiao Tianfang said that, he saw Zhou Wen return to Worm Dugu's side. He exchanged a few words with Worm Dugu before walking towards the Eye Silkworm.
Could he have snatched the other Eye Silkworm?
Xiao Tianfeng's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Liuqi had already led his men to block Zhou Wen, preventing him from approaching the battlefield. At the same time, he shouted at Worm Dugu.
Old Master Dugu, we are capturing this Eye Silkworm. Isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere?
Worm Dugu said with a smile.
I'm still here. I didn't even move. When did I interfere with your matters? The Dugu family has always been open and above board. Old Master Dugu, are you trying to say that this friend isn't a member of the Dugu family?
Xiao Liuqi pointed at Zhou Wen.
I really wish he was a member of our Dugu family, but unfortunately, he's not.
Worm Dugu didn't wait for Xiao Liuqi to say anything before continuing.
But you can't say that he has nothing to do with our Dugu family. Although he's not a member of our Dugu family, he's my uncle master.
Xiao Liuqi, Xiao Tianfeng, and company were alarmed. Although Worm Dugu wasn't an authoritative figure in the Dugu family, his seniority was rather high. Furthermore, he was very famous for raising gu. He was a famous master in the South District. Yet, Worm Dugu said that the youth in front of them was his uncle master. It was somewhat unbelievable, but a figure like Worm Dugu clearly wouldn't joke about such matters. Could it be that this person has already cultivated to the point of returning to his youth? He looks young, but he's actually an old monster? Xiao Tianfeng thought to himself.
Since he's your uncle master, do you think it's appropriate for him to do something like this?
Xiao Liuqi said. Worm Dugu continued smiling as he said.
It's useless saying that to me. Only uncle masters discipline their disciples. When have you seen a disciple manage an uncle master? Sir!
Xiao Liuqi looked at Zhou Wen and was about to say something when he suddenly saw Zhou Wen extend his hand and grab. A blood-red vortex appeared in his palm and sucked in the Eye Silkworm that was fighting the blood scorpion. The majestic Eye Silkworm couldn't withstand the suction force of the blood-colored vortex and was sucked into the essence gold pot.
How is that possible?
It wasn't just the Xiao family. Even Worm Dugu widened his eyes, as though he had seen a ghost. Although he had thought that it was very likely that Zhou Wen would subdue the Eye Silkworm, he never expected him to use such a method. Worm Dugu originally imagined that Zhou Wen would use the chick's restraining effect before using various means and mythical companion beasts to fight the Eye Silkworm to finally subdue it. However, to his surprise, Zhou Wen extended his hand and sucked the Eye Silkworm into the essence gold pot as though he wasn't taking in a Gu King, but an ordinary worm. The Xiao family members' eyes nearly popped out. They had fought the Eye Silkworm for so long, so they naturally knew how terrifying it was. Up to now, they had lost hundreds of Gu and Kumanthong, but they were still helpless against the Eye Silkworm. Even the mythical blood scorpion Gu had been about to be killed. Yet, Zhou Wen had managed to capture the Eye Silkworm with one hand. How terrifying was this power? It was unbelievable. As expected of Worm Dugu's uncle master. He's indeed an old monster. Xiao Tianfeng was secretly alarmed, as his expression turned extremely ugly. After spending so much effort, and paying such a huge price, the Eye Silkworm was actually caught by someone else. Xiao Tianfeng didn't even need to guess to know that the other Eye Silkworm had definitely been taken by Worm Dugu's uncle master. He wanted to snatch it, but Worm Dugu was already someone he didn't have the guts to attack. Furthermore, the person in front of him was Worm Dugu's uncle master, an existence, who had subdued the Eye Silkworm with one hand. Only then did Xiao Tianfeng feel a sinister aura return and enter the common Nei in his hand.
You came back too late.
Xiao Tianfeng was somewhat exasperated.
The common Nei in your hand is rather interesting,
Zhou Wen said, as he looked at the common Nei in Xiao Tianfeng's hands. The expressions of the Xiao family members changed. If an existence that could capture an Eye Silkworm with one hand wanted to snatch their common Nei, they probably wouldn't have a chance to resist. Even a mythical common Nei wouldn't be able to fight against such an existence.
Old Master Dugu, the Dugu family is the head of the South District. You aren't going to watch your uncle master snatch our common Nei, right?
Xiao Liuqi was nervous as he looked at Worm Dugu, and said through gritted teeth. Before Worm Dugu could say a word, Zhou Wen said,
Who said I wanted to snatch something of yours? An old man like me just finds it a little special and asked casually. Even if I really wanted it, I wouldn't snatch something from juniors like you. At most, I'll buy your common Nei. Why do I have to snatch it? This common Nei is our Xiao family's heirloom. It's not for sale,
Xiao Liuqi said.
Aren't you willing to sell it if I use the Eye Silkworm as an exchange?
Zhou Wen said indifferently.
You want to exchange the Eye Silkworm for the common Nei?
Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi were stunned.
Why? Isn't the Eye Silkworm enough? What about the two Eye Silkworms?
Zhou Wen continued.
Old sir, are you really going to exchange two Eye Silkworms for a common Nei?
Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi looked at each other, and saw the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. In their opinion, Kumin-ne was indeed very strong, but she was only slightly stronger than an ice silkworm. The two ice silkworms were much more pragmatic than the Goo Lady Kumin-ne. Furthermore, Goo Lady Kumin-ne would bite her master. Xiao Tianfang would even consider exchanging her away for a single ice silkworm, much less two.
Uncle Master, you can't do that.
Worm Dugu was shocked. Using two ice silkworms to exchange for Kumin-ne was a losing transaction. However, what they didn't know was that the two ice silkworms were far inferior to Goo Lady. They weren't on the same level at all. Even if the exchange was really made, Zhou Wen would have the upper hand. Furthermore, he had no intention of really giving the ice silkworms to the Xiao family.